Chapter 243. Stone mountains stood in great numbers, and not even a blade of grass grew on them. The precipices were as if they had been carved by a knife, and they were straight up and down. The cliffs were tall, and when put together, they looked like steps leading to the heavens. There was not a speck of soil in this region, and there was not a single blade of grass. The stone mountains were continuous, and there were also many stone forests. The large rocks were either like crouching cows, or like green bamboo shoots. They were all in different shapes, and could be considered a marvelous sight. After Yi Fan entered the mountain, he looked around. This stone land gave him a very special feeling, as if there was an outer realm lying across this place. Each mountain had its own realm, and each rock had its own scenery. It was as if someone had used a large brush to carve out a natural path of the great Tao. Every mountain and rock here attracted his attention. After entering this mountainous region, Yi Fan discovered that many of the carvings had already become blurry under the erosion of wind, frost, rain, and snow. He could only vaguely make out them. Unfortunately, most of them were not so-called cultivation techniques. Many of them were records of some ancient events, and there were even some pictures of scenery, such as hundreds of birds and rare beasts. They were vivid and lifelike. Why did the fairies of the Jade Pool carve these? Yi Fan was suspicious, and he carefully observed them. These are all great events that once happened in the Jade Pool. Unfortunately, it is difficult to understand their meaning now. After walking forward a few dozen steps, Yi Fan arrived in front of a mountain wall. He was instantly stunned. The stone carvings on it were very special. There were two figures engraved on it, and one of them was actually not a human. It was a man who was 2 meters tall. He had 4 pairs of divine wings, and he was handsome and imposing. He had a total of 8 arms below his shoulders, and each of them was like a dragon, thick and powerful. There was a vertical eye between his brows, and in front of him was a beautiful and graceful woman. She was like a majestic queen, and her bearing was extraordinary, making others feel reverence. It really does record some great events that once happened in the Jade Pool. An unknown creature and a supreme elite of the Jade Pool confronted each other. Yi Fan was astonished. To be more precise, it was a confrontation with a queen mother, the large black dog said. Unfortunately, there was only one carving, and there was no follow-up, so they did not know the outcome of the confrontation. They walked forward and looked carefully along the way. There were pictures of the monster king welcoming, and there were pictures of the new queen mother inheriting the throne. They were all single pictures, and they were extremely simple. It wasn't that they couldn't see anything. When they arrived at a stone forest, Yi Fan finally saw a move. There was a large blue stone shaped like a crouching tiger. There was half a stone inscription, and a figure was forming hand seals. Although it was incomplete, with only half a body missing, it was still quite profound. The seal technique was very familiar to Yi Fan, and after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was the embracing mountain seal. The ultimate art of the Li Fire sect was precisely this type of imprint art. It was extremely powerful, and he had evolved it into one of the battle saint arts. He didn't want to see it here again. Someone erased half of it. Yi Fan had a bad feeling. So many years had passed. So could the Western Emperor scripture still exist? Could it be that it had also been erased by someone? He didn't really believe the large black dog's words. Hurry up and bring me to the Western Emperor scripture, Yi Fan urged. Aren't we currently looking for it? Perhaps it's hidden in these wall paintings, the Black Emperor replied. Don't tell me you don't know its exact location. Correct, that's exactly the case. I'm also looking for it. The large black dog replied calmly with his head held high. This dog was really unreliable. Yi Fan really wanted to give him a kick, but there was nothing he could do now. In the end, he still had to rely on him. Are you confident that you can find it? I'll most likely be able to find it, the large black dog replied with an uncertain tone. Yi Fan took out the Bodhi seed and held it in his hand as he sensed his surroundings. He couldn't completely rely on this large dog now, so he had to search for it himself. The large black dog wore a harmless expression, and he walked closer. Then he suddenly lowered his black mouth and bit down on his hand. F***ck, you damn dog, you're attacking me again. Yi Fan was already on guard against him, and he hurriedly rushed into the sky. So stingy. Isn't it just a nut? It smells very fragrant, and I want to taste what the nut tastes like. The large black dog, who had failed in his sneak attack, was stubborn and refused to admit his mistake. However, his eyes would occasionally glance at the Bodhi seed. If you dare to attack me again, you can forget about that black tortoise for the rest of its life. Hurry up and find the Western Emperor scripture for me. If you can't obtain it, you'd better give up as soon as possible. Don't raise any conditions for me, Yi Fan said with a dark expression. The large black dog tilted his head to look at Yi Fan and said, "Brat, what kind of nut is that in your hand? Can it be eaten? Don't play dumb with me. What's the origin of that stupid nut of yours? I saw a bald man on it just now, and it seemed quite similar. Did you carve it on?" Yi Fan knew that this dark and wicked damn dog was up to no good again, and had designs on the Bodhi seed. No matter what, he couldn't let it see this seed. Who is that bald man? Why do I feel like he's slightly unusual? Seeing that Yi Fan was ignoring him, the large black dog could no longer keep his cool. His name is Sakyamuni. Have you heard of him? Yi Fan's heart jolted. What kind of stupid name is that? It only has 4 characters. Is this Baldy very famous? The large black dog asked. Yi Fan was slightly speechless. The great Tathagata was being spoken to like this by a large dog. He glared and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and find the Western Emperor scripture for me." Brat, what kind of attitude is this? The large black dog bared his teeth and said, "If you continue to be disrespectful to me, you can forget about obtaining the supreme ancient scripture of the human race. That's right, if you can find the Western Emperor scripture, you have to give me that nut with the fat bald man carved on it as well." Yi Fan ignored him and walked into the distance. He looked at stone inscriptions one after another, and occasionally saw some incomplete techniques. Every time this happened, he would carefully analyze them. An hour later, Yi Fan arrived in front of a precipice. This was an extremely vast expanse of stone inscriptions, and there were over 100 of them. They were much longer than the ones he had seen just now. At first, he did not pay much attention. That was because although the stone inscriptions were long, they were not all that profound. They were all the most common techniques. However, after looking at over 30 of them, his expression changed. It was these ordinary techniques, yet they were slowly elevated to a higher level. As he looked at them one after another, they gave off a feeling that they were turning something ordinary into something magical. He calmed his heart and focused and looked down. For a whole 2 hours, Yi Fan did not say anything. Only when he looked at the end did he sigh. The Jade Pool is indeed worthy of being a holy land. These should be for the younger disciples to study, and they all contain deep meanings. They were not special secret techniques. They were all very common techniques that had been passed down widely. However, they were elevated from ordinary techniques, and when combined together, they could turn something ordinary into something magical, and they could display an unbelievable might. More than 100 ordinary techniques combined into one, yet they can evolve into a completely different kind of mighty power. How mysterious! Yi Fan pondered for a long time before continuing to walk down. He found another 100 or so stone inscriptions, and he carefully observed them. In the end, he was truly shocked. This was a series, and there were more than 500 stone inscriptions in total. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. This was a supreme secret technique being deduced. From ordinary to profound, he immediately saw through the mysteries within. This was deducing an offensive technique of the 9 secret techniques. The Jade Pool's unparalleled experts were shocking. They started out ordinary, and gradually evolved into the Battle Saint technique, wanting to recreate the 9 secret techniques, turning something ordinary into something magical, and deriving a great offensive technique of the 9 secret techniques. This person was definitely a shocking and outstanding character. Unfortunately, she failed in the end, and could not deduce the Battle Saint technique. Such a character was rare since ancient times. Those techniques were all related to the legends of the Battle Saint technique. This person had derived it to this stage, which was shocking enough. He was definitely a peerless character. Connecting the bits and pieces that have been passed down in the world, to be able to deduce to this stage, it is truly astonishing. Yi Fan sighed. This person went from simple to complex, but the battle saint technique had tens of thousands of transformations. It could never reach the pinnacle, and it was very difficult to reach the end of complex. The true 9 secret offensive saint technique was to first obtain one, then transform into tens of thousands, to the end of complexity, and then return to one. It was impossible for others to derive it. This technique was the ultimate simplicity of the great Tao. Yi Fan stood in silence for a long time, pondering in detail. Although this deduction had strayed from the correct path, it had given him great inspiration, allowing him to have a further understanding of the battle saint technique. Even if one was a peerless genius, without first obtaining the 9 secret imprints, one would not be able to derive such a supreme technique. Yi Fan pondered for a very long time. He felt that he could improve the might of this offensive saint technique a little more. This was really an unexpected gain. The geniuses of the Jade Pool had given him great inspiration. The sky had already darkened. Yi Fan continued to look at the diagrams in the night. When it was late at night, he had already looked through most of the diagrams, but the Western Emperor scripture was still nowhere to be seen. There are no mysterious techniques here at all, and even if there are, they are only some ordinary techniques. You aren't trying to trick me, are you? Yi Fan's expression was unkind as he stared at the large black dog. Didn't I say that even if I saw the Western Emperor scripture, I might not be able to recognize it? I need to slowly analyze it, the large black dog said. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Yi Fan strode forward, and he had almost gone through all the cliffs, but he still could not find the Western Emperor scripture. I found it, it's here, the large black dog shouted. In the deep night, his voice traveled especially far, echoing endlessly. With a few leaps, Yi Fan approached. This stone mountain had a majestic aura, but there were no so-called scriptures on it, and it was completely bare. Where is it? This mountain is a part of the scripture. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck, the large black dog replied with his head raised. You are doing this half-heartedly. You casually pointed out a stone mountain and said it was the Western Emperor scripture. How do you want me to believe you? Can you find the scripture? Yi Fan questioned. That will depend on your comprehension ability, the large black dog stammered. Don't try to trick me. Yi Fan glared at him. The large black dog was also anxious and he said, there is definitely a part of the scripture here. I heard someone say it with my own ears. What did you hear back then? Yi Fan asked. The stone mountain with a sun carved on it has a part of the scripture, and the stone mountain with an ancient tree has a part of the scripture. According to what the large black dog had said, the Western Emperor scripture had been hastily created, and the Western Emperor Mother had been comprehending it while carving it down on this stone mountain. On this precipice, there was indeed a blurry sun, but it was only the size of a palm. Even if one observed it carefully, it was very difficult to imagine that it had been carved by someone, and it seemed very natural. This ring is the so-called Western Emperor scripture? You aren't joking, right? The large black dog raised his head, tilted his neck, and said, that has nothing to do with me. You need to comprehend it yourself. This damn dog. Yi Fan really wanted to teach it a lesson, but he knew that he couldn't. In the end, he flew onto the stone cliff and observed that sun. Yi Fan caressed that sun brand with one hand and held the Bodhi seed in his other hand. However, even after meditating for a long time, he still couldn't sense any abnormalities. Black Emperor, you are lying. What scripture is there here? There definitely is, but it requires an astonishing comprehension ability. Whether you can obtain the Western Emperor scripture will depend on your own ability. When the large black dog said these words, he was more or less lacking in confidence. On the cliff, Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand. His heart was empty, and he quietly experienced it. However, it was completely silent, and he couldn't discover anything. How many great emperors have there been since ancient times? The scriptures left behind by these people aren't so easy to obtain. The large black dog shouted from below. I have found the Western Emperor scripture for you. But whether you can comprehend it or not is your own matter. You must give that black tortoise to me. There was a portion of the Western Emperor scripture recorded in the Origin Heavenly Book, and it belonged to the Tao Palace scroll. At this moment, Yi Fan silently circulated it, and pressed the Bodhi seed against that sun. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant light surged up, and a sun rose up from the stone cliff. It was incredibly scorching, and Yi Fan was completely swallowed up. The entire stone mountain became completely red and flames surged. The great fire burned half of the sky red. The red sun hung in the sky, massive and vigorous. Yi Fan stood in the sun, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. F***ck, how can he really learn it? Apart from astonishing comprehension ability, doesn't he also need the Jade Pool's scripture guidance? What a great loss. I really let this brat obtain the Western Emperor scripture. The large black dog's expression was filled with bad luck, and it was as if he had eaten a dead child. Chapter 244. The big black dog felt unlucky. It was a pity that Yi Fan couldn't see it. Otherwise, he would have to fight it even if he might get bitten. At this moment, above the cliff, the sun was like a mountain filling the sky. It was white everywhere as if daytime had arrived. Yi Fan was at the center of the sun, seated cross-legged in meditation without moving at all. His expression was tranquil and aloof, and he was completely immersed in a type of Tao state. The scripture guide recorded in the Book of Source of Heaven had triggered the mark left by the West Empress, and the sun appeared. The palm-sized sun was an unimaginable mark of Tao. It contained the mark of the West Empress. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, it still existed in the world. Yi Fan's mind was clear as he bathed in the fire. His heart was as red as the sun, shining brilliantly into the sky and illuminating the palace. The scriptures he learned from the Book of Source of Heaven were far from enough. They were incomplete, but he was mending them now. His heart was like the sun in the sky, corresponding to the sun outside. Essence overflowed. The innate essence was born, and the acquired essence was nourished. The fiery essence and surging Tao flowed from the human-shaped sun to every inch of his flesh and blood. His whole body was red, and then slowly transparent. Fire clouds covered his body, and his heart was cleansed of all impurities. The inside and outside of the palace were clear, and his flesh gradually became translucent. This was a completely new change. Inside the heart, the fiery essence flowed along a more complicated path, including the innate and acquired ones. Yi Fan didn't move, using his heart to feel this change. The sun that filled the sky didn't have any scriptures or sound inside. There was only a kind of Tao rhythm, but it vividly explained the divine treasures of the heart of the Tao Palace's secret realm. The sun carved on the cliff corresponded to the scroll of the heavenly sun of the Tao Palace. After Yi Fan triggered it, he didn't get the specific scripture, but he could feel the mysterious evolution process. This kind of inheritance didn't leave a word or a word. Only the conception of the Creator was used to deduce the various changes of the ancient scripture. It didn't include the text of the West Emperor scripture, but it was comparable to the ancient scripture. Yi Fan sat motionlessly until the sun rose and the morning glow shone on him. Only then did he suddenly open his eyes. At the same time, the great sun in the sky turned into tens of thousands of flames with a bang, and rushed into the imprint on the stone cliff. Yi Fan felt that the section of the divine treasury of the heart of the Holy Ji Palace had been perfected, and it was very different from before. He felt that the circulation of his power of the Tao was smoother, and the essence of his body was surging. He welcomed the morning glow as he stood on the cliff. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his skin was like jade. Although he was a young man, he had the temperament of an immortal. "Did you really obtain the Western Emperor scripture?" The large black dog asked, unwilling to accept this. "What do you mean? Do you think that even if you bring me here and guide me, I won't be able to cultivate the Western Emperor ancient scripture?" Yi Fan looked at it with an unfriendly expression. The large black dog chuckled sheepishly and said, "How could that be? Am I that unscrupulous? I'm just asking casually. Hurry up and bring me to find the other parts of the Western Emperor scripture," Yi Fan urged. "Brat, did you come into contact with the Western Emperor scripture in the past and obtain the so-called sutra guidance?" The large black dog asked. "What are you talking about? What is sutra guidance?" Yi Fan stared at it. F***ck, how can I cultivate it without obtaining the sutra guidance? I've suffered a great loss this time. The large black dog mumbled in an inaudible voice. Yi Fan's divine sense could take form, and it far surpassed his current cultivation level. He faintly heard its low murmur, and his face was instantly filled with black lines. This damn dog was indeed unreliable. Black Emperor, have you found the Western Emperor ancient scripture? No, I've searched everywhere, and this is the only place. The large black dog shook its head unkindly. Nonsense, don't try to fool me. Hurry up and lead the way. You don't want that black tortoise anymore, do you? Yi Fan threatened. Lend me that nut with a bald head engraved on it. I'll definitely find the Western Emperor scripture with it. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know what this seed is used for? Yi Fan glanced sideways at it. How come I don't know? Didn't you use it to trigger that sun and obtain the Western Emperor scripture? Don't have any wicked ideas. Yi Fan refused sternly. If he lent it to him, it would definitely be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. In the end, the large black dog compromised, and unhappily brought Yi Fan to another stone mountain. This mountain was engraved with a palm-sized metal essence mark. This time, Yi Fan was familiar with the process, and did not waste too much time before triggering the mark left behind by the Western Emperor Mother. In an instant, his aura soared into the sky, and the metal essence clanged. He was sucked into a sheet of metal divine light. He sat cross-legged in the sky, and his sea of aura gushed out like a tide. The divine treasury of the lungs belonged to the metal element, and it was the strongest of the 5 internal organs. It was known as the canopy, and now that the scripture had been completed, a sharp aura soared into the sky, and clanging sounds rang out as if 10,000 swords were clanging together. The surface of Yi Fan's body shone with a metallic luster, and it was like a sharp blade slicing through the sky. Its sharpness was oppressive, and no one could take it head-on. There were no scriptures here, only the evolution of the divine treasury of the lungs. It was explained to the extreme, and there was no need to use words to convey its path. The divine treasury of the lungs could draw in 10,000 qi, drawing in one's essence, and spreading it throughout one's entire body, extending to one's skin and hair. It breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth, and contained a thriving vitality. At this moment, the turbid aura in Yi Fan's Dao Palace had disappeared, and his divine essence was surging. It was sparkling and translucent, extending to his 6 internal organs and connecting to his limbs and bones. His flesh, skin, and hair were incredibly clear. All qi belonged to the divine treasury of the lungs, and they were connected to heaven and earth. The essence that the physical body needed would be transformed through them. When the brilliance retracted, Yi Fan opened his eyes. He had completed the divine treasury of the lungs of the Dao Palace, and all the pores on his body relaxed. He felt that his physical body had become one with heaven and earth, and he could draw in 10,000 qi at any time. The Western Emperor scripture is profound as expected, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. It's amazing. He had cultivated these 2 divine treasures before, and after being supplemented and perfected this time, he had experienced an even more profound meaning. It was as if a deity was covering his head, and his heart was completely clear. If I hadn't cultivated the scripture guidance, I wouldn't believe that I could obtain the Western Emperor scripture even if you beat me to death. The large black dog mumbled with a long face. Black Emperor, what are you mumbling about? The large black dog said fiercely. Brat, you've seduced the Jade Pool's saint before, right? Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have obtained the Western Emperor scripture guidance. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and take me to find other scriptures. It's not good to stay in the Jade Pool's old land for too long. After we're done here, we'll leave immediately. What happened next was very smooth. On a stone mountain with an ancient tree carved on it, Yi Fan found the divine treasury of the liver, and then the divine treasury of the spleen and divine treasury of the kidney were also obtained. The 5 divine treasures of the Dao Palace had been completed, but he hadn't cultivated the remaining 3 scriptures yet. He had merely perfected them, and he memorized them in his heart. At this point, the Dao Palace scroll of the Western Emperor scripture was finally obtained by him, and he had a complete heart technique. Yi Fan stood silently for a long time, unable to hide his astonishment. This scripture was incredibly profound and mysterious. It revealed the secrets of heaven and stole the fortune of heaven and earth. You're really lucky. The Tao Palace Scroll of the Western Emperor Scripture can be said to be the best in the Eastern Wasteland. It's the most perfect heart technique, and you actually managed to gather all 5 divine treasures. The large black dog bared his teeth and said, "Hurry up and give it to me. What are you in such a hurry for? I've only just obtained the Tao Palace Scroll." The Western Emperor Scripture includes several major mystery realms, and there are still 4 scrolls that I haven't obtained yet, Yi Fan said with a smile. "You're even greedier than me." The large black dog gritted his teeth as he evaluated. They had only found one of the seals of the 4 mystery realms, but even if Yi Fan had the Bodhi seed in his hand, he still couldn't activate it. After trying for a long time, he still couldn't obtain it at all. Do I really need the scripture guidance? He immediately thought of the Western Emperor Scripture guidance that the Black Emperor had mentioned. Not long after, they found the seal of the other mystery realm, but unfortunately, they still couldn't activate it, so they couldn't obtain this scripture. I had thought that you could compete with the Great Emperor, and that you could obtain the Western Emperor Scripture without the scripture guidance. From the looks of it now, you must have seduced the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, and cultivated the scripture guidance of the Tao Palace Scroll. You damn dog, you knew about this earlier, but you didn't tell me. Instead, you tricked me into coming here. Did you want me to come here for nothing? Brat, you're challenging my dignity. Be careful that I don't eat you. The large black dog shouted fiercely. Isn't that the truth? Yi Fan glared at him. I'm so righteous, so how could I be so careless? I naturally have a way to resolve this. I just wanted to wait until you arrived here, and offered up the profound tortoise before telling you. You're really good at scheming. You lured me here, and after I saw the true scripture, I was unable to extricate myself, yet you couldn't activate it, so I had no choice but to offer up the green jade profound tortoise. Is that right? Yi Fan resisted the urge to smack him, and said, Luckily, I have the scripture guidance of the Tao Palace Scroll. Don't think so lowly of me. The large black dog did not blush at all and tempted him. Could it be that you don't want the other scrolls of the Western Emperor Scripture? You damn dog, you're really sly. Do you have the scripture of the 4 extremes? How are you going to help me obtain the Western Emperor 4 Extreme Scroll? Yi Fan stared at him fiercely and said, If you do, recite a part of it for me, and let me hear it. The Black Emperor stammered. How could he possibly recite it? He opened his bloody mouth and said, Brat, you've profaned me time and time again, daring to call me a damn dog. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Damn dog, I also want to deal with you. Yi Fan formed a seal, and took the initiative to launch a sneak attack, displaying the Battle Saint technique. The large black dog was not a kind person at all, and almost at the same time, he attacked with his black mouth. Damn dog's nature is really hard to change, only knowing how to use underhanded means. This time, you were the one who launched a sneak attack on me first. If I didn't make the first move, I would have been bitten by the dog again. Damn brat, you're insulting me. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor began to battle in the stone forest. Both of them had freakish physiques, and their battle shook the heavens. When they clashed, it was like they were forging iron. Brat, no matter what, you've obtained the Tao Palace Scroll of the Western Emperor Scripture, so give me the black tortoise. The large black dog shouted as he bit. As if I'd give it to you. You actually want to get something for nothing? Don't even think about it in this lifetime. Yi Fan's golden palm began to move, pushing the Sun Moon seal and raising the Mountains and River seal, attacking with all his strength. Do you want me to work for nothing? The large black dog bared his teeth and threatened. Damn dog, what did you eat to grow up? Even the Battle Saint technique can't hurt you. Yi Fan cursed. Damn, so it's the 9 secrets. I was wondering why it was so painful. It's almost killing me. The large black dog's wails were definitely not an act. Yi Fan was continuously bitten over a dozen times, and he was really a bit speechless. The Battle Saint technique could only make his opponent feel pain, so what was this? Damn dog, you're really a freak. You're the freak. If the cultivators of the 4 extremes mystery realm were to be smashed into pieces by your palm, only this emperor would be able to withstand it. F***ck, it hurts so much. The large black dog bared his teeth and wailed in pain. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying wave shook out, and a few dozen kilometers away, black fog surged into the sky. That part of the sky suddenly became as black as ink. The Celestial Lake. It's from the Celestial Lake. Yi Fan and the large black dog immediately stopped fighting and made the same choice, running madly toward the exit. Right at the origin of the Jade Lake, an extremely terrifying wave surged out from the Celestial Lake, and dark clouds rolled. That's a Celestial Lake. What happened? Could it be that the retreat of the members of the Jade Lake has something to do with this? Not long ago, they had even gone deep into the lake to investigate. When they thought of this, both Yi Fan and the Black Emperor felt a chill. Their speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach the dried-up lake. They rushed toward the ancient well along the large crack. Although something strange had happened to the Celestial Lake, nothing chased them down, which made them heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yi Fan wailed. His left hand was bitten by the large black dog, and he wouldn't let go no matter what. I hashtag at yen%yen. Why are you always making fun of me? Brat, I can't fly. When we reach the ancient well, you'll run away by yourself and leave me here. I'll bite you first, the Black Emperor muttered while biting his left hand. After we get out, let's never meet again. I'm a cultivator of the Dao Palace Mystery Realm, yet I'm being bitten by you every day. Following the river, they successfully returned to the ancient well. Yi Fan soared into the sky with the Black Emperor, and not long after, they arrived on the ground. The sun shone brightly, and the land was empty. The scenery of the Jade Lake could no longer be seen, and this trip gave them a very surreal feeling. Yi Fan abandoned the Black Emperor and immediately flew away. The large black dog was extremely angry and cursed. Brat, you obtained the Western Emperor scripture, but you haven't given it to me, and you haven't told me the whereabouts of the ancient scripture left behind by the Demon Emperor. If you dare to escape, I won't let you off. You return to the stone stronghold first, I'll find you later. Yi Fan transmitted his voice as he fled. Brat, you want to go back on your words? The large black dog shouted. If you dare to run, I'll tell all your secrets and ask the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land for a reward. Yi Fan slowed down, feeling that this large black dog was really difficult to deal with. Brat, you actually want to escape, trying to deceive me. Black Emperor, you still have the nerve to say that. You don't have the scripture guidance. Yet you lured me here. It was you who wanted to deceive me first. The large black dog knew that he was in the wrong, and said, no matter what, you've already obtained the Western Emperor scripture, fulfill your promise. Yi Fan stroked his chin, thought for a moment and said, I can't give you the black tortoise for now, but I can take you to find the ancient scripture of the Demon Emperor. You can't be thinking of tricking me, right? The large black dog was suspicious. Do you think I'm you? Don't worry, I definitely won't be so dishonest, Yi Fan replied. I think you're even more dishonest than me. The large black dog bared his teeth. If you want to find the ancient scripture of the Demon Emperor, you might have to enter the secluded residence of a great elite. Do you think you can succeed? Yi Fan asked. Great elite? You really know how to ask difficult questions. Although it's in that kind of place, we might not necessarily encounter a great elite. The ancient scripture isn't in his hands, and it's in the hands of someone else. The large black dog pondered for a moment and said, I can try. Saying this, he suddenly raised his head, gritted his teeth and said, Brat, you can't be deceiving me, right? Don't think of me as such a bad person. Do you think I'm like you? Dark and wicked? Yi Fan replied. The large black dog stared at him and said, You're very unreliable. I should be the one saying that. After entering the Jade Lake, have you done a single reliable thing? Yi Fan questioned. Then he continued, The person who has the ancient scripture has two souls in his body. Do you have a way to extract one of them? The large black dog was suspicious, and he said, Brat, why do I feel like you're up to no good? Am I that kind of person? From the beginning to the end, you've always been the dishonest one. Yi Fan exposed his shortcomings. Then he said, Don't worry, there might be some twists and turns in the process, but you'll definitely be able to obtain the ancient scripture. I keep feeling that you're unreliable, Brat. The large black dog stared at him. It's because you've done too many bad things, and you're always scheming against others. That's why you think of others as bad as you. Yi Fan said with a sneer. I'll believe you for now. However, brat, you'd better think carefully. If you dare to scheme against me, I'll make sure you have nowhere to go. The large black dog threatened fiercely. Chapter 245. Along the way, Yi Fan focused on comprehending the Western Emperor scripture, and found it more and more profound and profound. The palace of Tao had 5 dragons coiling around it. It was dense inside and outside, and the 5 qi shot into the sky. Only now, after obtaining the complete Western Emperor scripture, did Yi Fan understand why this secret realm was called the Palace of Tao. It was like an eternal palace that contained endless power of the Tao. The 5 great divine treasures were hazy, and behind them, there were 5 looming ancient temples. They were tall and majestic, mysterious and blurry, when there was no self and nothing else, and the body and mind were at peace. One would hear the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It was like chanting, but also like the voice of ancient sacrifices. It was as if it crossed time and space, and came from the distant past. It could be said to be very mysterious and even strange. How could there be such a sound in the human body? Before Yi Fan entered the secret realm of the Palace of Tao, he had heard people say that cultivating this secret realm would sometimes feel incredible, and all sorts of inexplicable things would happen. When he obtained the complete Western Emperor scripture, and deduced the flawless heart of the ancient Western Emperor, he really felt this incredible feeling. The Palace of Tao was like the sky, transforming into the 5 palaces. Although it was blurry, one could feel its existence. Chanting and the ancient sacrificial voices cut through time and space and floated over. Yi Fan was puzzled, and didn't understand why it was like this. He thought of the speculation of the people of the world. There were records in the ancient books that this was the passing self. Although he was born in the present, there was a me that lived in the past. It was the passing self that was chanting for this life. The passing self existed forever, transforming into the 5 qi and flowing through the Tao Palace. It chanted for itself, stirred the heaven and earth, captured traces of the Tao, and nourished its owner, allowing the me of this life to be immortal. This was a very mysterious way of saying that few could explain. This mystery was hard to explain. However, outstanding cultivators wouldn't believe in the so-called past life. The passing self wasn't the me of the previous life. Other than the passing self, there was another way of saying that the human body was like the heaven and earth, corresponding to the great world. The reason why the Palace of Tao was called the Palace of Tao was that it had the Tao self. It belonged to the side of Tao, and corresponded to the great Tao of the great world. According to this theory, the chanting and the ancient sacrificial sounds emitted from the palace were actually the echoes of the Tao self, and the great Tao of the world. It was the interaction between the inside and the outside. To be more precise, he was capturing traces of the Tao and comprehending the supreme principles of the heavenly Tao. The true nature of the Tao was not revealed on the outside, but contained within the 5 energies and silently drew upon the great Tao of the world. In other words, my Tao nature is comprehending the great Tao, comprehending the truth of longevity, and nourishing the life Lord. In other words, that was me. It wasn't some chanting or ancient ritual. I was comprehending the Tao. After Yi Fan obtained the flawless sutra of the Western Emperor, he finally realized how incredible the secret plane of the Holy Ji Palace was. Everything about it was beyond his comprehension. Cultivators pursue immortality. In the process of reaching the end of the immortal path, they will definitely encounter many similar things. I believe that since ancient times, perhaps only a few great emperors have been able to understand. Embarking on the path of cultivation, chasing after transcendence, allowing one's body to exist forever in this world. The road was long. If one wanted to truly comprehend the great Tao, there would be many unsolved riddles. Only by walking further on this path could one slowly understand. Yi Fan finally understood why the ancient existences had only cultivated up to one concealed stage. There was a reason for that. Not to mention the sea of reincarnation, just this Holy Ji Palace alone had many areas that he did not understand. Passing self or Tao self. As for what they were, perhaps even a lifetime of cultivation would not be able to understand them. Yi Fan had a feeling that when he cultivated to the later stages, He might have to return to cultivate these secret planes again. There were still many secret powers that could be excavated from the Sea of Reincarnation and the Holy Ji Palace. However, he did not need to think too much at the moment. He had obtained the flawless mental cultivation method. With the Sutra of the Western Emperor in hand, it was enough for him to cultivate this secret plane into the great Tao Divine Watchtower. The future would be solved in the future. The old land of the Jade Pool was tens of thousands of miles away from the origin ancient mine. It took him more than half a month to leave the uninhabited area and get close to an oasis. Along the way, Yi Fan carefully comprehended the Sutra of the Western Emperor. Although his level did not increase, his strength improved greatly. Using the true flawless mental cultivation method, the divine power he produced was much stronger. This was the advantage of the ancient scripture. Ordinary mental cultivation methods could not compare at all. Using this cultivation method was equivalent to raising one's starting point, and their battle prowess would increase imperceptibly. The cultivation levels of the holy sons and holy daughters of the various great sage lands surpassed those of the same generation. This is largely related to this. Yi Fan sighed. This was especially so for a genius like the holy son of Yao Guang. He was a prodigy who had cultivated the peerless ancient scripture, so his battle prowess was even more terrifying. When he fought against elites of the same cultivation level, there was really no suspense at all. He could suppress those of the same generation with his strength. In these past half a month, Yi Fan had been comprehending the Western Emperor scripture while sparring with the large black dog, putting his knowledge into practice. The large black dog was the best sparring partner. With the perfect scroll of the Western Emperor Dao Palace in hand, his battle prowess had increased greatly. He used the battle saint technique, and the large black dog grimaced in pain. "No, I want payment. I want to spar with you for free every day. How much of my divine power would that consume?" The large black dog shouted. "I'm being bitten by you every day, and I still want to pay you. What are you thinking?" Yi Fan retorted. "Do you think I'm willing to bite you? Your skin is rough and your flesh is not delicious. You're making me waste my energy for nothing." These days, the large black dog had been very passive. Whenever Yi Fan wanted to experience his knowledge, he would definitely look for him. Once he was done, he would rush into the sky, making the large black dog grind its teeth continuously. They walked out of the desolate no-man's land and entered an oasis. Yi Fan glanced at the large black dog and said, "You're as tall and big as a bull. You're really eye-catching and ugly. Can you become a little smaller?" "Brat, what are you saying? Such a strong and powerful precious body. Even if I don't say it's as handsome as Jade, it's not far off." The large black dog raised his head. Yi Fan looked at his black silk-like body and said in a mocking tone, "It's like jade that has fallen into a coal mine, right? This is called divine might. It's so masculine, do you understand?" The large black dog's expression was unfriendly. "This won't do. You're too eye-catching, so you have to become smaller." Yi Fan pondered for a moment, and then said, "If you're really unwilling, then you can temporarily become my mount. There are many people who ride on mutant beasts. Go and die." The large black dog's expression became very long. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Fan was flying in the air, he would definitely have pounced over. "Don't be unwilling. I'm not willing to become a heavenly dog knight. If others saw me riding a bald dog, they would definitely laugh their heads off." At this moment, they had just entered the oasis, and were still in a place where there were very few people. Occasionally, there would be cultivators passing by, and when they saw the large black dog, they would involuntarily take a few glances. He was indeed very eye-catching. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a human pet before?" The large black dog was displeased. When Yi Fan first heard this, he felt that it was very strange. Then he instantly understood. This large dog's words were really too immoral. He was saying that he was a human pet. F***ck damn dog, you're asking for a skin flaying, right? The large black dog raised his head and strode forward saying, "I'm speaking the truth. Those people think that I'm strolling around with a human pet, and they can't stop looking. It's really annoying." "You damn dog." Yi Fan's expression darkened, and he wanted to give it a good beating. Others were clearly looking at him, yet he actually said this kind of thing. Brat, I see that you're still SOSO. Why don't you become my human pet? The large black dog tilted his head and said. Ping pang, ping dong dang clang. The sound of metal being forged rang out, and they directly started fighting. Damn dog, I wouldn't even want you as my pet, and you still dare to spout nonsense like this. I also don't like a human pet like you. In the future, I'll definitely find a holy son to be my pet. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. A large dog wanted to find a human pet, and he really deserved to be skinned and flayed. He was deliberately angering him. In the end, Yi Fan used the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture as a threat, and the large black dog finally gave in. He unwillingly shrunk his body, turning into the size of a firewood dog. If he didn't bald his tail, he wouldn't be more than 1 meter long. My supreme elegance has been seriously overshadowed. This is damaging to my image. Supreme elegance. Do you want to attract a pack of large wolf dogs? Woof! The large black dog pounced forward. Fortunately, Yi Fan was prepared. They didn't stop when they passed by some cities, and they directly headed toward the most flourishing city in this oasis. Brat, you're really unreliable. You don't even know where that great elite lives, and you still need to ask others for information. How are you going to take me to find the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture? The large black dog was extremely displeased. Don't say the word unreliable in front of me. You know what you did when you went to the Jade Lake, Yi Fan retorted. This oasis was called Chu Province, and it had a circumference of more than 3,000 miles. It wasn't a large province, but in the boundless north region, there were many oases like this. Chu Province was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the most flourishing holy city in the north region. It was a long journey, and it was far from the center of the north region. It wasn't a flourishing place. The city in the center of this oasis was called Chaoyang City, and it had a population of 900,000. It was the most flourishing ancient city in this prefecture, and it had a history of more than 1,000 years. Can you find the residents of that great elite? The large black dog asked when they were outside Chaoyang City. There are 13 great bandits in the north region, and he ranks 4th. He's the target of the great sage, and we can't let outsiders know where he lives. I need to find a descendant of that bandit to ask. This was the city that Tu Fei and Li Heishui had told Yi Fan. If he wanted to find them, he could make some noise near Chaoyang City in Chu Province. Chaoyang City was a modeled city, and many layers of stone had fallen off the walls, showing the power of time. However, it was still very majestic. When he entered the city, Yi Fan found his own portrait. More accurately, it was a wanted poster, hanging high on the city wall. The young face on the poster had been raised to 1 square yuan. Brat, you're quite valuable. The large black dog smiled wickedly. Go away. The streets were crowded with people, and it was very lively. The large black dog darted here and there, biting whatever he wanted to eat. As a result, a group of creditors surrounded Yi Fan, and they hated him so much that the roots of his teeth were itching. Not long after he entered the city, he heard a piece of news. The young elites of Chu Province were going to have a grand meeting. Yi Fan chose a place to eat, which was beside a gambling den. Most of the people coming in and out of this place were cultivators. The young generation of Chu Province will gather together. There will most likely be something interesting to watch this time. This is the operation of the Ji clan, a noble family of the ancients. They sent out invitations mainly to mobilize their forces, to help them find a person. The young elites of the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land will both be present. Otherwise, how could they have such a great rallying power? The person who made the 2 great sage mobilize such a large force is that little brat who is sticking on the city gate. I don't think he's anything special. This little brat burned the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ji clan to death. Can you do that? Yi Fan listened carefully, his expression calm. The Ji clan had really put in a lot of effort to find him. When he was in the southern region, he had already become the public enemy of the young generation of the Ji clan. This time, it was the result of the operation of the young generation of the Ji clan. There were similar grand meetings in other oases. Yi Fan rubbed his chin habitually and pondered. There were only 3 people in the young generation of the Ji clan who had reached the 4 levels mystery realm. The Yaoguang Holy Land was similar, and there were only 3 or 4 people. If the divine King Ji Haoyue did not come, and if the saint of Yaoguang did not show up, he did not mind revealing his true self and going to the grand meeting to start a massacre. If I reveal my true self and barge into the meeting and start a massacre, it would be like slapping the face of the Holy Land. But wouldn't it cause too much of a commotion? Yi Fan thought to himself. He did have an urge. He was chased by the Ji clan all the way to the northern region, and the young generation of the Yaoguang Holy Land was also involved. He really could not hold back the urge to make a move. The reason why he had such an idea was that he had obtained the Book of Source Heaven and mastered the great art of changing heaven and earth. If he went there with his true self and caused a scene, it would be hard for the other party to find him. Chapter 246. The restaurant was next to the gambling den and business was very good. The people who came in and out were either cultivators or gambling on stones. They were very generous. On the second floor, near the window, there was a man dressed in green. He was only 21 or 22 years old. His skin was white and he looked a bit feminine. It was obvious that he was a disciple of an aristocratic family. Beside him, there was a pair of young ladies serving him wine and dishes. They were very attentive. He drank a cup of wine and said, the fact that he was able to burn the grand elder of the Ji family to death wasn't because of his shocking cultivation. It was because the important figures of the Ji family didn't guard against him, and were killed by the terrifying flames he collected. Without those flames he was nothing. Brother, you are exaggerating. But no matter what, that young man burned a great elder to death. He is not simple. Someone beside him disagreed. The man in green glanced at him and said, half a year ago, he was only in the Nirvana realm. Without those flames, killing him would be as easy as tearing a painting apart. Someone in the restaurant felt that he was being arrogant and said, brother, you are exaggerating. Killing him as easy as tearing a painting apart. Can you really do that? The feminine man in green drank another cup of wine and said, killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. One slap is enough to kill him. Yi Fan was sitting not far away. He couldn't help but glance at him. The man looked calm and even though he didn't show any arrogance, he was quite conceited. Someone beside him was disgusted by his attitude and said, that young man is only 15 or 16 years old, and he has already reached the Nirvana realm. That is already very shocking. May I ask what level you are at? The third level of the Holy Ji Palace. The man in green answered. He took the white cloth from the maid and wiped his mouth. Many people were shocked. To have such cultivation at this age was indeed shocking. No wonder he was so conceited. What is this young man's name? Someone asked. Situfeng. The man in green gently threw the white cloth on the table. Is he Situfeng from the Yin school? Yes. No wonder, it is Situfeng. Among the 20 years old generation, few in the Chu state can compete with him. There are no great sects in the Chu state and no holy lands. To have the power of the third level of the Holy Ji Palace at this age is indeed something to be proud of. Everyone in the restaurant was talking about this. Obviously, they had all heard of Situfeng's name. Yi Fan naturally didn't have a good impression of this effeminate man who claimed that he could kill him with a single slap. However, he wouldn't argue with him here. He asked, where is the grand meeting of the younger generation of Chu province being held? I also want to go and experience it. In the Broken Cloud Mountain, not far from Chaoyang City. Someone in the restaurant said. Thank you, brother. When will it start? Yi Fan asked. Thank you. When will it start? In 2 days many young men will come. Of the Chu, Yi Fan smiled and asked. I wonder which powerful figures from the young generation of the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land will come. That's hard to say, but there must be outstanding people who came personally. After all, they were the ones who set it up. Not long after Yi Fan walked out of the restaurant, the large black dog also strolled over from nearby, muttering and cursing. Yi Fan listened carefully and was instantly elated. The large black dog was quite unlucky. It had encountered an unscrupulous butcher, who had chased it down a street, wanting to skin it for its meat. However, the large black dog knew its limits and didn't eat any mortals. The mountain was 120 miles away from Chaoyang City. The mountains were steep and reached into the clouds, so it was called the Broken Cloud Mountain. The mountains in the oasis were full of life. They were no longer barren. As far as the eye could see, it was green and there were big trees everywhere. The highest mountain was 6,000 meters high. White mist rose from it and clouds lingered around it. It was very majestic. Yi Fan came in advance because he wanted to know more about the terrain. The big black dog was not willing to follow him. He pulled a long face and followed him. The mountains stretched for hundreds of miles. There were no sects in the mountains. It was a land without a master. It was not because this place was not beautiful, but because in the past 1,000 years, there had been 3 medium-sized sects that established themselves here, but they were all destroyed. The other sects felt that this place was inauspicious, so no one stayed here. In fact, the Broken Cloud Mountain was very beautiful. The mountains and rivers were connected, dragon springs flowed, and jade belts circled the mountains. It was a good place for cultivation. Otherwise, 3 sects wouldn't have chosen this place. So it's this place. The big black dog's black fur stood up. Seeing him like this, Yi Fan was shocked. It was the first time he had seen the big black dog so nervous. "You've been here before?" The big black dog's eyes were filled with shock. He slowly calmed down, and his black fur became smooth and soft. "Let me take a closer look." He ran quickly. He ran dozens of miles around the mountain, and came to an open field. "What do you see?" Yi Fan asked. "It's really this damn place. I didn't think I would come here again." The big black dog's expression was uncertain. "What kind of place is this?" Seeing him like this, Yi Fan knew that it was definitely not an ordinary mountain. "I suffered a great loss here." The big black dog paced, his expression gloomy. "When did this happen?" "Naturally, very long ago. You wouldn't know even if I told you." The big black dog had a cool expression. "Even divine kings only have a lifespan of 4,000 or 5,000 years. If you can live for more than 1,000 years, you'll have to thank the heavens." "What happened here?" "I suffered a great loss, so why should I tell you?" The big black dog turned around and continued to walk around the mountain. Yi Fan had been cultivating after obtaining the original heavenly book. He used the aura observation technique to explore, and the whole mountain range instantly appeared in his eyes. "There's nothing special here. It's not a danger zone. Even if there are source veins underground, there are pitifully few of them." This was his conclusion. "Ah, something's not right." Suddenly, Yi Fan was slightly surprised. Although this place was not a danger zone, it was slightly special. Looking ahead with the aura observation technique, he could faintly see a wisp of white mist rising up. That was definitely not the clouds and mist of the mountains. Instead, it was the wisp of mist that had risen up from underground. "This is not a danger zone, nor is it celestial land, but there's a strange feeling. So many years have passed, but nothing has changed," the big black dog muttered. Yi Fan walked over and said, "Tell me in detail." "No matter what, I'm a disciple of the Yuan Taoist master, so I'm more familiar with the geography of mountains and rivers than you are. People in your line of work love to dig, but unfortunately, this is not a problem of source veins," the big black dog muttered. "Then what did you encounter in the past?" Yi Fan asked. "Back then I was trapped here for 18 years, and almost died here." The big black dog gritted his teeth. "I didn't sense any danger." Yi Fan observed again. Apart from the wisp of white mist, he really couldn't sense anything else. If you can really sense danger, then you'll be in big trouble. This was once the dojo of a powerful figure, so it's very unusual. "You must have come here to steal something from him, right? That person has been dead for who knows how many years." "At that time, I came here to try my luck." The big black dog corrected him fiercely. "What kind of person's dojo was it that made you suffer such a great loss?" Yi Fan was very curious. "It was a ruthless person. In the end, he even refined himself." The big black dog was unwilling to say more, and no matter what Yi Fan said, he wouldn't reveal anything. "According to what you're saying, we can't enter this mountain?" "That's not a problem. There's no big problem in entering. As long as we don't randomly dig here, no one will die." The big black dog still let the cat out of the bag. Yi Fan laughed loudly and said, "Look at you. For the sake of finding treasures, what have you done in the past?" The big black dog's expression darkened and he quibbled. "People in your line of work just like to randomly dig. I'm just reminding you, Yi Fan had only come here to participate in the gathering of the younger generation of Chu province, and he wasn't going to stay here for long, so he wasn't worried about anything. There was a very wide river here. It was unknown how many years it had been dried up, and even the cobblestones were almost weathered. This dried-up river meandered all the way from the mountain into the distance, like a flood dragon. Yi Fan followed the river into the mountain, and even after wandering around for half a day, he still couldn't find anything. He asked the big black dog, but the dog was tight-lipped and was unwilling to reveal anything. A treasure that can interest you must be extraordinary, right? Don't you want to dig it out? Yi Fan tempted. Of course it's a rare treasure. It's been buried underground for tens of thousands of years, so I don't mind it being buried for a few more decades. When I'm powerful enough, I'll personally come to retrieve it. The big black dog's mouth was very tight. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Broken Cloud mountain range was no longer deserted, and it instantly became lively. Divine rainbows occasionally flew over from the horizon, and figures could be seen everywhere. Almost all of them were young cultivators. In the central region of the mountain range, there was a broken mountain. It was very thick and wide, and its surface was very smooth. It was as if it had been cut open by an extremely sharp weapon, and it formed a massive platform. There were many figures on the platform, and it didn't seem crowded at all. On the contrary, it was really too vast, and it seemed empty. This broken mountain is at least 10 times thicker than the other mountains. If it wasn't broken, it would most likely reach into the clouds. It's the highest mountain in this region, Yi Fan muttered to himself. They really know how to choose a place. The big black dog's large eyes flickered with light. This is the training ground of that powerful figure you mentioned, right? Yi Fan probed. The big black dog didn't reply. An hour later, Yi Fan's large sleeves fluttered, and he rode a cloud over. He also arrived at the broken mountain, but he didn't bring the Black Emperor with him. Otherwise, he would leave behind a flaw. There were young cultivators everywhere, and they were all discussing spiritedly. At the same time, figures would occasionally fly over from the distant sky. 5-colored divine light sliced through the sky, and a jade boat flew over. Tens of thousands of rays of auspicious light shone, and it descended from the sky. There was a powerful fluctuation of divine power, and it landed on the broken mountain. Instantly, there was a commotion among the crowd. An important figure had arrived. The elites of the Ji clan and the Wavering Light Holy Land have arrived. The Ji clan and the Wavering Light Holy Land's inheritance is immortal, and they have hundreds of thousands of years of history. Even the young disciples they've nurtured are so powerful. It's shocking. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, and in an instant, they surrounded that place. It was as if they were stars surrounding the moon. Yi Fan didn't go forward, and he stood in place without moving. At this time, he discovered Situ Feng, who had threatened to kill him with a single slap. This feminine man was still dressed in green clothes, and he was quite conceited. He didn't push his way forward, and instead stood outside of the crowd with a hint of arrogance. Brother Situ. Yi Fan walked forward. Situ Feng turned his head, and said with a frown, "Who are you?" Yi Fan. When Situ Feng heard this, he suddenly turned around and stared at him. Chapter 247. The Broken Cloud Mountains towered into the sky, cutting through the white clouds. Some of the peaks were lush green, while the peaks were covered in white snow. The Broken Cloud Mountains were located in the center of the mountains. There were many people here, and from time to time, there would be young cultivators descending. More and more people were gathered here. Situ Feng's expression was cold. He stood outside of the crowd and looked quite arrogant. He stared at Yi Fan and said, "That's not a good joke." Yi Fan was only a few feet away from him. He stood there calmly. His joints moved, making cracking sounds, and soon his true appearance was restored. "It's really you." Situ Feng was a little surprised, but he soon sneered and said, "You dare to come here? You really have some guts." Mist emerged from Yi Fan's body and covered his entire body, concealing his true form. He took a few steps forward and said, "The world is so big, where can't I go? It's just a gathering of cultivators from Chu province, why would I not dare to come?" Situ Feng's expression became cold and said, "Today, I am afraid you will not be able to leave." Do you want to slap me to death? Yi Fan said as he took a few steps forward. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. One slap is more than enough. Situfeng was a genius of the Swallow Cloud sect. He was already a powerhouse of the third level of the Dao Palace in his 20s, so he was quite arrogant. Yi Fan touched his chin and said, Am I that easy to bully? You want to kill me with one slap? Do you really think I am just a blade of grass? Besides relying on that flame, you are nothing to me. Killing you is as easy as plucking leaves from the grass. Situfeng said calmly. Why don't you try and kill me? Yi Fan walked forward again. At this time, the surrounding cultivators noticed the abnormality and looked back. Isn't that Situfeng of the Swallow Cloud sect? He is known as the most outstanding genius of the sect in 100 years. He is only 21 years old, and is already a powerhouse of the third level of the Dao Palace. In the southern part of the Chu province, Situfeng is quite famous among the younger generation. Many people speculate that he will be able to break into the 4 extreme secret realms before the age of 30. Many cultivators discussed and thought highly of him. Situfeng was only 21 years old, and he was not a descendant of a holy land, but having such a cultivation was indeed amazing. After all, among the younger generation, there were very few people who had reached the 4 extreme secret realms. In the future, it was very likely that he would be able to break through to the 4 ultimate secret realms before the age of 30. It could be said that his talent was extraordinary. You are very famous in the Chu prefecture. So many people know of you. Yi Fan became even more ethereal. The fog rolled and covered his entire body. Who is this person? He dares to confront Situfeng. Could it be that he can compete with the geniuses of the Swallow Cloud sect? Someone revealed a suspicious look. It must be a challenger. After Situfeng became famous in the southern part of the Chu province, there were some young cultivators who were not convinced. This kind of situation would often occur. Fame and fortune can kill a person. For the sake of fame, he didn't hesitate to fight. But isn't challenging the genius of Yin Yun sect just asking for death? Among the people in Chu prefecture who are around 20 years old, there aren't many who can compete with him. Looks like I'm in danger. Everyone says I'm no match for you. Yi Fan laughed at himself. At this moment, there were many young cultivators everywhere on the broken mountain. Many of them were looking over, and were aware of the tense atmosphere. It's a pity. I actually didn't want to kill you. But since you are standing in front of me, I don't mind sending you on your way with a slap. Situfeng dismissively replied. His body turned into a shadow and floated over like a character from a painting. Just as he said, he only sent out a slap. His right hand was raised high, and a blue halo appeared on his palm. It was sparkling and sparkling. At this moment, there were many gazes gathered at this place. Both near and far, all of them were looking at this scene. This was a gathering of the young cultivators of the Chu prefecture. So, the occurrence of such a conflict was expected. So no one was surprised. After the people on the broken mountain knew that it was Situfeng, they believed that there would be no suspense. The strange challenger would certainly be killed by the genius of the Swallow Cloud sect. Yi Fan stood in the same place and did not move. He calmly waited for Situfeng to rush in front of him. Then he waved his right palm to meet that blue palm. Pa! The sound was very loud and clear. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It spread throughout the entire broken mountain. The 2 palms collided, creating a series of blue ripples. The blue hazy halo fluttered like a gauze, submerging the entire area. I have already said that Situfeng's talent is extremely high. Anyone who challenges him will certainly have to pay a painful price. He could easily lose his life. The blue light is like lightning. The divine power is overflowing in all directions. This palm's strength is terrifying. Many people exclaimed in admiration. However, when the blue mist dispersed, everyone was stunned. They were tongue-tied and swallowed back the words they were about to say. In the middle of the field, Yi Fan's long sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He stood there calmly, but Situfeng's complexion was deathly pale. He retreated far away. His entire right palm was deformed beyond recognition. Drops of blood were dripping down to the ground. How is this possible? Who is he? He actually injured the genius of the Swallow Cloud sect. His right palm bone is broken inch by inch. Who is this person? How come I have never heard of him? Does my Chu prefecture have such a person? Chu prefecture has a radius of more than 3,000 miles. I have never heard of such a person. Could it be that he is a cultivator from the oasis? In the surroundings, many people had a strange look on their faces. An unknown person had seriously injured Situ Feng with a single palm strike. This was really shocking. Yi Fan was very calm. In terms of physique alone, who in the Holy Palace could compare with him? His body was made of copper and iron. It was even more terrifying than a magical weapon. Many people were trying to guess his identity. However, his body was surrounded by mist. No one could see him clearly. Situ Feng's complexion was pale. Not only was his right palm bone broken, but his entire right arm was broken into 8 pieces. No one was more shocked than him. It was as if he had just hit a mountain. There was no way he could resist that kind of power. You want to kill me with a single palm strike? That's going to be very difficult. Yi Fan stood in the same place and did not chase after him. Situ Feng's complexion was stiff. His right arm was trembling. He clenched his teeth and tried to fix his broken arm. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a pearl. It was suspended above his head. A curtain of water hung down from it. It's the blue pearl of the Swallow Cloud School. Someone exclaimed. At the same time, Situ Feng opened his mouth and spat out a blue lotus. It shone brightly and was as heavy as a mountain. The people around him could not even breathe. This blue lotus was transparent and bright blue. The huge pressure it exuded made many people's hearts beat faster. Their faces turned pale. Even the ground of the broken mountain was cracking. Yi Fan's expression changed. It was not only because of how heavy the blue lotus was, but also because the ground of the broken mountain was cracking. This was the training ground of a ruthless person. If he caused any trouble, it would be very bad. He did not hold back and rushed forward. His palms and fingers were like blades. He struck out continuously, shattering the blue lotus. The blue lotus was not damaged. It shone even brighter and pressed down. He held up one hand to the sky. It was indeed as heavy as a mountain. The pressure was making his body feel a bit strained. The blue pearl rose up and flew towards the blue lotus. The two combined and multiplied the weight of the blue lotus, making Yi Fan sink. This is Swallow Cloud Sect's treasure. It is almost unbearable. This person is actually resisting it with his body. What kind of background does he have? The surrounding people were all shocked. However, what made them dumbfounded was yet to come. Yi Fan's hands trembled. A huge golden palm magically appeared, causing the sky to collapse. Situ Feng's expression changed. 3 blue lights rushed out from his left hand and converged together to form a blue lightning blade. All of a sudden, it grew to a length of more than 10 zhang and chopped towards Yi Fan. Situ Feng actually refined the 3-in true water. Every drop of this water can penetrate gold and crack stone. What is even more frightening is that he refined the true water into a spirit blade. This kind of secret technique is extremely frightening. It can cut through people's souls. This is the 3-in true spirit blade. It has once again appeared. This is really unexpected and shocking. The spectators' faces changed. They were all nervously watching. The 3-in true water could extinguish true fire. It could melt gold. It was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. When it was refined into the 3-in true spirit blade, its power was unparalleled. Yi Fan let out a low roar. His arms trembled 9 times. After the 9 strikes, the blue pearl and the blue lotus of the Swallow Cloud sect cracked. Boom. The last punch was thrown. The sky was filled with blue light. The 2 treasures were smashed into powder by his golden fist. Who is this person? How can he have such a great strength? His flesh is harder than the treasures. How did he cultivate? Is he a demon? Too frightening. Everyone was dumbfounded. All of them were in disbelief. The 3-in true spirit blade chopped down. The blue light was like lightning. The skin of the people nearby was reflected in a pale blue color. Dang. Yi Fan grabbed the blade. His entire right hand was like a pure gold. 5 deep finger marks were left on the blade. The 3-in true spirit blade can cut through souls. Heavens, he grabbed it with his hand. He is actually fearless. Is this the kind of existence that can become a saint in the future? How can he have such a terrifying body? Boom. Situfeng stimulated the 3-in true spirit blade. The blue light soared to the sky. The water light overflowed in all directions. It submerged Yifan. This was the 3-in true water. It could melt gold and devour iron. A single drop was enough to penetrate a cultivator's body. With so much of it surging out, no one could tell how terrifying its power was. However, Yifan's body was shining brightly. All of the water was evaporated and turned into a blue gas. It was simply unable to do anything to him. His divine power surged. He was like an immortal divine furnace. He could burn and destroy everything. Ka-ka. The 3-in true spirit blade broke in his hand. It turned into pure water, and then turned into a blue mist. It was completely refined by him. This scene was horrifying. The 3-in true spirit blade could not even withstand a single blow. It was destroyed by his golden palm. Situfeng's face was pale. He turned around and left. His heart was like dead ashes. Such an opponent made him feel frustrated. The genius of the Swallow Cloud sect was defeated. He had no choice but to escape. That was a genius from the southern part of the Chu province. He could not even withstand a single blow from this person. Who is this person? How terrifying. On the Broken Mountain, many people were shocked. You also have a taste of the power of my palm. Yifan's speed was extremely fast. He caught up with Situfeng in a flash. His golden palm turned into the size of a millstone. It smashed down, causing the void to tremble. Be lenient. An outstanding disciple of the Ji clan shouted. A silhouette quickly rushed forward. At the same time, Situfeng also tried his best to resist. The golden palm was incomparably powerful. It sucked away all the world's essence in the surroundings. A large blurry black space appeared. Pa. This time, it was as if a muffled thunder had struck the sky. Situfeng's resistance was completely useless. His whole body was smashed into pieces. He was sent flying. The young expert of the Ji clan was furious. He did not expect that the opposite party would not give him any face. He wanted to catch Situfei's broken body, but as soon as his hands touched it, the body immediately turned into ashes. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Who are you? How dare you kill someone in front of me? Didn't you hear what I said just now? The young expert of the Ji clan shouted. Who do you think you are? Do you think that I will stop just because you told me to? You think that the clan of the ancients is so great? Yifan clasped his hands behind his back. Chapter 248. Facing the disciple of the clan of the ancients, Yifan did not show any reverence. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. You. How dare you? The disciple's complexion immediately sank as he said. This is a grand meeting of the young cultivators of the Chu prefecture. Why did you cause a disturbance? Why did you kill someone for no reason? Why would I kill someone for no reason? Didn't you see that he wanted to kill me? Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. It was not what he had expected. The disciple of the clan of the Ji clan had a stern look on his face. He placed himself on the moral high ground. He did not want others to gossip about him. He asked, I saw everything that happened just now. Although he said that he wanted to kill you, he did not injure you. Why do you want his life? According to you, as long as he did not injure me, even if he wanted to kill me, it was not his fault? Yifan looked indifferent. He was not your opponent. He could not take your life. In any case, you should not have killed him. The disciple of the clan of the Ji clan had a stern look on his face. Yifan sneered and said, What a joke. Do I have to wait until my life is in danger before I can kill him? I'm afraid I would have already lost my life by then. There were many people on the Broken Mountain. Many young cultivators of the Chu prefecture had gathered here. People could be seen everywhere. No one had thought that someone would dare to confront the young generation of the clan of the Ji clan. Situfeng only said something inappropriate. Yet, you killed a genius of the Chu prefecture. This is too much. Although he said that he wanted to kill you, he was not your opponent. How could you kill him? Where did you come from? Why did you kill him? Do you think there is no one in the Chu prefecture? On the side, There were a few cultivators who agreed with the disciple of the clan of the ancients. The other party was from the clan of the ancients. It was worth it for them to help him. In addition, there were a few people who followed blindly. However, they were in the minority. Most of the people were watching quietly. They could not afford to offend the clan of the Ji clan. It was impossible for them to help a cultivator of unknown origin. Yi Fan laughed. This made the people who had spoken very angry, especially the disciple of the clan of the Ji clan. Although Situfeng threatened to kill you, but in the end he was turned into ashes by you, and now you are still laughing. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and said, "The few of you have already said it yourselves. It was he who threatened to kill me with a single slap. Moreover, he was the one who tried to kill me first. Do you have anything else to say?" The few people who had blindly followed him were instantly dumbfounded. After thinking about it carefully, they were tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. The few people from the Ji family who had spoken up to help also didn't know what to say. That disciple of the Ji clan said coldly, "No matter what, you shouldn't have killed anyone. You should know that you should forgive people whenever possible." "Is that so?" Yi Fan laughed and said, "How about this? I'll give it a try and see if I can kill you with one slap. Of course, even if I say that, I probably won't be able to kill you. After this, how about we drink and chat merrily? According to what you've said, I don't think you'll mind, much less kill me." Hearing Yi Fan's ridicule, the disciple of the Ji clan's face became gloomy. He scolded, "I think you are here to disturb the meeting. Who are you?" Yi Fan's body was shrouded in fog. His face couldn't be seen clearly. He leisurely walked forward and said, "You can't reason with me, so you're starting to accuse me? You really came here to disturb the meeting. You've already come to a conclusion. What can I say? Everything is in vain." Yi Fan laughed. The clan of the remote antiquity had existed in the world for hundreds of thousands of years. They were unfathomably powerful and transcended the world. All the sects were in awe of them. No matter where the disciples of the Ji clan went, they were like the stars surrounding the moon. No one dared to look down on them. Today, Ji Yunfeng was repeatedly contradicted by Yi Fan. His face became gloomy and his heart was filled with killing intent. This meeting was initiated by my Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land. We invited the young talents of the Chu prefecture. Who are you? How dare you come here? How come I didn't see anyone else's name? Why am I the only one here? Yi Fan crossed his arms and said, "Am I supposed to be the one being presumptuous here? The clan of the remote antiquity sure is domineering." Boom. The powerful killing intent was like the waves of a lake. Rays of light shot out from the disciple of the Ji clan and circled around his body like a real dragon. "You came here with an ulterior motive. I will take you down first." What a nice way to put it. If you want to kill me, just say it. Why bother with all these excuses? I will exchange a few moves with you. Yi Fan walked forward. Everyone's expression changed. Someone who dared to provoke a disciple of the clan of the remote antiquity definitely had a powerful background. Everyone was shocked and paid close attention to the scene. The clan of the remote antiquity cannot be humiliated. Today you asked for it. I will kill you. Ji Yunfeng's face darkened. When the disciples of the Ji clan walked outside, the disciples of other sects would try their best to befriend them. They had never been humiliated like this before. Ji Yunfeng could not hold it in any longer. What's the point of being so domineering? Yi Fan shook his head and said, "The clan of the remote antiquity sure is powerful." The Ji clan had chased after him. Even if he escaped to the north, he would not be able to escape. He came here today to kill and slap the face of the clan of the remote antiquity. Naturally, he would not run away now. Young Master Ji, there is no need to do it yourself. Let me take him down. A young cultivator from the Chu province stepped forward. Let me do it myself. Ji Yunfeng shook his head. There is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I am enough. The cultivator took out a blood box and said, Young Master Ji, please help me with the formation. Buzz. The cultivator made his move immediately. The blood box opened a slit and a river of blood rushed out. The stench of blood assaulted the nostrils as it tried to drown Yi Fan. The underworld blood demon box. So it's something from this sect. Why did it appear again? Isn't this a demon weapon left behind by a demon king? This thing can taint one's golden body. Even a treasure cannot block it, and will turn into blood. Back in the day, a great human cultivator died because of it. It has actually reappeared in this world. Wasn't it destroyed by a great human cultivator before his death? Could it be that another demon king appeared and refined it again? The surrounding spectators were all shocked as they watched nervously. The river of blood rushed over, and a red mist covered the sky. The sky and the earth were dyed red, and a bone-piercing chill seeped into everyone's soul. An ominous premonition appeared. Yi Fan was on guard as if he was facing a great enemy. Boom. His body shone with a divine light, as if he was wearing a layer of immortal robe. The light illuminated the surroundings, making it hard for people to look at him directly. Bang. Yi Fan's hands were holding the moon as a mountain appeared in his bosom. Green pine trees stood tall on top of the mountain as a silver waterfall cascaded down. It was majestic and heavy as if it could destroy the heaven and earth. The embracing mountain seal. Yi Fan used the battle saint technique to strike out with the embracing mountain seal. After encountering danger, he displayed the earth-shattering seal technique with monstrous power. The mountain was so real that it made people feel suffocated. Even though they were far away, they still felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. Their bodies went limp and they could barely stand. Many people staggered and fell to the ground. Wang. The mountain quickly enlarged like an ancient demonic mountain descending upon the world. It pressed down on them in an instant. The pressure was too great for them to bear. Many people who stood too close had blood flowing out of their ears and noses. They had suffered a terrifying impact. Boom. The river of blood in the sky collapsed in an instant. The mountain was like the sky, majestic and unstoppable. Its divine might could almost crush a real mountain. How could the physical body of the Holy Ji Palace withstand it? The expression of the cultivator from Chu State changed. He silently chanted an incantation, and the underworld blood demon box enlarged and rushed into the sky to meet the mountain. There were 9 waves of blood, each higher than the one before. They swept towards the mountain and Yi Fan. At the same time, the crimson blood mist was like blades and swords, rushing towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan lightly shouted. The mountain embracing imprint was unleashed to the extreme. After that, he hurled it out. This was a terrifying scene. A body of flesh and blood was hurled out like a mountain. This sort of might would cause people's hearts to tremble. This kind of power was too terrifying. The air seemed to collapse from the pressure. With a rumbling sound, the mountain crashed into the blood box. Boom! Bloody light covered the sky and a storm raged. The sky suddenly became chaotic, as if it had become a chaotic zone. It was a blur. Energy waves and light were everywhere. Gotcha! The mountain that was thrown out collapsed, and the blood box also shattered. It was destroyed in the air at the same time, emitting a terrifying aura. Rumble! Up in the sky, there was a shocking scene. The underworld blood demon box shattered. It was extremely terrifying, destroying everything in its way. Demon blood filled the sky, and the mountain collapsed. Violent waves swept through the sky. Many people were sent flying, even though it was only the aftermath. This is too frightening. How could the underworld blood demon box, refined by a great demon of a generation, be broken? Just who is this person? The embracing mountain seal is an absolute art of the northern domain. Several great sects and holy lands have collected it, but it shouldn't be enough to shatter the treasure box of a demon king. You are all wrong. The underworld blood demon box was destroyed by a great human, and this is only a scrap. One can imagine how terrifying the true blood box is. Even so, everyone was still shocked. This kind of energy fluctuation was too great a threat to the cultivators of the Dao Palace mystic realm. In particular, cultivators below the 3rd level of the Dao Palace would find it difficult to resist. But the youth in the sky had actually thrown out a mountain, shattering the demon box. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Who is he? To throw a mountain with a lift of his hand. Just how powerful was this strength? It was simply the strength to pick up mountains, and his aura was matchless and unstoppable. In the sky, a bloody mist rose. The underworld blood that could pollute the golden body and destroy the treasure body was actually unable to harm Yi Fan. It was completely refined by him. His powerful body was faintly discernible in the mist. His body bloomed with a crystalline divine brilliance. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be? My underworld blood treasure box has been destroyed. The cultivator was in a daze. He wanted to show off in front of the Ji family disciples and enter the clan of the ancients, but he didn't want the treasure he relied on to be so tyrannically shattered. Is he even human? He threw out a mountain. His lips were trembling, but it was unknown whether it was from anger or fear. This is the embracing mountain seal. It is the ultimate art of a great sect in the past. After the sect was destroyed, it was passed down, and many sects have obtained this secret art. Ji Yunfeng's expression was solemn. Yifan coldly snorted. He swooped down and attacked the cultivator. Young Master Ji, save me. The cultivator's expression changed on the spot. The treasure that was made from a scrap of the underworld blood treasure box had been shattered. He was no match for Yifan. Don't worry. With me here, he can't do anything to you. Ji Yunfeng was quite conceited. Who do you think you are? If I want to kill someone, do you think you can stop me? Yifan rushed forward, the divine light between his eyebrows shining brightly. Oh no! Ji Yunfeng was indeed an extraordinary figure among the younger generation of the Ji family. He instinctively sensed danger and quickly retreated. This was the innate instinct. Only a few cultivators had this kind of spiritual sense. Yifan's powerful divine sense manifested. It was unparalleled. A golden divine sword shot out from between his eyebrows and directly killed the owner of the underworld blood demon box. His corpse lay in the void. Who are you? Ji Yunfeng shouted. He had just said in front of everyone that he would protect that cultivator. In the end, Yifan rushed over and killed him in one move. This was equivalent to a loud slap to his face. I will tell you. After today, the entire North region will know. Yifan attacked. He immediately used the embracing mountain seal. The huge mountain covered the sky. Its aura was heavy and majestic. It fiercely pressed down, causing the sky to tremble. Heaven's severing finger. Ji Yunfeng shouted. He stretched out his right hand. His fingers were like dragon scissors, transparent like jade. They cut through the sky and met the embracing mountain seal. Chapter 249. The Void Scripture was a supreme scripture created by the ancient Void Emperor to observe all living things and capture the eternal and unchanging laws. It was incomparably profound and had the power to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. The sky-severing finger was one of the supreme arts. It was extremely powerful and mysterious. When it reached the pinnacle, it could sever the imprint of the heavens and connect with the great Tao. Ji Yunfeng's finger was sparkling and shot out divine radiance. The finger scissors moved like true dragons waving their tails. They intersected and emitted a terrifying aura that could sever mountains and cut apart the blue dome of heaven. Clang! The sky-severing finger shot out, cutting through the sky with an oppressive aura. The divine radiance was as thick as a peak and cut towards the huge mountain in the sky with astonishing power. This kind of supreme art was truly terrifying. The jade-like finger shot out divine radiance that turned into dragon scissors that could cut through everything. Yifan struck out with the embracing mountain seal, which turned into a huge mountain and suppressed the center of the sky. It was continuously attacked and terrifying ravines appeared on the towering mountain in the sky. All of them were cut out by the slashes. Boom! The mountain rose sharply and became larger, towering into the sky. Black light shone as a silver waterfall fell from the sky. Yifan took the form of embracing the moon and shot towards the dragon scissors. Bang! The silver dragon scissors shook violently and were almost shattered. However, with a flash of light, they reformed and shot out an even sharper divine radiance. Murderous intent soared into the sky as it slashed downwards. Clang, clang, clang. It was as if 10,000 swords were ringing at the same time, resounding through the horizon. The sky-severing finger displayed its terrifying side. It could cut through all living things and was impossible to defend against. The sky trembled and rumbled. Silver radiance shot out in all directions, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The dragon scissors were unstoppable and cut out huge ravines on the mountain. However, the mountain did not fall and became more and more solid like an immortal demonic mountain. The power it released was even stronger, and almost destroyed the dragon scissors several times. The embracing mountain seal against the sky-severing finger. One was an ancient seal technique activated by the Battle Saint technique, while the other was a supreme secret technique recorded in the void ancient scripture. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Ji Yunfeng was quite shocked. How could the ultimate art left behind by the ancient emperors not suppress the embracing mountain seal? Although this ancient seal technique was a unique technique of the northern region, how could it compare to the sky-severing finger? The scriptures left behind by the great emperor represented the extreme realm, and the secret techniques left behind could be considered unmatched. They were all the most powerful techniques of a certain domain, impossible to surpass. But this person before him had actually used the mountain embracing seal to resist it with ease and not fall into a disadvantageous position. This truly exceeded logic. Ji Yunfeng flicked his finger, and divine light rushed out like 5 dragons soaring through the sky, charging towards the mountains in the sky. The sky-severing finger was unfathomably profound. When it reached the ultimate level, it could draw upon the Tao of heaven and earth and absorb the eternal Tao energy from the void. Although it was impossible for Ji Yunfeng to reach such a level, he was indeed extraordinary. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, and the 5 dragons locking the heavens coiled around the mountain. This scene was extremely shocking. 5 true dragons coiled around the mountain, and the scales on their bodies flickered. They directly dug into the mountain, wanting to shatter the mountain. The heaven-severing finger drew in the power of heaven and earth, absorbing the energy in the void. Its might rose sharply, causing the mountain formed by the embracing mountain seal to sway unceasingly, showing signs of collapsing. The secret art recorded in the void ancient scripture could display an extreme immortal might. Even if it could only display a trace of it now, it was still unfathomable. Yi Fan immediately felt the pressure increase greatly. His expression solemn, he activated the Battle Saint art, and also the embracing mountain seal to the extreme. Boom! The mountain continued to enlarge, and the powerful pressure made the spectators below shudder, almost collapsing to the ground. Bang! One of the true dragons finally couldn't bear it anymore. The dragon coiling around the mountain was broken, and with a flash of light, it was destroyed. Boom! The mountain shook, and the pressure was astonishing. It continued to expand, becoming more and more majestic. No, this is definitely not the embracing mountain seal. It only has the form, and has its own origin. What kind of secret art is this? How can it compete with the sky-severing finger? Ji Yunfeng's heart was filled with puzzlement. But now there was no time to think too much. The embracing mountain seal shook violently, and its might increased even more, breaking the other 4 true dragons. They were destroyed on the mountain, and a terrifying energy spread in all directions. Suppress! Yi Fan shouted, and the embracing mountain seal pressed down like the sky. Its power was unparalleled, and it shook one's soul. Sky-severing finger! Ji Yunfeng shouted, and once again used the secret art. It struck the sky, and blocked the embracing mountain seal. Boom! This time Ji Yunfeng was sent flying. Even though he had retreated quickly, he had still suffered a great impact, and his face was pale. Why is it like this? The sky-severing finger can invoke the great path, and it is unparalleled in the world. What kind of secret art is he using to resist the saint art left behind by the great emperor? Buzz! The sky trembled. Yi Fan embraced the moon, and the embracing mountain seal pressed down again. It was black and towering, and it made one's mind uneasy. Its power was terrifying, and its courage was unparalleled. Bang! Ji Yunfeng used the power of the sky-severing finger to the extreme. But the result was still the same. He was sent flying, and his body shook violently, and his face was pale. Ji Yunfeng's heart was cold. He was almost at the 4th level of the Holy Ji Palace, and his opponent was only at the 2nd level. What did this mean? The difference in power between different levels was huge. It was like climbing the sky ladder. The step up was celestial, and the step down was mortal. Those who were at the lower levels were definitely suppressed, and yet his opponent was going against the grain. He was an extremely conceited person, but now he was doubting his own ability. As a disciple of the clan of the ancients, his combat ability far surpassed cultivators of the same level, and yet he was going against the grain. This really shocked him. What made Ji Yunfeng even more afraid was that his opponent's divine power was inexhaustible, and it was still increasing. The power of the embracing mountain seal was even greater than before, and he did not dare to face it head-on. Why is it like this? His power is too great. If a cultivator of the 4 ultimate secret realms were hit, he would not be able to take it, and would die with a grievance. Ji Yunfeng's face was pale. He had lost confidence, and felt that it was impossible to defeat his opponent. With such a mentality, the consequences would be disastrous. Oh no! On the Broken Mountain, the other 3 from the Ji clan, and the 4 from the Yaoguang Holy Land all changed expressions. They could see that something was wrong. Yunfeng, retreat. Come back. Don't fight. At the same time, someone rushed forward, wanting to cut off Yi Fan and force Ji Yunfeng to retreat. It was obvious that everyone could see that Ji Yunfeng was not a match for Yi Fan. If this continued, he would die without a doubt. On the Broken Mountain, many young cultivators from the Chu prefecture were gathered. They were all shocked that a disciple of the clan of the ancients could not defeat an unknown cultivator. It was shocking. Just what was this person's background? Everyone was guessing that someone who dared to cause trouble for a disciple of the clan of the ancients most likely had a corresponding identity. Ji Yunfeng indeed wanted to retreat. He did not want to die, but to his horror, he found that he was stuck by the embracing mountain seal. A demonic power was emitted from the mountain, almost sucking him into the void. He could not fly out at all. The people behind him were anxious. Another disciple of the Ji clan rushed over and tried to stop him. His divine power surged, wanting to tear apart the seal. Boom! It was extremely terrifying. The moment he arrived, he unleashed the palm of the void. Its power was astonishing, causing the sky to tremble. The palm of the void was on par with the sky-severing finger. They were both supreme secret arts of the Ji clan, and possessed unimaginable power. When the sky-severing finger was unleashed, silver light shone brilliantly. The palm of the void, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. It was as black as ink. At this moment, the black palm blotted out the sky and almost covered the sun. It shook the mountain in the sky. This was the palm of the void. It absorbed the eternal power of the great Tao from the void. Its celestial power was unpredictable. Ordinary opponents had no way to resist, and would be smashed to pieces. Not only had Yi Fan seen the power of this art, but he had also learned the incomplete form of the palm of the void. He knew how terrifying it was, but even now he was not afraid. Even if the disciple of the clan of the ancients had a higher cultivation level than him, he was still confident. He had learned the offensive arts of the 9 secrets, so he could resist them. Buzz. The essence chi in the sky seemed to have been sucked dry. The entire heaven and earth darkened. The power of Yi Fan's mountain-embracing imprint had increased a little. Ji Yunfeng had no way to escape. He was firmly isolated here. At the same time, the mountain-embracing imprint smashed into the palm of the void. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. The shock waves rushed downwards, causing the broken mountain to shake. Many people could not stand steadily, and almost fell to the ground. This was a terrifying energy as vast as the ocean. The palm of the void did not gain the upper hand against the mountain-embracing imprint. This is... The Ji clan's disciple who rushed over frowned. Below, the Chu prefecture's cultivators were even more shocked. This mysterious character was too powerful. His aura did not decrease, but instead increased continuously. His divine power was becoming more and more terrifying. First, he broke the sky-severing finger. Then he faced the palm of the void, dissolving 2 peerless arts. Such methods were truly terrifying. Sky-severing finger. Ji Yunfeng shouted. Divine light as thick as a mountain peak shot outwards. Palm of the void. The Ji clan's disciple who rushed over to help also shouted. The incomparably huge black palm covered the sky, blocking the sun in the sky as it pressed downwards. These 2 supreme secret arts originated from the void ancient scripture. They came from the same source, and when combined together, they possessed an inconceivable might. It was extremely terrifying. However, Yi Fan's performance was even more shocking. Boom! The sky trembled. After Yi Fan tossed out a mountain, he once again began to form seals. Another mountain formed and was tossed out by him. Mountain embracing imprint. Its power was world-shaking. The mountain pressed down on everyone, and the divine might of 10,000 caddies was unstoppable. The essence of heaven and earth was about to be sucked dry, and this place became dark. Everyone was stunned because the tossing of the two mountains didn't mean the end. Rather, it was just the beginning. Yi Fan's hands embraced the moon as he continuously formed seals. Rumble. The sky shook and the earth trembled. He consecutively tossed out 9 mountains and formed seals 9 times, completely sucking the essence of the surroundings dry. Everything sank into darkness. This was too terrifying. The wild power shocked the heavens, and it was as if the sky was about to split apart. Tossing out 9 mountains in succession was an unimaginable power. Below, the spectators were like clay statues. They were tongue-tied. Such vigorous divine power seemed like it would never dry up. It was truly shocking. The 9 mountains were all tossed towards the Ji clan's disciple who came to help. His heart trembled. Was this still a human? It gave him a horrifying feeling. He slapped out with the void palm, and the jet-black hand covered the sky. At the same time, he decisively retreated. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to block the 9 mountains. If he took it head-on, he would most likely be crushed into meat paste. He could only retreat. After stopping this disciple, Yi Fan was calm. He hugged the 10th mountain and descended from the sky, directly suppressing Ji Yunfeng. Stop! Behind him, the other 2 disciples of the Ji clan shouted. Unfortunately, it was already too late. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so tyrannical. He tossed out 9 mountains and changed everything in the blink of an eye. Boom! Like a torrential flood. Like a vast ocean sweeping the sky. The sound was deafening. Embracing mountain seal. Yi Fan directly pressed down. His strength was enough to pick up mountains, and his aura was matchless. He was like a celestial king descending to the mortal world. He was unstoppable. Ji Yunfeng's face was drained of blood. His opponent's divine power was so vast that he couldn't breathe. He forcefully used the sky-severing finger, but it couldn't change anything. Boom! The sky shook and the earth quaked. Yi Fan pressed down and shook Ji Yunfeng to death. The fleshly body was deformed and tattered. Then, it turned into ashes in the terrifying aftermath. Chapter 250. Yi Fan crushed Ji Yunfeng to death with the embracing mountain seal, turning him into dust. Broken Mountain was deathly silent as everyone stared blankly. A disciple of the clan of the ancients had been killed. The scene just now was shocking. Throwing out mountains and suppressing the Ji clan's cultivators, Yi Fan's performance was too shocking. He had the bearing of an overlord who could lift a cauldron. Only after a long time had passed did the young cultivators of the Chu province wake up, and they began to discuss with each other like a tide. Just who is he? Could he be the reincarnation of a demon king? Holding a mountain and suppressing an enemy, this is too terrifying. The embracing mountain seal is an absolute art of the North Domain. It requires a great amount of godly strength and is difficult for ordinary people to use. Yet this person continuously formed seals and threw out 9 mountains at once. This is too monstrous. Could it be that he has the godly king physique? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying potential? His godly strength seems to be inexhaustible, and the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. The entire Broken Mountain was in an uproar as everyone discussed. A disciple of the clan of the ancients being killed was not a small matter. This person killed a disciple of the clan of the ancients in front of everyone. This concerned the reputation of the clan of the ancients. This was not a spar but a purposeful killing. Who are you? The other 3 cultivators of the clan of the Ji clan stood high up in the sky and surrounded Yi Fan. Their eyes were spitting fire, and their killing intent was revealed. The gathering of the young cultivators of Chu Prefecture was organized by them in the name of their clan. This person came to the scene and killed the organizer. This result would damage the reputation of the Ji clan. I will take revenge for Yunfeng, one of them said with a cold voice. Then he suddenly disappeared into thin air. Hua! The crowd was shocked. Under broad daylight, a person's figure could be seen floating in the air. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Yi Fan's robes fluttered in the wind as celestial energy covered his body. He stood there quietly without any signs of panic, and was extremely calm. The mist became hazy and the space around him became distorted. A figure flashed and the cultivator of the Ji clan rushed out. He spat out a divine sword from his mouth and slashed towards Yi Fan's back. However, Yi Fan seemed to have expected this. Without any ripples, he calmly attacked. His golden fist arrived first and met the resplendent divine sword head-on. Clang! The drawn-out sound traveled for more than 10 miles, reverberating in the Broken Cloud mountain range. The golden fist sent the sharp sword flying. Cracks appeared on its surface, and then it shattered inch by inch like rotten wood. The wind blew it into the air, and golden powder drifted down to the ground. Great Void Technique. That's right, this is another unparalleled secret technique of the Ji clan. Within a short distance, it can be used to travel through space. Its destructive power is extremely great, and it's impossible to guard against. This is a world-shocking technique, an important technique recorded in the Void ancient scripture, a secret technique of the Ji clan. At this moment, the people on Broken Mountain finally understood why the disciple suddenly disappeared. He was displaying a strange technique. This kind of secret technique was extremely terrifying. During the battle, it would appear and disappear unpredictably, making it impossible for one to guard against it. It would kill without leaving a trace, causing the opponent to tremble in fear. However, Yi Fan was not afraid. He understood this secret technique very well. Ji Ziyue had taught him the complete chant, and he also knew the Great Void technique. Ever since he came to the northern region, he had not used it, fearing that his identity would be exposed. In addition, there was another reason. He cultivated the old madman's footwork, so the Great Void technique was dispensable to him. Ji Yunqing was very surprised. He did not expect the opponent to dodge it so easily. He was not startled by the Great Void technique and did not panic. Without a sound, he disappeared once again and used the Great Void technique to attack Yi Fan. Boom! The space distorted and everything became blurry. A huge black palm slapped out. The scene was quite terrifying and abrupt. The black palm covered the sky and covered the earth, pressing down on Yi Fan. With a rumbling sound, it slapped down violently. Yi Fan raised his golden fist to resist. Clang! The sound was earth-shaking, like a huge hammer hitting the divine drum of the celestial court. It made people's ears ring and made them feel dizzy. On Broken Mountain, many people's bodies trembled. They staggered back a dozen steps, their blood and chi surging. It had to be said that the black palm had extraordinary effects when used in conjunction with the Great Void technique. When the two secret techniques were combined, their power rose sharply. Down below, many of the spectators turned pale. They thought that it would be difficult for them to withstand the attack. The attack had caught them off guard, and the giant black hand was lethal to cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace's secret plane. However, Yi Fan took it on. His golden fist blocked the black palm and stopped it in the air. However, this person was clearly stronger than Ji Yunfeng. The black palm was like a huge dark cloud. Black mist filled the sky and rumbled, pressing down like a mountain. This was an extremely terrifying wave of divine force, black and oppressive, intimidating one's soul. The large hand covered the sky and covering the earth. It was as if there was a black sea surging, rushing downwards. Yi Fan's fist was blazing with golden light. He punched the sky 9 times in a row, causing the sky to shake. Everyone's expression changed. This scene was extremely terrifying. The pure physical strength was actually so powerful. The golden fist smashed the void until it was about to collapse. The 9 fists shook the heavens and destroyed the large black hand in midair. Yi Fan had cultivated the attacking divine techniques of the 9 secrets. He could evolve many killing techniques, such as the seal of sun and moon, the seal of mountains and rivers, the seal of fire phoenix, and so on. However, he could not use them here. The battle saint technique was ever-changing. If he could use all kinds of divine seals and use them to their fullest potential, people would definitely be able to deduce the truth. At that time, the great sage would definitely attack. For the sake of the 9 secrets, they would definitely surround and block him. The Jiang clan would also go crazy. The attacking divine techniques of the 9 secrets could not be used in public. The disciples of the Ji clan are only SOSO. I was wondering how amazing you were. Why don't the 3 of you come at me together? That way, I won't kill you one by one. Yi Fan purposely mocked them. He knew that unless there was no other choice, it would be very difficult for the other party to put down their pride and attack him together. Their origins determined their burden. It would be hard to say if the three of them worked together to fight one person on behalf of the clan of the ancients. "It's enough for me to fight you alone," Ji Yunqing shouted. At the side, the two disciples of the Ji clan had ugly expressions. They were already prepared to attack. "Let's have a fair battle with him first. If we can't beat him, we can attack at any time," one of them said secretly. If they really couldn't beat him, they would attack together and kill him at the same time. Their lives and victory were more important than anything else. They had to do so even if they would be criticized. Ji Yunqing displayed his invincible might. He used the Great Void technique to travel through the void space to a wondrous level. He came and went without a trace, and the huge black palm print slapped the sky. The cultivators who were watching the battle were all terrified. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He didn't dodge quickly. Instead, he hurriedly used indirect attacks. He always managed to resolve the dangerous situation by a hair's breadth and purposely numbed his opponent. The Great Void technique is indeed peerless. It's truly a trump card. In a battle between cultivators of the same level, if one can master this technique, they will be invincible. It's indeed terrifying. We can't predict where he will appear at all. This mysterious person is very powerful, but he's now in a very passive position. The Void ancient scripture is indeed the legacy of the great emperor. It's profound and unfathomable. The secret technique contained within is unfathomable. The cultivators watching the battle were all astonished. Yi Fan sneered. Unless one cultivated this technique to the extreme, as long as one's consciousness was strong enough, one would be able to foresee the future and determine where the opponent would appear from in advance. If one couldn't become one with the void, there would always be fluctuations that could be used to resist this supreme secret technique. Moreover, he himself had grasped this technique. However, Yi Fan was also very impressed. The technique left behind by the Void Emperor could be said to be the ultimate way. Once it was cultivated to the great perfection realm, it would be incomparably terrifying. It would be everywhere, invisible and formless. It could kill the enemy in the void with a single thought. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Ji Yunqing to reach this realm now. As time went on, everyone thought that Yi Fan was restrained by the void technique and couldn't resist this supreme secret technique. He would definitely be defeated. Finally, Yi Fan made his move. He determined where Ji Yunqing was going to appear, and looked at where the two disciples of the Ji family were standing. The void was blurry. Ji Yunqing had just rushed out when he felt the pressure of Mount Tai pressing down on him. The golden fist was indestructible and waiting outside. It was as if he had delivered himself to the door. Although his void palm imprint had already been formed, it couldn't block it. This time, Yi Fan's fists were several times stronger than before. The golden fist wind surged and the multicolored light blazed. The thick golden clouds churned like a vast ocean, sending many of the cultivators on the broken mountain flying. There was no need to even mention the ones high up in the sky. Yi Fan made a killing move and broke through the black palm. The golden fist let out a tsunami-like sound that shook the sky. Boom! It was a pity that Ji Yunqing was facing the fist head-on. He succeeded because of the Great Void technique, but he failed because of the Great Void technique. Ji Yunqing was beaten to a pulp. Not to mention his physical body. Even a cultivator of the four extreme secret realms would have to suffer a grievance if he took such a punch. Golden waves rushed into the sky and surged violently. The sky was filled with thick golden clouds, and the golden waves swept many people away. Yunqing. The two disciples of the Ji family who were watching the battle shouted. The Great Void technique had clearly restrained the other party, so how did he get killed in the blink of an eye? The two of them were sad and furious. They charged forward at the same time. Before Yi Fan made the killing move, he had already calculated his position and disappeared in an instant. He didn't just want to kill one person. At this moment, he used the Great Void technique of the Ji family and appeared out of nowhere. He cut off one person's path and struck out with the void palm imprint. This change was too sudden. No one would have thought that this great enemy would know the unparalleled art of the Ji family, the Great Void technique. Yi Fan's calculations were accurate. When he appeared, that disciple of the Ji family just happened to rush over and meet the terrifying black palm. This was the void palm imprint activated by the Battle Saint technique. It was like a black sky pressing down. It was impossible to estimate how terrifying its power was. Pow! A bone-chilling sound rang out. The black palm smashed that disciple of the Ji family into pieces in the air. His body and soul were both destroyed. You. The strongest disciple of the four rushed over. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. There was an uproar below. This was somewhat inconceivable. This person used the unparalleled art of the Ji family to kill a disciple of the Ji family. Heavens, he used the Great Void technique and killed an expert of the Ji family. No wonder he doesn't fear the Great Void technique. He is also proficient in this secret technique. Who exactly are you? Ji Yunlin shouted. His face was ashen. Out of the four young experts of the Ji family, in less than an hour, he was the only one left. At this point, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Grounds could no longer sit still and watch. The people of the Ji family were almost completely annihilated. They rushed into the sky. Didn't you organize the gathering of the young cultivators of the Chu province for me? Who do you think I am? The white mist dispersed and Yi Fan's true appearance was revealed. He quietly stood in the sky. His black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were clear and his sleeves fluttered. He had an otherworldly temperament. It's you, Yi Fan. Ji Yunlin felt as if his head was exploding. He never would have thought that it would be him. The four disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Grounds were also incomparably shocked. The main character came here and started a massacre. This truly surpassed their imaginations. Many of the cultivators of the Chu province were even more dumbstruck. Then the crowd below burst into an uproar. This youth was the person that the Ji family wanted to kill. This caused them to be astonished. He was truly audacious. Under the arrest order of the Huanggu family, he didn't hide and actually dared to show himself. Let's use the Great Void technique against the Great Void technique. Giant palm imprint against giant palm imprint. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. How about it? Yi Fan spoke. You. Ji Yunlin almost vomited blood. Didn't you all want to kill me? Today I've come myself. Yi Fan clearly wanted to start a massacre. Chapter 251. He's the person the Ji clan is looking for, yet he dares to come here and start a massacre. How surprising. Is it this youth? He's wanted by the Ji clan and the light-shaking realm, yet he still dares to do this. I wonder what he's relying on. On the Broken Mountain, many people were discussing. All of them were extremely shocked. Right now, Yi Fan looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. His delicate face even looked a little immature. It was hard to connect him to the aura he had when he was fighting in all directions. The four light-shaking realm disciples sealed off the surroundings to prevent him from escaping. Ji Yunlin almost crushed his teeth. Yi Fan had burned a supreme elder of the Ji clan to death, and even took away the Great Void technique. He was the public enemy of the Ji clan's younger generation. Buzz. The sky trembled as Ji Yunlin attacked furiously. His black hand covered the sky and covered Yi Fan like a black cloud. It was so dark that it made people shiver in fear. Buzz. Yi Fan also unleashed a large palm imprint. It was as black as ink and covered the sky. It was like a black piece of land had descended and fiercely slammed forward. A needle against an awl. Bang. The two large black hands clashed together, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Black mist surged and rushed in all directions. The destructive power caused many people to feel fear. On the Broken Mountain, many cultivators had blood flowing out of their ears and noses. They were affected by the terrifying shockwaves, and even more fell to the ground. Many young cultivators flew up, not daring to stay here. They all dodged far away before stopping. Puffed. The two large black hands clapped together again. This time the sound was very soft, but it was even more terrifying. The black clouds covered the sky as if they were being silently annihilated. Ji Yunlin's expression was ashen. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth as his body flew backwards. He had obtained the orthodox inheritance, but was still no match for the opponent. Even though Yi Fan had only obtained the incomplete form of the Great Void Palm imprint, he had grasped the Battle Saint technique. Using it as the source, it was enough to complete it to perfection. Swish. Yi Fan used the Great Void technique and disappeared from his original position. He appeared in front of Ji Yunlin, and his large black hand slammed down with the force of a thunderbolt. Ji Yunlin passively attacked and unleashed the sky-severing finger. The tip of his finger was sparkling and 5 dragons soared into the sky, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. Boom. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Ji Yunlin roared furiously, the void palm imprint in his right hand and the heaven-severing finger in his left hand fused into one, raising his power by a large amount. The huge black hand and the silver dragon scissors slashed down, wanting to cut the firmament in half. This part of the world shook violently. Yi Fan only used the void great hand imprint to face it, possessing mountain-toppling and sea-overturning power. The heavenly dome trembled, dark clouds covering the sky. At the same time, they would display the Great Void technique from time to time, shuttling through the void. It was dazzling and difficult to follow their movements. This was just too fast. The two figures continuously flickered about, displaying the secret methods of Ji family's ancient scriptures without restraint, striking the void until it caved in from east to west, continuously deforming. In the distance, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This type of confrontation was extremely terrifying, and they knew that they were no match for him. If they went up, they would definitely be beaten into mush. Yi Fan's heart stirred. The sky-severing finger and the void palm merged into one, and the interaction between the left and right hands was extremely shocking. His opponent's strength had more than doubled, and he was actually able to block him. He felt that he could imitate it and fuse it into the Battle Saint technique. This way he would have another great killing technique. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of collisions, black light and silver splendor splashed about. The sky trembled, and Ji Yunlin's body shook violently. He retreated more than 10 steps in the void, and a trail of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In the end he could not endure it anymore. He could not block Yi Fan's berserk power. His opponent's divine power was inexhaustible, and he was simply unable to contend against him. Ji Yunlin's expression was unsightly. Yi Fan used Ji family's absolute art to suppress him, and this was a type of humiliation to him. My Ji family's heroes are not here. Otherwise, even if you had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill you. Are you talking about the moons of Ji family? After I enter the 4 extreme secret realm, I will naturally go and have a look. Yi Fan pressed forward. The people of the Wavering Light sacred ground hurriedly went forward. If Ji Yunlin also died here, they really had no way to explain it to Ji family. People of the Wavering Light sacred ground, do I have any enmity with you? Why did you get involved? Yi Fan asked coldly. You have committed many acts of injustice. We are helping Ji family. What's wrong with that? A female disciple of the Wavering Light sacred ground avoided the main point and changed the topic. I saved one of Ji family's little moons, and she passed on a secret technique to me. In the end, Ji family repaid kindness with enmity, and chased after me for 10,000 miles. This is called committing many acts of injustice? Yi Fan laughed coldly. You colluded with the demon race, and burned a respected senior of Ji family to death. Is that not enough? The female disciple of the Wavering Light sacred ground said coldly. She was born with a face like a flower and the face like the moon, and was rather beautiful. You really know how to take things out of context. Yi Fan laughed coldly. He was not afraid at all. He walked forward with large strides and said, There's no point in saying anything else. Since you guys are here, I don't mind. I will make you all stay here. These people had gathered together to deal with him, so he had no reason to show mercy. Do you really think you can start a massacre? The female disciple of the Wavering Light sacred ground sneered. She shouted at the surrounding cultivators. Everyone, please help us take down this wretch. Yi Fan coldly snorted. He attacked like lightning towards the female disciple of the Wavering Light sacred ground. There were a total of 2 men and 2 women from the Wavering Light sacred ground. With Ji Yunlin's addition, it was a very astonishing combat strength. The 5 young powerhouses were all at the peak of the 3rd firmament of the Dao Palace, with 1 foot in the 4th firmament of the Dao Palace. Yi Fan's talent was extraordinary. He could go against the flow and kill immortals. With his strength at the second firmament of the Tao Palace, he could fight against a powerhouse at the third firmament. But if he were to face 5 people at once, it would be difficult to predict whether he would survive. After all, every one of them was a realm higher than him. If it were an ordinary person, they would immediately be crushed to death. However, he did not panic. He did not run away, but instead rushed forward. The space between his eyebrows shone, and his divine sense manifested. The golden sword was very small, no more than an inch long, but it was fatal. This was a powerful divine sense attack. The female disciple of the wavering light sacred ground screamed pitifully. She clutched her head in pain, losing all ability to fight. Her ear-piercing screams tore through the air. Yi Fan used the footwork of a crazy old man and rushed forward. His palm was like a knife as he gently sliced down. With a puff, that beautiful head was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. The head had a confused expression, and its hair was covered in blood. It was a very shocking scene. There were some young cultivators from the Chu state that had rushed over, but when they saw this scene, they all retreated. If even a descendant of a holy land had been beheaded in a single exchange, wouldn't they be seeking death if they went up? If they wanted to improve their relationship with a Holy Land disciple, they could not gamble with their lives. Using the Great Void technique, Yi Fan tore through the air, and suddenly appeared in front of a male wavering light sacred ground disciple. His powerful divine sense manifested once more. Puff! This time it was even more direct. An inch-long golden sword pierced through his forehead, causing his corpse to fall from the sky. Don't get too close. Sense the fluctuations in the air to avoid being killed by his divine sense attack. Ji Yunlin shouted. The remaining male and female disciples from the wavering light sacred ground had extremely ugly expressions. The other party had actually killed their fellow disciple in an instant. This caused them to feel both fear and anger. Boom! Yi Fan's large black hand collided with Ji Yunlin. At the same time, he used the embracing mountain seal to fight against the wavering light sacred ground disciple and female disciple. This time, the 3 of them were even more careful. They were all fighting from a distance and clearly understood the rules of the Great Void technique. They did not give him any chance to kill them with his divine sense. The male disciple of the wavering light sacred ground summoned a field of starlight. 36 fist-sized stars flew out, all of them refined from Violet River heavenly sand. Each of them was sparkling and resplendent, emitting a hazy purple aura. This was an important treasure that had been refined by an elder of the wavering light sacred ground. 36 purple stars shone brightly in the sky like a screen of light enshrouded in purple mist. Every single one of them was shooting down blinding sword energy. It had to be said that this was an important treasure of the sect. It could condense the power of heaven and earth and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Even the radiance of the sun was absorbed. The sword chi was like a rainbow. It was extremely dazzling and unstoppable. It almost split the air apart. Dang dang dang. Yi Fan made his move. His large hand collided with the sword chi. Even with his powerful physical body, he still felt waves of numbness. This sect's secret treasure was very frightening. It could condense the power of heaven and earth, which was very disadvantageous to him. Scarlet light flickered. The female disciple of the wavering light sacred ground summoned a large red net. Red mist pervaded the air. The net's threads were sparkling and translucent. It sealed off the sky and sealed Yi Fan inside. The large scarlet net burned fiercely. It wanted to refine Yi Fan to death inside. This was also an important treasure, and was very extraordinary. What are you all waiting for? Attack together and turn him into ashes. The female disciple of the wavering light sacred ground shouted at the crowd. Finally, more than 10 people rushed over. Seeing that Yi Fan was trapped by 2 great treasures, they wanted to add more flowers to the brocade. Yi Fan laughed coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a small cauldron. It was only an inch tall. There were no waves of divine power or radiance. It looked simple and natural. 1 artifact to break all techniques, he shouted and summoned the cauldron. The Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture had a technique called 1 artifact to break all techniques. It was known as the 100 flowers kill after I bloom technique. However, one had to reach a certain realm to be able to display its power. When Yi Fan was in the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm, he had only forged one cauldron. After entering the secret realm of the Tao Palace, he still did the same. He placed the cauldron in his 5 great divine treasures and refined it continuously. Every great secret realm could forge many artifacts. Others had many artifacts, but he only had one. He wanted to evolve Tao and reason. The 3-legged, 2-eared round cauldron enlarged to more than 9 meters tall. A misty yellow aura seeped out. It looked even more simple and elegant. It was filled with incomparable power. Boom! The cauldron shook in the air and suddenly exploded with a yellow aura. The 36 purple stars were all shattered. The male disciple of the wavering light sacred ground spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The source root of all things hung down in strands, shocking everyone. This was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It could be refined into an extreme weapon. It was like the phoenix blood scarlet gold, a sacred object exclusive to the great emperors. Heavens, it's the yellow aura. To be more precise, it's the source root of all things. Everyone was stunned. Yi Fan summoned the cauldron. The 9-meter-tall cauldron rushed into the air and trembled continuously. An ancient aura spread out, shattering the large scarlet net into pieces. Suppress! Yi Fan shouted. The 9-meter-tall cauldron pressed down from above the female disciple of the wavering light sacred ground. In an instant she was frozen in place. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. She couldn't move at all. She was still more than 10 meters away, and her body was about to crack. It was hard to imagine how heavy this cauldron was. The strands of energy that flowed out were unbearable. Clang! Ji Yunlin sent out a void palm print. The black palm heavily struck the 9-meter-tall ancient cauldron. However, it couldn't move it at all. It only made a loud sound. Chapter 252. The cauldron made of the source chi of all things was dripping with yellow light. It was majestic and simple, and it had the power to suppress the mountains and rivers. The female disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land was in the 3rd level of the Holy Ji Palace. She even had 1 foot in the 4th level, but she couldn't move at all. The 9-meter-tall cauldron hung in the sky. Every time it pressed down, the female disciple would cough up blood. Wounds would appear on her skin. Junior sister. The male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land shouted. He spat out a jade seal. At first, it was only an inch tall and crystal clear, but it quickly grew bigger. The jade seal was as big as a mountain. It had the power of 1,000 tons. It was as if a mountain had been moved over, and the air was shaking. The situation was critical. The female disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land was suppressed by the cauldron. Even though she hadn't touched it, and was more than 10 meters away, she couldn't bear it anymore. Wounds appeared on her body. The male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land used all his strength to summon the seal. The sky rumbled. The jade seal was clear, and its power shook the sky. It made people feel uneasy. Dang! The jade seal shook and scattered divine light. It was like a blade that cut the cauldron, but it was useless. The cauldron was like the sea and couldn't be moved. The male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and activated his power. The jade seal shone brightly. It was like a shining mountain, crashing into the 9-meter-tall cauldron. A cauldron made of yellow light was hard to find in the world. It was almost an immortal item. Even though the male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land knew about it, he had to fight. Even if he had to destroy the jade seal, there was nothing he could do. Otherwise, his fellow disciple would die. The jade seal was as big as a mountain. The flowers, birds, fish, and insects carved on it seemed to have come back to life. They made the jade seal even heavier and more solid. Bang! The jade seal that was like a crystal mountain finally hit the cauldron. Even though it looked much bigger than the cauldron, it wasn't as strong. The 9-meter-tall cauldron didn't move at all. Wisps of yellow light flowed out, and the jade mountain was crushed. With a boom, it turned into jade light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was the cauldron made of the source chi of all things. Under such an attack, it didn't move at all. It floated in the air motionlessly. Clang! Ji Yunlin made his move and struck out with the sky-severing finger, causing the 9-meter-tall cauldron to tremble. However, it couldn't move at all and stood there like a mountain, unable to change anything. Ji Yunlin flicked his finger once again, and unleashed the sky-severing dragon revolving energy. 5 dragons coiled around the cauldron and their thick bodies wrapped around it. They raised their heads high and wanted to pull it up and throw it into the distance. Unfortunately, even the 5 dragons locking cauldron could not move it in the slightest. The cauldron overflowed with a mysterious yellow aura and flowed towards the dragons. With a few cracking sounds, the 5 true dragons coiled around the cauldron were all broken and completely dissipated. Everyone, quickly make your move and save Yaoguang's fairy. Ji Yunlin shouted loudly and transmitted to the surrounding people. Everyone, please make your move. The light-shaking realm will reward you handsomely. The male light-shaking realm disciple yelled. Just now more than 10 people had rushed over, but when they saw the might of the cauldron, they all stopped in their tracks and stood in the sky not far away. They could neither advance nor retreat. When they saw that Yi Fan was trapped, they originally wanted to add the icing on the cake and go forward to help. They never thought that the appearance of the mysterious yellow cauldron would change everything. At this moment, the people from the clan of the Ancients and the light-shaking realm called out at the same time, but they had no choice but to advance. More than 10 people each took out their weapons and attacked the cauldron. The young cultivators from the Chu province dared to go forward, so their cultivation was naturally not ordinary. Their weapons shook the sky and divine radiance circulated like lightning. They were like flaming silver dragons, hissing as they illuminated the sky. Clang kacha clang. Even though these people's cultivation was not ordinary, they were still unable to move the mysterious yellow cauldron. This kind of heavenly and divine object was a rare treasure. Once it was forged into a weapon, it would be indestructible and immortal. The cauldron trembled slightly and mysterious yellow overflowed in all directions, turning all the weapons into fine powder. Yi Fan stood on top of the cauldron. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were clear. He exerted force and the cauldron sank down. The light-shaking realm female disciple screamed miserably. Her body was almost destroyed and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone, please join hands against the enemy and send the cauldron flying. The light-shaking realm male disciple shouted loudly. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood which ignited around his body. Then his body erupted with a resplendent radiance as if he was burning like a sun. Even though this kind of secret technique was not the impenetrable sacred light technique, it was still a secret technique that was not passed down. It was another supreme secret technique recorded in the ancient scriptures. His entire body was resplendent as if it was burning. He slapped out with his right hand, and a large expanse of divine flames covered the sky and earth as they surged over. A flaming palm covered the sky and fiercely slammed into the cauldron. Dang! The sound shook the sky and the void trembled. Everyone, he is already exhausted and cannot attack anymore. Let's suppress him together. Ji Yunlin also shouted loudly. A large black hand covered the sky. He unleashed a large void palm imprint that was like a vast and mighty black cloud. It continuously slammed into the mysterious yellow cauldron, creating a deafening sound. Kill. Everyone join hands to kill him. As long as we can knock him out of the cauldron made from the source energy of all things, he will be meat on the chopping board. The dozen or so people rushed over and attacked with all their might. Since they had already chosen to attack, they could only deal a heavy blow. Dang clang. Ear-piercing noises pierced through the broken cloud mountain range. Everyone attacked the mysterious yellow cauldron. Everyone knew that it was impossible to destroy this cauldron. This kind of weapon made from a divine object was almost immortal. They only hoped that they could knock it flying and shake the youth out of the source energy. Yi Fan was indeed running out of divine power. This cauldron was like a bottomless pit and could not be filled at all. However, he was not completely exhausted yet. He only wanted to wait for these people to rush over. The reason he did not kill the opponent under the cauldron in one go was to give others a misconception that he could save the light-shaking realm female disciple. Sure enough, these people all rushed over. At this point, Yi Fan no longer held back. He activated the large cauldron and unleashed his immortal might. Pfft! Below, that female disciple turned into a bloody mist and directly turned into ashes. Boom! The large cauldron moved as if the sky and earth were being turned upside down. The mysterious yellow chi overflowed and rushed in all directions. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. The dozen or so cultivators could not stop it at all. The mysterious yellow qi flowing out of this cauldron was as heavy as a mountain. These people were like ants trying to shake a tree. Pft. The first figure was turned into dust. Pft, pft. The second, the third, all turned into ashes one after another, crushed by the mysterious yellow qi. The large cauldron shook, and the dozen or so cultivators that rushed over were all turned into ashes. Not a single one of them could resist. No matter what kind of secret techniques they used, they were all destroyed. No matter what kind of weapons they took out, they were all broken and destroyed. This was the might of a single cauldron destroying 10,000 techniques. The cauldron formed from the source energy of all living things shook, and everything in its path was destroyed. The light-shaking realm male disciple cried out loudly. The divine flames formed a large palm that madly slammed against the large cauldron, creating a deafening sound. However, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The large cauldron crushed him, and his body was immediately smashed into pieces. On the battlefield, only one figure had not been destroyed, and that was Ji Yunlin. However, it was obvious that he would not live for long either. The lower half of his body had turned into a bloody mist, and a large black hand was placed in front of his upper body. He was still gasping for breath. All of the spectators felt a chill in their hearts. This youth was too terrifying. One cauldron to destroy 10,000 techniques, destroying all of his opponents. This kind of battle prowess made people tremble in fear. You are really tough to survive until the end. Yi Fan was a little surprised. The cauldron had already shrunk to a meter tall, and was suspended above his head. Wisps of mysterious yellow energy fell down and tightly protected him. This sacred object of the sect caused all the spectators to be both envious and fearful. You won't be able to survive either. My Ji family has experts in Chu state. If you can't leave this oasis, you will definitely be killed. Since I dared to come, why would I be afraid of this? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Little brat, don't be too proud. When you meet the true young heroes of my Ji family, you will know what a true expert is. Are you talking about Ji Haoyue, Ji Biyue, or Ji Haiyue? Yi Fan asked calmly. Why do we need the young heroes of my Ji family's four extreme secret realm to kill you? Young disciples at the 4th or 5th level of the Doctrine Palace are more than enough. Killing you is like stepping on an ant. Ji Yunlin gritted his teeth. I have already killed 3 disciples at the 3rd level of the Doctrine Palace. Including you, there will be 4. What's so great about disciples at the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace? I will continue to try, Yi Fan said casually. Don't be so arrogant. My Ji family has many experts. There are countless disciples who are stronger than us. When the time comes, you will have nowhere to run. Are there many disciples at the 4th or 5th level of the Doctrine Palace? In the future, I don't mind killing them all. Yi Fan was very calm. The spectators from afar were shocked. This youth was like a demon king. He dared to wave his blade at the Huanggu family. He was filled with a demonic nature that sent chills down their spines. Be arrogant all you want. Your whereabouts have been exposed. It is impossible for you to leave the Chu state. 2 of the top 10 experts of my Ji family's Dao Palace secret realm are in this oasis. Let's see how you survive. Ji Yunlin's face was livid. Yi Fan did not care. He continued to talk calmly. Unknowingly, he had gotten a lot closer. At that moment, he suddenly attacked. In the center of his brow, from the golden lake, a powerful divine sense was formed and shot at Ji Yunlin's consciousness. Ah! Ji Yunlin screamed. Let me borrow the void ancient scripture to take a look. Yi Fan rushed forward and sealed Ji Yunlin. He knew clearly that it was impossible for Ji Yunlin to grasp the entire ancient scripture, but he must have learned a few supreme secret techniques. If he could find them, it would be a great harvest for him. Dream on. In his consciousness, Ji Yunlin roared. You will never get it. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart palpitated. He had a bad feeling. He decisively retracted his divine sense and retreated. Ji Yunlin's head turned into ashes. A terrifying void power exploded there, piercing through the void. Black fog filled the air, causing people's hearts to tremble as it shot towards him. Dang! The cauldron made from the source chi of all living beings shook. and the mysterious yellow qi fell down like silk ribbons, blocking the dark light and preventing it from entering. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for the cauldron made of black-yellow qi, he would have been hit by the black light. These disciples all have the power of the void sealed in their sea of consciousness. This is really frightening. Yi Fan stood alone on the battlefield. The 8 young disciples of the clan of the ancients and the wavering light Holy Land were all killed by him. This would definitely cause a huge uproar. In order to capture him, these people organized the gathering of the young cultivators of the Chu state. However, he barged into the scene and started a massacre, killing them all. In the distance, the young cultivators of the Chu state found it hard to calm down. One could imagine that today's matter would be earth-shattering and cause endless waves. This news could not be suppressed at all. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, all the young cultivators of the Chu state had seen it. It would definitely spread at the first possible moment. 2 great sage came to capture a youth, yet he provoked them. Killing 8 direct disciples in succession was the same as slapping Ji clan's face. It would definitely cause a huge uproar. Chapter 253. The battle had ended. 8 direct disciples from the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land had been killed. This would definitely cause a huge uproar. Yi Fan landed on the broken mountain. The young cultivators of Chuzhou all retreated. Although this young man with flying hair looked gentle and quiet, everyone labeled him as a young demon king. Many people were discussing in low voices. When this news spread throughout the North region, how was this young man going to survive? The Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land had immortal inheritances and were supreme existences in the eastern wasteland. If anyone offended them, there would be no place for them in the world. Everyone please disperse, Yi Fan said with a smile. Let's go. We can't continue with the gathering of the young cultivators of Chuzhou. However, we were able to watch such a great battle, so this trip was worth it. Shu, be quiet. If the Ji family finds out, you'll be in trouble. That's nothing. The Ji family doesn't have that much power in the North region. What's there to be afraid of? Many people discussed spiritedly. They flew into the distance, leaving just like that. Even though Chuzhou wasn't big, there were many young experts. Naturally, many of them coveted Yi Fan's cauldron. It was definitely a holy item. Many people wanted to take action to seize it, but they didn't dare act recklessly. The cauldron made from all life source energy floated above Yi Fan's head, releasing strand after strand of mysterious yellow energy, protecting it tightly, almost impossible to break through. Yi Fan didn't care and walked forward. No one blocked his way. He arrived in front of a jade boat. This was driven by the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land disciples. It was a spirit treasure specially made for flying. It was 10 meters long and could change its size at will. It could carry dozens of people and didn't need god power to activate it. All it needed was some source energy, and it could fly quickly. It was much faster than normal cultivators. Normal people couldn't create such a spirit treasure. It needed to be carved with many complicated and profound Dao patterns. It was definitely made by an older cultivator. It was a rare transportation tool. Yi Fan waved his sleeves and the jade boat appeared in his hand. He transformed it into the size of a palm. It was colorful and flawless. Everyone, why are you following me? Do you want to tell others that you killed the direct disciples with me? Yi Fan smiled. Voila! As soon as he said this, many people took a step back. This joke was not funny at all. If they were to be dragged into this matter, they would have to bear the consequences. I understand. You want to use this to become famous. Don't worry, I will definitely tell people that you and I worked together to kill the descendant of the clan of the ancients. Yi Fan's smile was very bright. Many people's faces turned green. If this dirty water was splashed on them, then there would be great trouble. Many people immediately flew into the sky. Although a cauldron made from the source root of all life qi was a rare treasure, they knew that they would not be able to obtain it. Of course, there were also some conceited people who didn't leave. They continued to stare at the cauldron above Yi Fan's head. This was a rare treasure that could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. Even the Holy Lands were jealous of it, let alone them. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He used Crazy Ole's footwork and dashed into the depths of the mountains, leaving a shadow behind. There were people rushing up from the broken mountain one after another, chasing down. Treasures were indeed tempting. Even if they lost their lives, some people still wanted to be like moths flying into a flame. Boom. Suddenly, Yi Fan turned back. The huge cauldron was like a mountain crushing down. The people at the very front were immediately turned into ashes, dissipating in the air. Holy objects are tempting, but before you make a move, you might as well consider your own strength. Don't throw your life away for nothing. Yi Fan's expression was cold. After saying these words, he disappeared into the mountains with a few leaps, using Crazy Ole's footwork to the extreme. Not long after, Yi Fan changed his appearance. He wore a purple robe and became an elegant young man. He led a large black dog out of the mountains. "Brat, you actually have a cauldron made from black yellow. Let me see." Along the way, the large black dog's eyes glowed with green light, and it was almost drooling. "I told you 100 times you're wrong." Yi Fan felt a headache. This damn dog was too difficult to deal with. It always had its eyes on the treasures on him. "Just let me see it." The Black Emperor persevered. Helpless, Yi Fan took out the cauldron and let it see. The large black dog wanted to pounce on it several times. Yi Fan warned sternly, "Don't drool. I definitely won't give this cauldron to you. If you want to snatch it, don't say I'm impolite." The large black dog clawed at its heart, but it knew that the cauldron made from black yellow was not easy to snatch. If it was not careful, it might crush itself half to death. "Black Emperor, you said that the broken mountain was the dojo of a ruthless person. Why didn't I find anything special about it?" After Yi Fan put away the cauldron, he quickly changed the topic. In the past, that person's background was so great that it made people unable to breathe. The dojo he left behind was naturally not so easy to see. "Can't we dig it out now?" Yi Fan asked. The large black dog immediately revealed a vigilant expression. He bared his teeth and said, "Brat, I'm warning you, don't have any bad ideas. The treasures here have nothing to do with you. They're mine." Suddenly, a warship flew over. It was shining with auspicious colors. It cut through the sky and charged into the depths of the Cloud Mountain range at an extremely fast speed. On the warship that was refined from rainbow jade, a large flag was hung. The flag fluttered in the wind, and a large G character was written on it. Yi Fan frowned. He hadn't thought that the G clan would move so quickly. It had only been less than an hour, and elites had already arrived. Not long after, there were people who rushed out of the mountain and searched in all directions. Many cultivators who hadn't left in time were all intercepted by the members of the G clan. Yi Fan was not in a hurry. He had already gone several dozen miles away, but he was still stopped by the people who were chasing in this direction. He didn't want to go back. If he gave himself away, it would definitely be a great disaster. "Stop!" the elites of the G clan shouted. This caused Yi Fan to frown. This was an elite at the fourth heaven of the Dao Palace. That kind of divine power ripple was indeed very frightening. He felt threatened. The Black Emperor curled his lips and said, "I can bite him to death with a single bite." "Are you sure? I mean in the past." He felt a little guilty. "We have to get rid of him, or else we will expose ourselves. The Black Emperor will have to rely on you later," Yi Fan said. "He's not my enemy. If you want me to attack, that's fine. Give me the seed with the bald head carved on it, or give me the black tortoise. You're still trying to extort me at a time like this? Attack if you want. If I escape, I can change my appearance and disappear into the sea of people. They won't be able to find me in this lifetime. But you're different. Your features are obvious, and your tail is even bald. If you mention this again, I'll get angry with you." The large black dog's face was very long. The elite of the G clan landed on the ground. He looked to be only 23 or 24 years old, but he was already an elite at the fourth heaven of the Dao Palace. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Follow me back to the mountain range. I have something to ask you." Yi Fan took a few steps forward and said, "Can't we talk here?" "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave," the elite of the G clan shouted. His mood was terrible. A youth that had been captured by them had actually jumped out and killed a disciple of the G clan in broad daylight. If this news spread out, the G clan would be very embarrassed. It could be imagined that the news would quickly spread throughout the North region, and it would be impossible to cover it up. If you don't want to die, turn around and return to the Broken Cloud Mountain range immediately, the elite of the Ji clan shouted. All right. Yi Fan nodded. Suddenly, the large black dog dashed out like a black bolt of lightning, pouncing on the body of the elite of the Ji clan. The sneak attack was a success. The cultivator of the Ji clan was on guard against Yi Fan, but he didn't take a black dog seriously at all. In an instant he was pounced on by this black dog. At this moment, it was already too late for him to resist. The Black Emperor's body was as tough as steel, and he couldn't be moved at all. Boom. Yi Fan was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he took out the myriad chi cauldron and used it to suppress the elite of the Ji clan. The elite of the Ji clan screamed loudly, and he was crushed to death. 2 days later, Yi Fan met Tu Fei in a gambling den in the rising sun city of the Chu prefecture. Little brother Yi, don't you think you've gone too far? I did say that I would make some noise and then enter this gambling den, and I would show myself. But you killed the 8 core disciples of the Holy Land and the families of the remote antiquity, as if you were cutting melons. You brought the fire to my doorstep. I'm so scared. Is it that serious? How could it not be serious? Many elites of the Ji clan came, and even their divine bodies showed up. Ji Haoyue and his sister were supposed to go to the Jade Lake Grand Meeting, but because of this, they came here and entered the Rising Sun City. It seems I can't stay here anymore. Yi Fan frowned. Ji Haoyue had a divine body. When he showed his unusual appearance, he could kill the wind and cloud elites of the 4th secret realm. He was invincible in his generation. Yi Fan was definitely not a match for him now. At the same time, he thought of something and asked, hasn't the Jade Lake Grand Meeting started yet? Not yet, but it will start soon. We'll go together then, Tu Fei answered. Oh right, you said that Ji Haoyue and his sister came to the Jade Lake Grand Meeting in the northern region. Is his sister called Ji Ziyu or Ji Baiyu? Asked Yi Fan. Little brother Yi, people in our business should be loyal. You have Yaoshi Fairy. Do you want to extend your evil hands to the pearl of the Ji family? Big Mouth 2, don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask. I don't know which moon it is. Anyway, we're going to the Jade Lake. We'll see it with our own eyes. Then Tu Fei complained. You've brought me big trouble. I heard that the Yao Guang Saint Sun is coming. I can't stay here anymore. Yao Guang Saint Sun. Yi Fan was startled. This man was absolutely a peerless genius who could compete with King God realm experts. His cultivation base was immeasurably deep. No one in the young generation of the Eastern Barren continent could resist him. Shi Yin knew that the other came for the myriad chi cauldron. The Yao Guang Saint Sun was extremely talented and determined to be a great emperor. Since he couldn't get the pure phoenix blood gold, he must have his eyes on the mysterious yellow origin root. Big Mouth 2 glanced at the Black King and couldn't help but ask, where did you find this black dog? Your tail is bald. You must be very old. It's really nutritious. Why are you so polite to me? Anyway, it's good. Tonight, I'll find a good chef to cook black dog meat. Yi Fan knew it was bad. Indeed, the big black dog dashed over and bit Tu Fei's right hand. He bared his teeth and said, Kid, I think you're the nutritious one. *T. How can this Shih Tzu talk? Tu Fei was startled. He screamed in pain. Ouch. It hurts. Black King, let go. Yi Fan hurried to stop him. Did this damn dog become a demon? But his tail is bald. Tu Fei couldn't help but open his mouth. Big Mouth 2, stop talking. You don't want your hand anymore, do you? Yi Fan hurried to stop him. At the same time, he tried to open the big black dog's mouth. He was afraid that the Black King would bite him. #@%yen. Tu Fei screamed in pain. He cursed, *T. Damn dog, let go. Since you've become a demon, don't you know who I am? I don't care which one you are. If you dare to disrespect this king, I will swallow you alive. The big black dog's face darkened. He didn't want to let go. Tu Fei urged his god power to shake his right hand. However, he couldn't get rid of the dog's bite. He could only scream, *T. It's the first time I've been bitten by a dog since I was a kid. Big Mouth 2, shut up. Not to mention you. I think it will bite your grandfather if it sees him. Yi Fan tried to persuade him. At the same time, he threatened the big black dog to let go of him. What's the background of this bald dog? Two-Fei still didn't care about his life. He screamed and opened his mouth. Yi Fan secretly used the sound transmission to threaten the big black dog. Only Two-Fei knew where the monster clan's almighty lived in seclusion. He wanted the ancient scripture to let go. However, the black dog was determined. He didn't let go. Two-Fei kept screaming. Eventually, Two Big Mouth said all the good things. He endured the pain and took out more than 50 kilograms of source stones. The big black dog finally let go and swallowed all of the source stones. **T. I'm not done with it. After Two-Fei was freed, he wanted to use his treasures to fight for his life. Hashowever, the big black dog attacked first. He didn't show any signs of slipping away. He bit Two-Fei's ankle. I at $YENR $#. It bites me again. Two Big Mouth was so angry that white smoke came out of his head. Eventually, he took out 50 kilograms of source stones and screamed. This time, Yi Fan hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't cause trouble. Wait until you find a treasured robe to wear before you bicker with it. Otherwise, even if you go to a higher realm, you will still be bitten." What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a heroic saint emperor before? The big black dog glared at Two-Fei. **T. I have never suffered such a loss in my life. Two Big Mouth was indignant, glaring at the big black dog. Don't look at me like that. I won't take you as my pet. If I take you out for a stroll, I will lose face. The big black dog lifted his head and didn't look at him anymore. Little Yi, don't stop me. **T. I'm going to skin it alive. Two Big Mouth fumed with smoke. Two-Fei was irritated. He was bitten by a big black dog, which made him angry. Yi Fan was speechless. This damn dog needed to be taught a lesson. He talked to Two-Fei. Don't rush. We will find a time to teach it a lesson together. After a long time, Two-Fei calmed down and asked, Why are you looking for me? Do you want to go to the Jade Lake in advance? Of course, we can't miss the Jade Lake's festival. But it's not about that. I want to ask you about the residence of the Blue Flood Dragon King, the fourth great pirate. Why do you want to know about the Blue Flood Dragon King's cave? What's the matter? The descendants of the Peacock King and the great king of the monster clan should be there. I want to visit my old friends, answered Yi Fan. He couldn't mention Pangbo. The big black dog's ears pricked up. Now he was completely obedient. He didn't utter a word and just listened to him carefully. You don't want to go there for Yenryu, do you? Two Big Mouth made full use of his imagination. Do you know or not? Yi Fan urged. Of course I know. Speaking of which, a spirit asked me about you last time. Two-Fei laughed. Who was it? I forgot to ask for her name. Anyway, she was very charming. Hurry up and take us to the Blue Flood Dragon King's residence, the big black dog interrupted. Two Big Mouth's face darkened. He ignored the dog and said to Yi Fan, We must leave Chaoyang City immediately. You've caused a big trouble. Oxhead and Horseface are all here. Especially that bastard Yaoguang Saint. I'm a little scared. Then he smiled and said, Don't you want to know what's going on out there? Let's go to another oasis and see what kind of trouble you've caused. Chapter 254. Yi Fan killed Yao Guang and the 8 true disciples of the Ji family in front of the young cultivators of the Chu state. The news seemed to have grown wings and spread quickly, causing quite a stir. The Chu state was in turmoil, and everyone was shocked. The Ji family sent many powerful cultivators to the oasis, including the divine body Ji Haoyue. Some people even saw the Yao Guang saint. Both of them were shrouded in halos. No matter where they went, people would pay attention to them. They were the top figures of the younger generation of the Eastern Baron territory. Now for a young man named Yi Fan, they came to the Chu state at the same time. Naturally, it was shocking. Soon there was news that Yao Shi, the Yao Guang saint, had also arrived. Her appearance in Chaoyang City made the place a gathering place, attracting many people's attention. Everyone in the Chu state was stirred, and the surrounding oases also received the news. People were all talking about Yi Fan. This young man has no master, and he didn't join any sections. He actually crossed the void from the southern land to the northern land. He really does have some tricks up his sleeve. He obtained the Great Void technique of the Ji family and burned the Supreme Elder of the Ji family to death. It's unbelievable. People were even more shocked when they heard about what Yi Fan had done in the past. They found it hard to believe. As a sacred body of the ancients, the path of cultivation will be extremely difficult. I don't know how far he can go. When this news spread out, many people let out a sigh. This kind of physique was like a curse. Even if one's comprehension was close to that of an immortal or a demon, they could only be locked in this flesh cage. The path ahead would make people feel despair. However, this kind of body is worth studying. I think all the great sage will be interested. He has a cauldron made of the source chi of all things. Such a treasure will make all the sects jealous. Even without the Ji family, his future is still worrying. What a pity. The sacred body of the ancients is a curse that is hard to break. His achievements in this life are coming to an end. Some people felt it was a pity. They felt that the young man's future was basically cut off. It was impossible for him to cross the natural chasm left behind by the primordial era. He dared to wave his blade at the Ji family. I was looking forward to a top-notch person rising up in the future. I didn't expect him to have such a physique. Countless years have passed since the primordial age, yet no one has ever been able to break the curse. To think that the invincible sacred body of the ancients would be reduced to a useless body. I wonder when a miracle will happen again. In the beginning, people talked about what Yi Fan had done. Later on, they talked about the sacred body of the ancients. No one had high hopes for him, thinking that he was nothing more than a short-lived, abnormal oddity that would wither very soon. They thought that such a physique had no future. At this moment, Yi Fan and Tu Fei had left Chu Prefecture. What do you think? You're a famous man now. Along the way, people are talking about you everywhere. Tu Fei was riding a green-furred lion, flying above the barren reddish-brown land. It's not a good thing to be on the cusp of the storm. If I don't have some special means, my life will be in danger. Yi Fan did not regret his actions. He did it to embarrass the Ji family. He was wearing purple clothes, and his appearance was very different from before. His delicate features were gone. At this moment, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He had a heroic spirit, and his temperament had changed. He was not worried about giving himself away even when he met someone he knew. Without a mount, he walked in the void at a very fast speed. The big black dog also came to the sky, but he did not fly by himself. Instead, he coaxed and pestered Yi Fan to take the 5-color jade boat. It had been modified to look like a turtle shell, and its color had become black. Tu Fei smiled and said, "You're famous in the area around Chu Prefecture. All the cultivators are talking about you. If you make a bigger noise next time, I think the news will spread to the sacred city. Then it will be lively." "That's nothing. When I was domineering in the world, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew me," the big black dog interrupted. "What's its background? I really want to find a chance to stew it." Tu Fei gritted his teeth, sending a message to Yi Fan discreetly. "Forget it. Don't bother with a bald dog." Yi Fan tried to persuade him. Then he asked, "Where does the Blue Flood Dragon King live?" "It's very far. Even if we fly at full speed, it will take us more than 10 days to get there," answered Tu Fei. The northern region was really vast. Some sects even needed to fly for 1.5 years to get there. Luckily, the Blue Flood Dragon King didn't live that far. "What do you want to do after all?" Tu Fei didn't believe that Yi Fan wanted to visit his old friend. "I'm going to take refuge. The Ji family is chasing me everywhere. It's not safe outside." Yi Fan couldn't tell them the truth. This time, he was afraid that he would offend the monster clan. "I have to remind you that you have the cauldron made of all creatures' source chi. If you go to the Blue Flood Dragon King, it will cause some trouble." "You mean the Peacock King and the others will take action?" Yi Fan frowned. Yen Ryu had the saint weapon of the monster clan's great emperor, but the Peacock King didn't want to harm her. He even stood up and protected her. Would he take action for the materials he had? I'm sure the Peacock King and the Blue Flood Dragon King aren't that kind of people. But it's hard to say for the other members of the monster clan. There are all kinds of monster cultivators. Although Tu Fei was a blabbermouth, he was serious at this moment. If my grandpa didn't have the saint weapon of the black-yellow origin, perhaps I would want the black-yellow origin root in your body. What? Your family has the saint weapon of the black-yellow origin? The big black dog's eyes widened. You're bragging. There are only a few of them in the Eastern Barren Territory. How could your family have them? Go away. Tu Fei had a bad impression of this big dog. Yi Fan frowned. After he came to the northern region, he didn't go to the Peacock King because he was worried the monster clan would want the treasures he had. Because when the southern region burned the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ji family, the cauldron made of black-yellow had been exposed. But now he had no choice. He had to go there, even if it would be life-threatening. He wanted to save Pang Bo, and he couldn't delay any longer. He was afraid he would never see this friend again. The monster clan said that in the end, they would help Pang Bo. He would get great benefits, and the mysterious existence that had taken over his body would vanish. But Yi Fan didn't believe it. The monster clan's words couldn't be trusted. He didn't want Pang Bo to gamble his life. He had to save him. In the past, when he was in the southern region, he didn't have the ability. Any monster cultivator could subdue him. Now his ability was obviously not enough. But he couldn't wait any longer. Yen Ruyu used to say that everything would come to an end in several years. Time was tight. In 1.5 years, everything would be settled. At this moment, although Yi Fan's competence wasn't enough, he had to risk his life. He didn't want to regret it for the rest of his life. Even if his life was in danger, even if he had to face death, he had to take action. He didn't want to lose this friend. Cloud Lake Oblast was just like its name. There were big lakes everywhere. It was misty as if they had arrived at a water town. Half a month later, they arrived at this oasis. This oasis was really vast. It had a radius of 10,000 miles. Among the many oases in the northern region, it could rank dozens. Yi Fan sighed emotionally. This land was too vast. Compared to the continent on the other side of the sky, it was hard to accept. It was like a myth. Cloud Lake Oblast wasn't like the landscape of the northern region. It was green and full of vitality. Besides trees, there was water. There was a spring every 100 steps, and a river every 10 miles. Tall mountains stood tall, and huge waterfalls covered the mountains completely. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The endless plains were green and green. Apart from the ancient trees that reached into the sky, there were big rivers surging everywhere. They crisscrossed with each other, as if they were dragons that divided the land. Huge lakes could be seen everywhere. They were connected together, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were big lakes everywhere, and mist could be seen everywhere. This was indeed the homeland of water. Blue Flood Dragon King, the large black dog muttered. It sounds like a flood dragon that has achieved Tao. It's not surprising that he would choose a place like this Water Lake Oblast. Don't speak nonsense. Yi Fan glared at him. Arriving at Cloud Lake Oblast would mean entering the territory of the Blue Flood Dragon King. If some demonic cultivators heard them, there would be trouble. The Blue Flood Dragon King is a senior almighty cultivator of the demonic race. After taking human form, he has already lived for more than 1,000 years. His cultivation level is unfathomable. We really have to watch our words and actions here. Tu Fei said solemnly. 2 days later, they arrived at the place where the Blue Flood Dragon King lived in seclusion. Tu Fei took out a jade pendant, which had the character Tu carved on it. It was carved by the 7th bandit, Tu Tian, and his seal was sealed inside. He took out the jade pendant. Instantly, a radiance flashed, and the scenery in front of them changed drastically. They entered a strange space. The mountains were majestic, and there were many lakes. The trees were lush, and water vapor filled the air. 81 rivers passed through this place, as well as dozens of lakes. This is a space created by the ancient sages. The large black dog's eyes flashed. Well, you know a lot. Tu Fei rolled his eyes at the bird. Who are you? In front of them, a shout came from a celestial mountain shrouded in mist. We're on the same side. My name is Tu Fei. I've been here before. Tu Fei answered. Several figures landed. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. They all had a demonic aura as they walked forward. So, you're the descendant of Senior Tu Tian. After inspecting the jade pendant, they let them go. This space formed a vast world. After walking past the waterfall area, the scenery in front of them became even more beautiful. On the mountain peak, in front of the waterfall, pavilions, palaces, and buildings could be seen everywhere. Ancient vines, old trees, strange flowers, and strange grasses were everywhere. Oh, it's the descendant of the Tu family. You haven't been here for a long time, right? On the way, some old members of the monster clan greeted them. Tu Fei respectfully responded to them. Ah, Brother Tu, you're here. I've missed you so much. A young man of the monster clan flew over with several figures, landing on the ground. His figure was tall and sturdy, and he wore green iron clothes. His physique was robust, and he was filled with explosive power. His eyes were bright like stars, glistening brilliantly. The most peculiar thing was that within his green hair, there was actually a pair of dragon horns, sparkling and translucent. He was a flood dragon. In the East Barren territory where there were no true dragons, the flood dragon was definitely a royal member of the monster clan. Yi Fan knew that this young man must have an extraordinary identity. Brother Qingyi, you're even more elegant than before. Tu Fei smiled and walked forward. Indeed, this was the descendant of the Blue Flood Dragon King. His name was Qingyi, and he was called Qingyi Young Flood Dragon King. This is Yi Fan. The Great Peacock King appreciates him a lot, introduced Tu Fei. Divine light flashed in the little Flood Dragon King's eyes as he laughed. I know you. I've heard about you. You burned the great elder of the Ji family to death. Heroes come from young. The other figures were all monsters. They looked at him, their eyes sparkling with a strange light. Please come in. This isn't a good place to talk. The green-clothed little Flood Dragon King said with a smile. He clapped his hands, and a huge red-crowned crane flew over. Its wingspan was more than 30 meters, and it carried them into the sky. It flew for more than 20 miles before stopping and landing on a beautiful celestial mountain. Here, every mountain peak had a large palace. The green-clothed little Flood Dragon King brought them to one of his temporary imperial residences. When they stepped on the massive stone steps and entered the palace, the little Flood Dragon King said, I have an important guest here. Who is he? Asked Tu Fei. He's the peerless hotshot of the young generation of our monster clan, Goldwing Little Pung King. Tu Fei was startled. Is he the descendant of the King Pung King? Yeah, he's the descendant of the King Pung of the monster clan in the center of Eastern Barren. His cultivation base is profound and unpredictable. This time, he came to the north to join the Jade Lake Grand Meeting. At the same time, he wants to meet Yao Guang's Saint Son, said the little Flood Dragon King. Yi Fan was astounded. Yao Guang's Saint Son could be said to be invincible among his peers. If the Goldwing Little Pung King wanted to challenge him, he could imagine how terrifying his cultivation base was. I've heard about the Goldwing Little Pung King. I didn't expect that he would come to the north, said Tu Fei. Inside the magnificent palace, there were carved beams and painted pillars, dazzling with gold and jade. Clouds and mist surged on the ground. Beautiful demon women stood on both sides, as if they had entered the legendary ancient heavenly court of the demon race. Some young monsters were sitting neatly. One of them had sharp eyes. His face was fair, and his blonde hair was draped over his shoulders. He looked like a splendid sunlight. He looked very handsome. This is the Goldwing Little Pung King, introduced the little Flood Dragon King. The blonde man stood up and nodded to them. Then the little Flood Dragon King introduced Tu Fei and Yi Fan. When he heard Yi Fan's name, the Goldwing Little Pung King's eyes shot out two beams of dazzling divine light that could frighten people's souls. Is he the Yi Fan that the Ji family of the antiquity wants to capture? Yi Fan nodded. Being wanted by the antiquity family had a big impact. Even the Goldwing Little Pung King knew about it when he had just arrived in the north. Swoosh! The sharp gold claw radiated dazzling light, snatching towards Yi Fan. It was the rockbird's claw. It was the massive claw of the Goldwing Little Pung King. It covered the entire hall as if it could tear the void and cover Yi Fan. Thud! A cyan shadow flashed. The little Flood Dragon King took action to stop the massive rock claw. Pung 11G, what do you mean? Tu Fei reacted, shouting indignantly. Gold-wing little Pung King, what do you mean? The powerful soul consciousness in Yi Fan's glabella was ready to fly out at any minute. He had just felt the threat of death. The gold-wing little Pung King's claw was aimed at his life. The gold-wing little Pung King's gold hair fluttered. He didn't mind it. I want to borrow something from him. It's okay to borrow something, but why do you want to take someone's life? Asked Tu Fei. What do you want to borrow? Asked Yi Fan coldly. I want to borrow the mysterious yellow original root. The gold-wing little Pung King clasped his hands behind his back, looking at Yi Fan. His voice was overbearing as if he didn't allow anyone to refute him. What if I don't want to borrow it? Yi Fan had never thought that someone would ask for the cauldron made of the source chi as soon as they arrived. Then I'll take it myself, said the gold-wing little Pung King faintly. He didn't look at Yi Fan, acting like he was the only one in the world. Pung 11G, you're crossing the line. Anyway, Brother Yi is my guest, frowned the little Flood Dragon King. What guest? If you're not from our tribe, you must have a different heart. The gold-wing little Pung King gazed at Yi Fan, as if he was looking at a dead man. What do you mean? Tu Fei shouted. Of course, it doesn't include you. The gold-wing little Pung King clasped his hands behind his back, raking his eyes through Yi Fan. Just a trash body from the desolate antiquity. If I kill you, I kill you. What's the use of keeping it? You. Tu Fei arched his brows. The mysterious yellow original root is the holy treasure of our sect. I must have it. The gold-wing little Pung King didn't seem to understand human emotions. Pung 11G, it's not good, frowned the little Flood Dragon King. I'll give you two choices. The gold-wing little Pung King didn't have any human emotion. He gazed at Yi Fan and said coldly, First, give me the mysterious yellow original root, and I will spare your life. Second, I will take it myself and end your life. Tu Fei was enraged. He had never met such an unreasonable person. Although he knew that the gold-wing little Pung King was invincible in the central region of Eastern Baron, he couldn't help but be enraged. Yi Fan's glabella shivered. His soul consciousness had turned into an inch-long gold sword, which he was ready to use at any minute. Don't attack me. Otherwise, you will die without an intact corpse. The gold-wing little Pung King had a big body. His eyes sparkled with a crazy murderous aura. He looked down at Yi Fan. Chapter 255. The little Pung King clasped his hands behind his back. His gold hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes intimidating. He looked like he was the only one in the world, giving people a strong pressure. Pung 11G, why do you have to do that? The little Flood Dragon King stood in front of him. The little Pung King's murderous aura was like a saber, his voice cold. I've given him a choice. Leave the mysterious yellow origin root, and he can leave alive. Otherwise, I will take it myself, and he will die without an intact corpse. Little Pung King, don't cross the line. Tu Fei scolded, also standing in front of him. What if I cross the line? The little Pung King's eyes were as sharp as a saber. His eyes could pierce people's bones, and his murderous aura covered Tu Fei. This was a character who didn't recognize his family and friends. He only respected his own will. Once he made up his mind, no one could stop him. The little Flood Dragon King darkened his face. No matter what, this place was his palace. If the other wanted to kill people here, as the master, he couldn't just stand and watch. The invisible murderous aura diffused in the grand palace. The atmosphere was tense. The little Pung King was like a heavenly saber coming out of its sheath, making the maids standing far from him shiver. Facing such a dangerous character with a sky-high evil aura, Yi Fan was resolute. He didn't say anything and just took out the cauldron made of the source chi, making it hover above his head. At this moment, power was everything. Principles and Daos were useless. He had to use his skills to speak. The Xianhuang energy fell down and wrapped around Yi Fan tightly. The source energy of all things flowed, and it was as if he had returned to the beginning of the world. As soon as the cauldron appeared, the other members of the monster clan shot out divine light from their eyes, gazing at it without blinking. I like it very much. The little Pung King rose his hand, turning into a massive gold claw that filled half of the hall. It snatched the cauldron made of the mysterious yellow origin root, which frightened people. He was extremely arrogant. Facing the weapon made of a holy treasure, he wasn't afraid at all. He wanted to snatch it directly from Yi Fan's head. Boom! The little Flood Dragon King took action. He rose his hand, blocking the mysterious yellow origin root cauldron and the massive claw. This was a clash between the top members of the younger generation of the demon race. Although it was not a life-and-death battle, such a casual strike was still very terrifying, enough to turn the entire palace into ashes. However, the two of them didn't want to destroy this place. Both of them stopped their attacks at the right time. Their large hands were like black holes as they froze the storm in place. Then they retracted their divine power. Brother Qingyi, I've already made up my mind. You can't stop me. The killing intent in the little Peng King's eyes didn't decrease. Behind him, a godlike divine bird, Peng, appeared, emitting terrifying demonic energy. Buzz! The entire palace was shaking. The golden-winged little Peng King looked at everyone in disdain, and made his move again. He grabbed towards the black and yellow cauldron with unfathomable divine might. The green-robed little Flood Dragon King tried to stop them. Tu Fei also came to help. This was the first time Yi Fan had met such an unreasonable person. He didn't have much to say. He shook the cauldron made of all things source chi and faced the huge hand. The golden-winged little Peng King indeed possessed impressive strength. Otherwise, how would he dare to pluck the cauldron with his bare hands? His large hands were like a heavenly mountain, as if they could suppress the blue dome of heaven. Clang! The big hand he thrust out was even more terrifying than the great void handprint of the Ji family's disciples. The cauldron made of all things source chi vibrated, and was almost blown away. Yi Fan was shocked. This man was worthy of being a peerless character of the young generation. He was invincible in the center of the Eastern Barren territory. If the little Flood Dragon King didn't stop him, perhaps he would have taken the cauldron away. Boom! The little Flood Dragon King and Tu Fei attacked the golden-winged little Peng King's arms at the same time. He had to withdraw his power to counter them. He had to admit that the golden-winged little Peng King was really intimidating. Wherever his fingers and palms passed, the space darkened as if it was going to collapse. What kind of character was the little Flood Dragon King? He was the peerless young expert who could stand side by side with the Saint Son and Saintess of the Great Sage Land. He had the inheritance of the Great Sage of the Monster Clan, the Blue Flood Dragon King. Tu Fei wasn't ordinary. He used to fight with the Yaoshi Saintess. Although he couldn't defeat her, he could protect himself. However, at this moment, when the little Flood Dragon King and Tu Fei attacked at the same time, they couldn't stop the other. The golden-winged little Peng King was like a god that couldn't be stopped. He stood upright, his big hand as heavy as a mountain. The two of them paled as they were blown away. I want to kill you. No one can save you. The golden-winged little Peng King stepped forward, looking down at Yi Fan. Murderous aura moved in his eyes. The metal wind stirred up. His big hand reached forward, aiming at the cauldron on Yi Fan's head. He wanted to snatch it. Snatching the cauldron like that wasn't just arrogance. It was also the embodiment of his peerless competence. Not many people dared to do this. Yi Fan urged the battle saint technique, controlling the mysterious yellow cauldron to attack the big gold hand. He wanted to smash it into powder. Clang! The cauldron boomed. The sound waves were like a tsunami. The golden-winged little Peng King's power could shake the sky. His big hand grabbed the cauldron. No one could tell how heavy the mysterious yellow cauldron was. The golden-winged little Peng King's divine aura was intimidating. He grabbed the cauldron and was about to take it. The cauldron made of source chi shook. The shockwave was enough to turn the entire palace into ashes. The little Flood Dragon King took action to dissolve the shockwave from the cauldron to prevent the palace from being destroyed. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful this cauldron was. However, the golden-winged little Peng King still grabbed it, and was about to take it away. Yi Fan was stern. This cauldron could break anything. It was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. However, at this moment, the golden-winged little Peng King was holding it in his hand. It was about to get out of his control. It was really terrifying. The little Flood Dragon King and Tu Fei took action one more time. However, the golden-winged little Peng King was too intimidating. His right hand grabbed the cauldron while his left hand pressed down. The two of them were blown away immediately. The golden-winged little Peng King could absolutely compete with the Yaoguang Saint Sun. He was another character that could resist the God King physique. The source chi from the cauldron fell. It was so heavy that it could crush a mountain. However, the golden-winged little Peng King slowly lifted it up. Kill! However, at this moment, Yi Fan finally took action. Using his trump card. He had been waiting for a chance. Now that he was close enough, the small gold lake in his glabella created a metal sword that was around an inch long. It drew a dazzling light beam and shot out. The soul consciousness created a shape and pierced the golden-winged little Peng King's sea of consciousness. It wanted to kill him with one strike. Even if he was a descendant of an almighty. The metal sword was around an inch long, but it was as dazzling as a rainbow. It crossed the hall. Everybody discolored. It was a kind of pressure of the soul consciousness that suffocated people. Dang. The cauldron made of source chi hummed and returned to the sky above Yi Fan's head. Flows of mysterious yellow chi fell and protected him. The golden-winged little Peng King was like a god. He let go of the cauldron and retreated quietly. He was so fast that people could only blur their eyes. Their eyes couldn't catch up with his speed. The Sky Peng's extreme speed was unrivaled in the world. The small sword formed from Yi Fan's soul consciousness could not be said to be slow. It was like sparks flying off a flint. Normal people wouldn't be able to react at all. However, the golden-winged little Peng King barely evaded it, displaying a speed that shocked everyone. Heavenly Peng movement technique, world's fastest speed. Someone cried out in alarm. Yi Fan wasn't completely powerless. A strand of golden hair fluttered down like a ray of sunlight, falling onto the ground. The soul consciousness-formed golden sword did not penetrate the golden-winged little Peng King's forehead, but it cut off a strand of hair in front of his forehead. At close range, the powerful soul consciousness attack was always successful. Yi Fan relied on it to avert danger time and time again. He killed Ji-Run and suppressed the Yaoguang Saintess. He had never failed before. However, the golden-winged little Peng King displayed a speed that made people feel intimidated. He actually evaded it. This was hard for others to believe. However, this was the reality. The golden-winged little Peng King's strength was astonishing. He was almost unrivaled in the younger generation. His speed was also terrifying. The celestial Peng movement technique is indeed unrivaled. Someone exclaimed in admiration. The golden-winged little Peng King's golden hair danced chaotically. His pupils were like blades as he stared at Yi Fan. Only he had such a world-shocking speed. If it was someone else, they would definitely be hit by the golden sword. On the side, the demonic beasts were also shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan to have such a terrifying soul consciousness. The golden-winged little Peng King pressed forward step by step. He clearly knew that the opponent's soul consciousness was powerful, but he was still fearless. This was an extremely dangerous character. His eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent. It was intimidating and chilling. Brother Peng, do you really regard me, your master, as nothing? The green-clothed little Dragon King's complexion was ashen and extremely unsightly. It's merely a human race's primordial trash body. If I kill him, then I kill him. Brother Chingy, why do you care? The golden-winged little Peng King's killing intent was slightly restrained. He is my guest. If you kill him here, how will others look at me if this gets out? Fine, Brother Chingy, I'll give you face. I won't make a move in your residence. The golden-winged little Peng King suddenly turned around, walking out of the palace. The mysterious yellow original root is mine. When he left, some demonic cultivators followed him in the hall. They were the people he had brought with him. Tu Fei was enraged. That's too much. Chingy bro, your friend doesn't understand human feelings. He's arrogant and thinks that he's the only one. Who the F***ck is he? The green-clothed little Dragon King slightly changed his visage. Forget it. Don't talk about it. Tu Fei turned around, facing Yi Fan. You're in big trouble this time. That madman who thinks that he's the only one won't let you go. You stay in my palace. Don't go out for the moment, frowned the little Dragon King. Tu Fei said, Little Yezi, you're really something. Your soul consciousness is really powerful. If the news that you cut off a strand of the golden-winged little Peng King's golden hair is spread out, it will create an uproar. No one in his generation can hurt even a strand of his hair. Some young experts of the monster clan in the hall looked at him. Yi Fan's soul consciousness attack was so intimidating that it had shocked everybody. You cut off a strand of his golden hair and hurt his face. I'm afraid that even if we ask the Peacock King, he can only subdue him temporarily. He will take your life in the future, frowned Tu Fei. What a pity. His speed is too fast. My soul consciousness attack can't do anything to him. Yi Fan felt regretful. Is he really a rock? There's no real dragon in this world. Of course, there's no Kuan Peng either. However, their tribe does have the blood of the divine Peng, answered the green-clothed little dragon king. Yi Fan understood it immediately. The golden-winged little Peng King's tribe was similar to the flood dragon tribe. They weren't the divine Peng or the real dragon, but they were the royal tribe of the monster clan. The heavenly Peng's movement technique is peerless in this world. I'm afraid you'll have a big problem in the future. You won't be able to run away, said a monster cultivator. That year, only the mad oldie of the human clan could catch up with the king of the rock tribe. No one else could be faster than him, said another monster. That human kid, your mysterious yellow original root is mine. The golden-winged little Peng King's voice arose from outside the palace. Live well for the last few days. The little dragon king frowned, talking to a maid. Go and invite Miss Yen Ryu here. Chapter 256. People in the hall didn't look good. The little Peng King was too unreasonable. Even the dragon king in blue frowned. Why invite Yen Ryu? Just invite the blue dragon king and kill that bird man with one slap. Tu Fei was enraged. He knew it was impossible. The little Peng King had an extremely powerful ancestor. He was called the Peng King, a giant of the monster clan. Not to mention the Peng King's invincible competence, the Sky Peng's speed was enough to give the great sage a headache. No one could stop him in this world. Yi Fan also felt aggrieved. He hated that he couldn't enter the 4 extreme secret domains and kill the little Peng King with one slap. This Peng King was too arrogant. He wanted to take the cauldron made of source chi. He didn't say much and just wanted to take his life. Shi Yan had never met such a madman before. However, the little Peng King was really strong. He was one of the 4 extreme secret domains. His cultivation base was so profound that it could be compared to Yao Guang's Saint Sun. You should just endure it. No one in the younger generation is a match for him. Even if there are people in the older generation who can kill him, they wouldn't dare to make a move. If the old Peng King is provoked, then it would be a great disaster. A demon cultivator advised. Holy **T. This birdman's background is so powerful. No wonder why he wants to go to the Jade Lake Grand Meeting and fight against Yao Guang's Saint Sun. He's not afraid at all, cursed Tu Fei. The little Peng King can't find a rival among the young generation. He does have the capital to be arrogant. It's useless to talk about other things. A monster cultivator shook his head. The Sky Peng tribe was favored by God. Their bodies were strong enough to fight against flood dragons. On top of that, they were extremely fast. No race in this world could catch up with them. The little Peng King used all of these advantages. His fighting power was unparalleled in the same realm. The Sky Peng King's speed was unparalleled. He could even dodge the soul consciousness attack. Even though Yi Fan had the old lunatic's footwork, he was not as fast as the little Peng King. Unless he entered the 4 extreme secret domains, he wouldn't be able to compete with the little Peng King in terms of speed. After all, the old lunatic had used this footwork to catch up with the Sky Peng King. Holy **T. This birdman is so annoying. Tu Fei had a big mouth and didn't care about his words. Isn't it just a little bird? Just roast it. Back then, this emperor loved to roast little birds the most. At this moment, the Black Emperor, who had been silent all this time, muttered in a low voice. Yi Fan really wanted to give it a kick. This damn dog only knew how to boast shamelessly. He didn't see it do anything just now. Human brat, I'll wait for you outside. The golden-winged little Peng transmitted his voice from outside the palace, and then completely quieted down. He picked up the golden hair and twirled it on his finger. Wind Peng. Yi Fan. Yi Fan Peng, said. Kid, said Peng, King T. Kid, shut up. Yi Fan didn't want this stupid dog to guess randomly, and kept the golden hair. Fan yin ping yan. Pung ping yeet do. Fong pung pung long, ping pung ping pung ti. The Peacock King and the Blue Flood Dragon didn't have much lifespan left. Usually, they were cultivating in seclusion. If there was nothing important, no one would disturb them. Although Little Pung King was strong, he wasn't strong enough to ask them to get out of seclusion. Not long after, the sound of nature arose from outside the palace. Yen Ruyu had arrived. She looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Her white dress dragged on the ground, her black hair danced in the wind, and her long eyelashes trembled. Her eyes seemed to be misty, like a blooming divine lotus, and her whole person had an ethereal temperament. She looked around 18 or 19 years old. Her white dress dragged on the ground. Her black hair fluttered, and her long eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes were misty like a blooming divine lotus. Her aura was ethereal. You must be the Yen fairy. In this world, there isn't such a beautiful fairy. It's my good fortune to see you today. Tu Fei came to greet her, complimenting her continuously. Men should be bad. The big black dog didn't give him face, mumbling. Tu Fei was baffled, but he couldn't burst out. He politely invited Yen Ruyu to sit, as if he was the owner of this place. Not to mention him, even the several young experts of the demon race who often saw Yen Ruyu were in a trance at this moment. Everyone would admire and yearn for perfection. Yen Fairy, we meet again, Yi Fan greeted her. Yen Ruyu smiled and nodded to him. Little brother Ye's cultivation base has advanced fast. Congratulations. What's there to congratulate? Little brother Yi is in big trouble. A madman has laid his eyes on him. The Little Pung King wants to take his life. Tu Fei went straight to the main topic. Why? Yen Ruyu's smile and frown were moving. Her voice was like the sound of nature. The Little Pung King has laid his eyes on little brother Ye's original root of source energy. He wants to steal it and take his life. Tu Fei was indignant. The holy treasure of heaven and earth can move people's hearts. Even if the Little Pung King doesn't want it, someone else will take action, said Yen Ruyu. Light moved in her beautiful eyes. She had experienced this before. Several of the young demon clan experts present looked a little unnatural. Although they were sitting there, they did have other thoughts in their minds. You have the holy treasure. Of course, people will covet it. You should hide and cultivate, said Yen Ruyu. She didn't say that Yi Fan shouldn't come here. However, she pointed out that the cave palace of the monster clan's almighty expert wasn't his pure land. When Yi Fan burned the great elder of the Ji family in the southern area, he had exposed the cauldron made of source energy. As long as he showed his real body, no matter where he was, he would be targeted. However, he didn't have a choice this time. He had to use his real body to enter the important area of the monster clan to build a good relationship with his old friends. Otherwise, he couldn't find Pangbo's whereabouts. The little flood dragon said, Peng brother has crossed the line. Fairy, please help me persuade him. Yen Ruyu's identity wasn't ordinary. She was the descendant of the monster clan's great king. Moreover, her cultivation base was incredible. 2 years ago, she had fought with the god king physique of the Ji family in the southern area. I will try to persuade him, nodded Yen Ruyu. Outside the palace, there were beautiful mountains and rivers. Beautiful scenery was everywhere. Strange rocks, longevity pines, mist, and waterfalls were all magnificent. There were many palaces and pavilions in the mountains. Opposite them was a green mountain with old pine trees. There was a pavilion on the peak of the mountain, which was surrounded by longevity pines. The Little Pung King and some beast cultivators were sitting there, drinking. The little flood dragon, Yen Ruyu Yi Fan, and Tu Fei flew over and landed. The Little Pung King stood up, gazing at Yi Fan. His murderous aura was like a rising tide, diffusing everywhere. What are you doing? Yen Ruyu parted her red lips and asked. The Little Pung King clasped his hands and said, Greetings, Fairy Yen. I want to take the mysterious yellow origin route. He didn't conceal anything and directly stated his intention. Yi Fan and I are old friends. He's my guest. You're crossing the line, aren't you? Yen Ruyu stood on the peak of the mountain. Her white dress fluttered as if she wanted to ride the wind and fly away. Our monster clan always respects the strong. Fairy Yen, he's just a trash from the desolate antiquity. Don't bully me. The little Pung King's golden hair fluttered, his eyes like electric beams. He's an old friend of mine. I don't want you to trouble him. Yen Ruyu stood still. You're the descendant of the great emperor. You have the holy blood of the monster clan in your body. You shouldn't have a relationship with a cripple. I'm going to kill him to cut the unnecessary karma for the princess. The little Pung King's voice was resolute as his murderous aura shot up. Damn it! This birdman is crazy. Tu Fei cursed in a low voice. Enough! What's your logic? Yen Ruyu wasn't happy. He's my friend. What does he have to do with Xiao? He has a holy treasure like the source chi root. Today it appears in the important place of our monster clan. It's God's will. I should get it. The little Pung King didn't flinch. So, you want to kill my friend because of your selfish desire? Yen Ruyu's flawless face beamed a faint smile. You can't say that. I have the aspiration of the great emperor. If I get it, I can refine it into an extreme weapon. It will strengthen our monster clan. The little Pung King's voice was resolute. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. Two sharp lights shot out from his eyes. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? How many great emperors could there be? Do you think a lunatic like you can achieve that? Tu Fei smiled faintly. Well, I'm invincible in the younger generation of the Eastern Barren continent. I'm as strong as the great emperor when he was young. The little Pung King's eyes shot out two beams of cold light. He looked at Tu Fei as if he was looking at a dead man. I can take your life in 3 moves. You can come and try. His eyes revealed a crazy murderous intent as he strode forward. He really wanted to take Tu Fei's life with an arrogant attitude. Tu Fei was enraged. He had fought with the Yaoguang Saintess for a long time, and could still protect himself. Now the little Pung King wanted to kill him in 3 moves. This made him feel wronged. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lunatic." However, he controlled his impulse and didn't rush over. The little Pung King was too terrifying. Not long ago, he had joined hands with Qingyi, but they were blown away by the little Pung King's left hand. One had to know that Qingyi was on the same level as the saints of the great sage's land. The little Pung King turned around and stared at Yi Fan. Come here and accept your death. If it was before the primordial era, would you dare to kill the sacred body of the ancients? Tu Fei asked. Unfortunately, those days are gone forever. There's no turning back. The little Pung King was indifferent. It's hard to say. Maybe he will be a miracle. Yen Ruyu gracefully stepped forward and stopped him. The little Pung King stopped and said coldly, Your Highness, you shouldn't have stopped me. There's no hope for such a person. He's not the only one after all these years. Didn't those holy lands train him before? In the end, they still gave up. Things may go wrong. Yen Ruyu's body did not move as she stood in front of him. The little Pung King sneered and said, You and I both know that there's only one way out for this kind of physique. He continued to speak, and it was actually not far from what Yi Fan had guessed. In the past, several holy lands had discovered the sacred body of the ancients and secretly trained them. However, it was difficult for them to open up the sea of suffering. Later, they finally came up with a way to overcome the difficulties, which allowed them to achieve amazing results in their cultivation. Once the sacred body of the ancients could be cultivated, as long as there were endless spiritual medicines, their cultivation would improve very quickly. Moreover, their combat strength was immeasurable. Even the lords of the great sage could not compare to them when they were young. However, every step forward with this physique required a huge amount of resources. Even the holy lands could not afford it. There was once a holy land that spent millions of kilograms of source to train a sacred body of the ancients to the 5th level of the Taoist palace. However, even a holy land with a deep foundation could not afford it. According to their speculations, to complete the 5th level of the Taoist palace and break into the 4 levels secret realm would require at least millions of kilograms of source. Even the holy lands could not afford it. Moreover, no one knew what kind of difficulties would be encountered after entering the 4 levels secret realm. Whether or not one could continue to cultivate was uncertain. Therefore, the sects with some foundation knew that the sacred body of the ancients would definitely stop at the 5th level of the Taoist palace. It was impossible to cross the barren chasm. In this world, Even the Holy Lands could not produce millions of kilograms of source. It was an astronomical number that made people despair. The great sage all failed. They came to the conclusion that the sacred body of the ancients had fallen and could no longer reproduce the invincible posture of the past. It would never be able to rise again. From then on, many sects in the world learned that the sacred body of the ancients had become a useless physique. No matter how much they paid to train it, it would eventually stop at the 4 levels secret realm. It was impossible to enter the 4 levels secret realm unless the Holy Lands were crazy enough to work together and provide millions of kilograms of source to help this physique break through the shackles. Obviously, this was impossible. With so many resources, it was enough to train a large number of masters. There was no need to squander it like this, as the gains did not make up for the losses. As for whether or not the cultivation path of the sacred body of the ancients would still be difficult after entering the 4 levels secret realm, the great sage had no way of knowing because no one had ever tried to reach that step. The little Pung King was extremely cold and said, "I think you guys should be aware of the situation. What awaits him is a dead end. Why don't you let me help him get out of this? The source root of all chi should be in my hands, so I can forge my path to the great emperor." The little Pung King was as beautiful as jade. She had an otherworldly temperament, like thin clouds covering the bright moon, like a gentle breeze caressing jade flowers. She looked like a fairy from heaven. She shook her head slightly and said, "The great emperor is not something that can be achieved by a heartless person. I won't allow you to kill him." The little Pung King took a step forward. His strong body had a demonic aura, and his aura was oppressive. He said, "How am I a heartless person? I came to the Green Dragon King's place of seclusion to propose to the princess. How could Fairy Yin marry a madman like you?" The blabbermouth Two-Fei said. "Who else but me?" The little Pung King looked around and said, "If I become the monster emperor one day, the princess will be the monster empress. I've never seen such an arrogant birdman. Wait until you have the aura of the great emperor before you come out and brag." Two-Fei said angrily. "You'll see in the future." The little Pung King's tone was calm, but his murderous intent was soaring. He reached out his hand to grab Yifan. Bang! The entire mountain shook. Yenryu made her move and flicked out a crystal lotus to block the little Pung King's hand. "I'm just killing a primordial degenerate. Princess, are you really going to stop me? Is it worth it?" The little Pung King's eyes were as sharp as knives. "You said you want to walk the path of the great emperor. Let me see if you have the talent to fight a sacred body of the ancients of the same level," Yenryu said calmly. "Unfortunately, there is no sacred body of the ancients of the same level for me to kill." The little Pung King put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone disdainfully. "Killing a sacred body of the ancients of the same level? This birdman is crazy. He's too arrogant." Two-Fei could not help but curse. "I can suppress your cultivation to the second realm of the Taoist palace." Yenryu calmly extended her hand. Her palm was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. An extreme path weapon. Everyone was shocked. They felt an irresistible aura and could not help but tremble. This was the power of the extreme path, and it was a sacred weapon left behind by the great emperor of the monster clan. How many great emperors have there been since ancient times? They are all unparalleled. Do you dare to try and see if you can suppress a sacred body of the ancients of the same level? Chapter 257. Yenryu, dressed in white, stood at the peak of the mountain. She was as beautiful as a moon fairy, and seemed like she could fly to the moon at any time. At that moment, her right palm was crystal clear. The power of the extreme path spread out, oppressing everyone present and making them feel fear. It was an unparalleled pressure, as if the ancient heaven had descended. There was no way to resist it, making everyone feel despair. It was like a tiny ant trying to shake a mountain, but it would never succeed. Everyone present was trembling and could not help but want to kneel. Kacha. A few demon cultivators could not stand it anymore and cracked the ground under their feet. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and trembled. It was a fear that came from their souls. At the same time, Qingyi, Two-Fei, and the little Pung King were also gritting their teeth to resist the urge to kneel. This was the power of the extreme path, a sacred weapon forged by the great demon emperor. The pressure alone was unbearable, and they could not help but kneel. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if their souls were trapped by the 9 serenities of death. Life and death were all under the cover of the Extreme Path sacred weapon. The power of the great demon emperor was unfathomable. Do you dare to fight the sacred body of the ancients at the same level? Yen Ryu asked. Who am I? I am the undefeatable sky rock of my generation. Why would I listen to anyone else's arrangement? I will kill if I want to, and I will fight if I want to. Even if you are the descendant of the great demon emperor, you cannot control me. The little Pung King let out a long roar, and a golden divine bird appeared behind him, the rock. Like a god, it flapped its wings and broke through the suppression of the extreme path. He turned into a golden glow and soared into the sky. The little Pung King stood high in the sky with his golden hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and his tall body seemed to be cast in gold. He looked like a demon king looking down on everyone. The other demons were very shocked. They did not expect the little Pung King to break through the extreme path and stand high in the sky. This kind of terror and transcendence sent chills down their spines. On the other side, Yi Fan stood straight like a pine tree. His body was special, so he did not have the urge to kowtow. However, he was also shocked. His body did not seem to belong to him, and it was difficult for him to move. He wasn't intimidated into submission, but his realm was too low. He couldn't break out like the little Pung King, so he could only stand on the field. The extreme weapon lives up to its reputation. The great Emperor's Saint weapon is so terrifying. If it were to be used, who in the world would be able to withstand it? The little Pung King's eyes were as sharp as a sword. Yen Ryu's palm flashed with brilliance, and she put away her holy weapon. The pressure was like a tide, quickly disappearing. A complete extreme path weapon can be so intimidating. Tu Fei was astounded. His grandfather had half a holy weapon, but it couldn't be compared to this perfect emperor weapon. The little Pung King stood in the sky. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, covering half of his sharp face. His expression became even more determined as he said, "The source root of myriad chi is mine. I must take out my saint weapon." You're afraid to fight the sacred body of the ancients, aren't you? Tu Fei shouted. Killing him is as easy as cutting grass, but why should I listen to your arrangements? The little Pung King remained unmoved. He clasped his hands behind his back. He was extremely conceited. Don't hide it. That's because you're afraid and don't dare to fight. Everyone knows that the sacred body of the ancients is hard to resist. You birdman, you're just afraid. Tu Fei said. When I, Sky Pung, do things, I don't need you to say anything. I will take his life right now and obtain the mysterious yellow origin root. The golden-winged little Pung King was extremely cold. He dove down murderously towards Yi Fan. Clang, clang, clang. Yen Ryu flicked her fingers, and petals danced in the sky. Each petal was like a blade, blocking the little Pung King's path and slashing at his body. Buzz. The little Pung King waved his golden fist, shaking the void. All the petals shattered and disappeared in the sky. His demonic power was unparalleled. With me here, can you kill him? Yen Ryu stood quietly on the mountain peak. Your Highness, I can't do anything to you since you have the extreme weapon. But if I want to kill someone, I don't think you can stop me. The little Pung King was arrogant. Yi Fan stood on the mountain peak and glanced at him. He sneered. You think you're the best in the world, huh? If that's the case, go kill the sacred leader of Alcade and show us your demonic power. I will do it in the future. The little Pung King stared at him with endless killing intent. I can say the same thing. In the future, I can kill 2 of you with one hand. Yi Fan sneered. You seem to be very unconvinced. The little Pung King's eyes were cold. I'm telling the truth. If we were in the same plane, I could kill you with one hand. Yi Fan continued to mock him. If you say now, then I can also say that in the eyes of the sacred leader of Alcade, you are less than an ant. You don't have the right to dominate the world. How dare a primordial trash talk to me like that? The little Pung King's expression was cold. I've only cultivated for a little more than 4 years. I'm a few planes lower than you, so I'm indeed no match for you. You can indeed pretend to be a master in front of me after cultivating for so many years, but please don't think you're invincible. There's really nothing special about you. Everyone was shocked. It was indeed shocking that Yi Fan could achieve what he had after cultivating for only 4 years. If he had been born in the primordial era, his future would have been limitless. Aren't you saying all this because you want to fight me at the same level? The little Peng King sneered. I've always been tempted. Killing a sacred body of the ancients at the same level gives me a sense of accomplishment. I just don't want to be set up by others. To me, there's no sense of accomplishment. I can predict the result. I can crush you with a flip of my hand. Yi Fan shook his head. These words were infuriating. The little Peng King sneered and said, I'm really tempted. Little Peng King, there's no need to lower yourself to the same level as a trash. There's no need to do this. Among the little Peng King's followers, a demonic cultivator said, if he's not convinced, I'll take his life as a level 2 of the Holy Ji Palace. People like you won't do. I can kill 10 of you by myself. Yi Fan shook his head. He only wanted to provoke the little Peng King into attacking. The demonic cultivator was also a powerful cultivator of the younger generation. He was quite conceited, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. He then turned to Yen Ryu and said, Your Highness, please use an extreme weapon to suppress my cultivation. I want to fight him. Yen Ryu did not refuse and attacked right away. Her palm shone brilliantly, and the might of the extreme path flashed and disappeared, suppressing the demonic cultivator's cultivation. I don't need to do anything to deal with you. I can just close the door and let the dog out. Black Emperor, bite him. Damn it. The big black dog was furious. He growled and turned around to bite Yi Fan. Everyone was speechless. Stupid dog, if you don't kill him, you can forget about getting the ancient scriptures and the black tortoise for the rest of your life. Yi Fan threatened through voice transmission. Human trash, what are you doing? The demonic cultivator sneered. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Fan rushed over and slapped out with the giant palm of the void. The black hand covered the sky, and dark clouds rolled down with lightning. Bang! The demonic cultivator hit the sky with both hands and hit the black hand. However, he was sent flying by the black hand amid a muffled sound, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked. This person was at the level 5 Holy Ji Palace realm. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the level 2, he still had his experience and combat awareness. Yet he was severely injured in a single exchange. Everyone gasped and lamented that the sacred body of the ancients was indeed invincible among those at the same level. Boom! Yi Fan rushed over in an instant. The black hand fell like a towering ancient tree, covering the sky and making the void tremble. Smack! This time, the giant palm of the void swept across and sent the demonic cultivator flying. He fell to the top of the mountain and lay there, spitting out blood. People like you talk big and say that your body is useless. Now that you've been defeated by me, aren't you even more useless? Yi Fan sneered and landed on the ground. The demonic cultivator let out a low growl and swallowed several pills. His bones crackled, and his demonic power surged, causing the top of the mountain to tremble. He rushed over again and said, I can kill you myself. Black Emperor, bite him. Although Yi Fan said this, he kept threatening the demonic cultivator through voice transmission. This dog's temper was too bad, and it was difficult to tame him. Damn it, brat, just you wait. The black dog was furious. His bald tail was about to reach the sky, and he pounced on the demonic cultivator. I say, little Yi, you really sent a dog to bite people. Is this stupid dog reliable? Tu Fei asked. The surrounding people were even more dumbfounded. Using a black dog that hadn't transformed to fight a demonic cultivator? Wasn't that just asking for death? Pung. The demonic cultivator slapped the black dog. He thought it would be enough to turn it into minced meat, but unexpectedly, his own arm was almost broken. Boom. He threw a punch toward the large black dog's head. The Black Emperor was not someone who liked to be beaten up, and he moved as fast as a bolt of black lightning. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed this massive fist. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Ayo! The demonic cultivator screamed in pain. He almost fainted because of the intense pain. A cold wind blew, and he felt a chill on his wrist. Looking closely, he found that his fist was gone, and his wrist was bare and bloody. His palm had been bitten off. Ah! The pain was unbearable. He screamed at the top of his lungs, and his head was covered with sweat. He quickly retreated. Pei. The black dog spat out blood, and his broken hand fell to the ground. He was actually retching. He quickly ran to a mountain spring, rinsed his mouth, and cursed. Damn it, I hate eating fox meat the most in my life. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was dumbfounded. This listless black dog was actually so powerful. It was obvious that he wasn't a kind person. Sure enough, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Looking at its listless appearance, it looked harmless from beginning to end. After all, it turned out to be a ruthless character. What bad luck! The large black dog cursed. Everyone present was speechless. This bald dog really deserved a beating. That was what everyone thought. By the way, my favorite food is roasted birds. The black dog raised his neck, stared at the little Peng King, and licked his lips. Louder, Tu Fei said. Boom. The little Peng King landed on the peak of the mountain. He stared at Yi Fan coldly and said, I really can't help but fight. The sacred body of the ancients is tempting. He suddenly turned around and faced Yen Ryu. I don't want to listen to other people's arrangements. This is my own will. Your Highness, please put away your ultimate weapon. I will seal my power myself. Are you sure you want to fight with the sacred body of the ancients at the same level? Tu Fei asked. How many great emperors have existed since ancient times? All of them are peerless. If I want to walk this path, I must suppress the sacred body of the ancients. The little Peng King said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed. He felt the blood in his body flow faster, and he couldn't wait to throw a punch. Chapter 258. Verdant mountain peaks, ancient pine trees, strange rocks, and a waterfall that was 3,000 feet long. Killing sacred bodies of the ancients of the same level to forge my path to the great emperor. This is the will of the heavens. The source chi of all things shall belong to me. The golden-winged little Peng King was tall, and his golden hair was like a waterfall. His eyes were sparkling, and he had a demonic air about him. As he stood on the peak of the mountain, there was a daunting pressure. I have never killed a sky Peng before. Today, I will dye my hands with Peng blood. Yi Fan opposed with equal harshness. Your physique has fallen. Even the world has abandoned you. You should have been buried in the soil a long time ago. Today, I will completely destroy the sacred body of the ancients. The little Peng King's murderous intent soared into the sky. This was an extremely dangerous person who would kill at every turn. He was determined to obtain Yi Fan's cauldron, so it was impossible for him to spare Yi Fan's life. I, Tian Peng, am destined to become a great emperor. Your mysterious yellow origin root was prepared for me. It is a treasure given to me by the heavens. The little Peng King's hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, I will use your primordial sacred blood to cleanse the origin of the myriad chi and forge my sacred weapon. He's a motherf asterisk cur. Tu Fei muttered. Cyan Yi sighed and said, he indeed has the strength of a great emperor. He heard that Yao Guang Saint Sun has been determined to be a great emperor since he was young, so he rushed to the north region to kill Yao Guang Saint Sun with his own hands. Tu Fei was a little worried and asked, could he really suppress the sacred body of the ancients? It's hard to say. The great emperor doesn't necessarily have the sacred body of the ancients. If he really has the potential to become the great emperor, then Yi Fan is in real danger. Qing Yi shook his head and said, the Rock clan is blessed by the heavens. Their physical bodies are the best in the world, just like the Jiao Dragon clan. They are no weaker than the human sacred body of the ancients. Kill the saint physique. Sacrifice the mysterious yellow blood. The little Peng King shouted. The mountain peak trembled. It was restricted by a formless demonic force, as if it was going to collapse. Hua! Suddenly, the silver waterfall stopped flowing and froze in the air. It was as if time had frozen. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, and a sense of horror flashed through them. They didn't understand what had happened. Rumble! The silver waterfall fell and continued to flow. Everything returned to normal. I've already sealed myself and suppressed my cultivation to the second firmament of the Doctrine Palace. Little Peng's words were sonorous, like metal colliding with stone. The longevity pine was tall and straight, and the ancient vines were bold and vigorous. The mountain peak was completely silent. The great battle was about to begin. Buzz! The golden-winged little Peking made his move. The heavenly Peng's extreme speed was unparalleled in this world. It transformed into a beam of light and rushed over. Its golden fist caused the space to collapse, emitting violent vibrations. Pa! Yi Fan struck out with the void palm imprint. A huge black palm covered the sky, and a dark mass of people collided heavily with the Peng fist. Boom! Like a thunderclap, it struck the mountain peak and caused it to tremble. Gold and black energy violently surged out in all directions like a tide. Pitter-patter. Like the wind sweeping away the clouds, like a great wave washing the sand. On the mountain peak, all of the longevity pine trees were uprooted and shattered in midair. All of the wondrous rocks turned into fine powder. That waterfall was even more so, swept up into the sky, flowing in reverse. The first collision was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Nothing was left on the mountain peak. The pavilions and other buildings were all destroyed and razed to the ground. The spectators were alarmed. When the gold and black energy swept towards them, they all soared into the sky and dodged. It was hard to imagine that this was the attack of a powerhouse at the second firmament of the Dao Palace. Buzz! The golden-winged little Peking's eyes blazed with light as he charged forward. His golden fist was like a burning ball of divine fire. It was a pulsating divine brilliance. It was extremely dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. It was hard to imagine just how great the power of this punch was. Pa! Yi Fan still used the void palm imprint. The black palm seemed to cleave down from the universe beyond. It was black and terrifying, causing the sky to tremble. Rumble! In their second clash, the two of them struck out with a yin-yang storm. Gold and black energy surged into the sky, sweeping out in all directions like a tsunami. Ka! The mountain peak could not withstand it. A corner of it cracked, emitting a deafening sound. At the same time, rubble shot through the sky, crashing into the shore. Huge rocks shot out in all directions. Yi Fan and the golden-winged little Peking were like two gods colliding. How can this birdman be so monstrous? His physical body can really be compared to the sacred body of the ancients. Tu Fei was shocked. Their race is blessed by the heavens. Not only are they unparalleled in speed, but their physical bodies can also rival real dragons. This is their unparalleled talent. Xian Yi's expression was solemn. No wonder this birdman is so crazy. His physical body is so terrifying. It's like another sacred body of the ancients, Tu Fei exclaimed. Boom! Yi Fan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, naturally noticed the situation. The celestial rock's physical body, tempered by the four-level secret realms, was no weaker than his own. It was indestructible. Pa! Yi Fan continued to attack. The black palm and the golden fist collided, causing the mountain to collapse and the waterfall to flow backward. However, his physical body did not have the upper hand. The golden-winged little Peking was very brave, and took all of the attacks head-on. The celestial rock's physical body that could kill real dragons was even harder than Daoyuo silver essence. It shone brilliantly and resisted the sacred body of the ancients. Boom! The two separated. Yi Fan held the seal of mountains and rivers in his hand, and a huge mountain appeared above his head. On it, there were ancient trees and forests, birds and beasts, and even a silver waterfall. Yi Fan performed the Great Void technique, and suddenly appeared in front of the golden-winged little Peking. He held the seal of mountains and rivers and slammed it down. What kind of seal is this? Everyone was shocked. The momentum was too great. The mountain towered high in the sky, majestic and majestic. Birds and beasts flew, and the river surged. It was so real, as if a real mountain had been moved. Boom! The sky and earth were turned upside down. The seal of mountains and rivers slammed down, and the golden-winged little Peking blocked it. Boom! The mountain was so huge that it was earth-shattering. It buried the little Peking under it. Everyone in the sky changed their expressions. The seal was too terrifying. Many people thought that they could not withstand it with their physical bodies. Even cultivators in the four-level secret realms would be turned into minced meat immediately. Boom! The golden-winged little Peking roared. His golden hair stood on end, and he waved a huge golden peng claw. It was a divine technique that could kill real dragons. The claw split the sky. The peng's roar shook the sky, surging for dozens of miles. Many people in the sky felt their ears prickling, and they almost fell from the sky. The golden-winged little Peng King split the sky with his bare hands. The huge Peng Claw tore the mountain apart and collapsed it in the void. Boom! The mountain collapsed, and a violent explosion soared into the sky. The mountain under their feet was silently annihilated more than 10 meters high, and it became much shorter. This was the terrifying Rock Clan. They were favored by the heavens, and their physical bodies were not at a disadvantage when competing with the sacred body of the ancients. Yi Fan's expression did not change. So what if their physical strength was similar? He activated the Battle Saint technique, and the seal of mountains and rivers appeared again. The towering mountain seemed to tear through time and space, rushing over from ancient times, and came crashing down. Boom! The golden-winged little Peng King fought back. The Peng Claw tore through the sky, and once again, the mountain was destroyed. Boom! However, Yi Fan's divine power was inexhaustible. He kept forming hand seals, and 13 seals of mountains and rivers came crashing down. In the distant sky, many demon cultivators were dumbfounded. Tu Fei's eyes were wide open and he murmured, "Damn it, I can't fight with him. What a freak." Even someone as powerful as the golden-winged little Peng King felt a little overwhelmed. The 13 mountains came crashing down one after another, forcing him to reveal the true form of the rock. Golden light shot into the sky, and it was dazzling. A huge rock appeared and spread its wings. It was a giant bird that was dozens of meters long. Its entire body was dazzling, as if it was cast in gold. It was filled with the sense of power bestowed upon it by the heavens, and it contained explosive divine power. The rock's rock roar. Its wings swept across the sky, directly shattering 6 mountains. Its divine power surged like a sacred flame, and its entire body shone brightly. Smack! The divine wings struck the sky, and all the clouds in the surroundings were shaken away. It was unstoppable and indestructible, and everything in its path turned into ashes. The seals of mountains and rivers were all shattered. This was the divine bird, the rock. Its divine power was overwhelming, and it could suppress all other races. But how could Yi Fan stop here? This was just the beginning. He used the Great Void technique, traversing through the void and arriving on the rock's back. He held the moon with both hands, and a black demon mountain appeared in his hands. Embracing Mountain Seal, he hugged a huge mountain and fiercely smashed it towards Tianping's back. This kind of power was enough to make people tremble in fear. Bang! The embracing Mountain Seal shot out, and the mountain came crashing down. Rumble! The black demon mountain struck the rock's true form, and sent the little Peng King flying. However, the black mountain also crumbled. It was hard to imagine how strong the rock's body was. Swoosh! A blazing golden light flashed, and the little Peng King transformed into his human form, disappearing into the void. Not good. Yi Fan was alarmed. He used the Great Void technique to leave through space, but he was still one step too late. The rock's divine wings slashed down. The little Peng King's right hand turned into a 30-meter-long golden blade. It flashed with cold light as it slashed forward. Clang! Yi Fan passively met the attack. His golden fist slammed into the sky, creating a piercing sound that shook dozens of miles. Bang! Although he dodged this attack, he was still hit in the back by another rock claw, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. This was the rock's extreme speed. The little Peng King was unbelievably fast. He turned into thousands of phantoms, and they attacked unceasingly, attacking Yi Fan's body. "I will naturally soar above the world," the little Peng King shouted. His body turned into thousands of phantoms, and they were everywhere, all attacking Yi Fan. In the end, all the phantoms merged into one, forming an eternal, undying body. Golden light shone over the world. The great killing technique was like thousands of waves, attacking Yi Fan unceasingly. The rock slash. The rock's divine wings tore the sky, and it slashed continuously. In just a short moment, he used the rock's extreme speed to attack more than 10,000 times. Every strike caused the space around them to collapse. In the end, they actually pierced through the space and sent Yi Fan flying many miles away. Can this Birdman really become a great emperor? Even the sacred body of the ancients can't suppress him. Tu Fei was shocked. This was the first time in Yi Fan's life that he was evenly matched with an enemy. This was a terrifying rock that had the potential to become a great emperor. Don't try to use your soul consciousness to kill me. It's useless even if you use your cauldron. I will let your blood dye the sky red. The little Pung King's eyes were filled with crazy or murderous intent. I'm afraid he does have the potential to become a great emperor. Cyane looked serious. Are you saying that he might be able to kill the Alcade Saint? Tu Fei was shocked. The physique of a great emperor isn't necessarily a divine physique or a sacred physique. He might really have such potential. Yin Ryu also said. The other demon cultivators were all shocked. Was the little Pung King really that powerful? Roar. The little Pung King's roar shook the mountains and rivers. Under the rock's extreme speed, no one knew how many times he had attacked. Is this all you've got? Suddenly, Yi Fan's cold voice was heard. He's not injured. Is the sacred body of the ancients almost immortal? Everyone was shocked. At that moment, Yi Fan increased his speed. He was actually able to compete with the little Pung King's extreme speed, and was not at a disadvantage. How is this possible? The rock's extreme speed is unparalleled and unparalleled. How can he catch up? The demon cultivators were shocked. Legend has it that only the crazy old man's footwork is comparable to the rock's extreme speed. He might even surpass it, Cyane said in a low voice. He has cultivated the crazy old man's footwork. Yin Ryu nodded. Yi Fan went berserk. His divine power was monstrous, and his spiritual essence was surging. His large hand covered the sky and scattered the clouds in the sky. Bang! The large hand that covered the sky sent the little Pung King flying. Boom! Yi Fan formed a seal with both hands, and it was as if he was holding up the sky. A huge black sun suddenly filled the sky, exuding a vigorous aura. It was as boundless as the ocean, as endless as the abyss, and as majestic as an ancient mountain. Its might was monstrous, and it made people want to kneel down and worship it. Great Sun Seal. Yi Fan raised the great sun that covered the sky and pressed it down. Wang. The little Pung King let out a long cry and went up against the sky, wanting to shatter the black sun. Boom. Black flames burned the sky and covered the sky, instantly drowning the little Pung King. The flames were monstrous, and the little Pung King rushed up in a sorry state. Even the clothes on his body were burning. Roasted birds are my favorite, the big black dog shouted from below. The little Pung King was shocked and angry. He rushed up into the sky, and the golden light around his body was dazzling. He put out the flames and shouted, I want the sacred blood of the ancients to flow out. He rushed forward and used his divine wings to strike the sky. Yi Fan was not afraid. He held the great sun seal in his hand, and another vigorous sun slowly rose. It was incomparably huge, and it covered the sky. The black brilliance burned everything. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. Flames swept the sky as the two of them fought fiercely. The intense collision caused the sky to boil. Then, Yi Fan used the old crazy old's footwork and crazily rushed over with a demon mountain in his arms. Bang! The little Pung King was smashed and was sent flying. He had no choice but to show the true form of the Sky Pung again. The sacred body of the ancients was the sacred body of the ancients, after all. The strength of his physical body was slightly higher than the true form of the Sky Pung. Yi Fan was almost berserk. The black demon mountain kept pressing down, attacking the little Pung King. Moreover, the black sun also filled the sky from time to time. He formed various seals, causing the world to boil. Fire Phoenix Seal, Sun and Moon Seal, Mountain River Seal, Mountain Embracing Seal. The Battle Saint technique was ever-changing and had no fixed form. One moment, Yi Fan threw more than a dozen demon mountains, and the next moment, he threw more than a dozen suns, completely drowning the little Pung King. The two of them fought to the death, each using their most extreme means. Boom! Yi Fan held a demon mountain and hit the true form of the Sky Pung, causing the little Pung King to stagger and almost fall from the sky. Yi Fan landed on the true form of the Sky Pung at an extreme speed, and the great seal of mountains and rivers blasted. The little Pung King let out a long roar, and turned into a human, trying to get rid of the entanglement. However, he did not succeed this time. When he turned into a human, Yi Fan was still on his back. He swung his golden fist and smashed it down. He's riding the little Pung King. The demon cultivators were shocked. The situation began to change. The sacred body of the ancients had the upper hand, and Yi Fan gradually suppressed the little Pung King. Boom. Yi Fan's powerful divine sense rushed out and slashed at the little Pung King. Boom. The sky was filled with golden feathers. The little Pung King rushed out and left a feather coat in Yi Fan's hand. The golden feathers were crushed by the divine sense. "Skin the bird and keep it up," the big black dog shouted. The little Pung King's golden hair stood on end, and his eyes were like knives. He let out a long roar and pounced over again. He shouted, "Extreme speed divine change." Oh no, this is the divine change field that the Sky Pung evolved at extreme speed. It's almost impossible to survive if you're sealed in it. Cyan E exclaimed. The blood of the sacred body of the ancients can flow out now. The little Pung King said mercilessly. He punched forward with endless killing intent. Bang! However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Fan was not sealed. He attacked later, but arrived first. His fist landed on the little Pung King's face, and a string of blood spurted out from his mouth. You! The little Pung King was shocked. He never thought that Yi Fan would not be restricted. He decisively retreated. However, Yi Fan launched a series of attacks. The golden hand swept across the sky and directly slashed down, covering the little Pung King's head. Bang! This was a very heavy blow. The little Pung King's body shook violently, and his head buzzed. This was only him. If it were someone else, they would have been killed. The little Pung King's hair was disheveled, and his body swayed. He almost fell from the sky. Pa! Yi Fan's golden hand slapped over and landed heavily on the little Pung King's body. It was like slapping a scarecrow, and he was sent flying. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. The little Pung King made a wrong judgment just now, and now he was being suppressed by Yi Fan. Bang! The golden hand covered the sky, and Yi Fan slashed on the little Pung King's back. A large string of blood spurted out from his mouth. Below, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan actually heavily injured the insufferably arrogant little Pung King. Chapter 259. Wang. Yi Fan's golden fist smashed over. It was as if the hardest divine metal of a deity was vibrating too quickly, releasing an ear-piercing vibrating sound. This was a wave of berserk divine force. The golden splendor dyed the sky a dazzling expanse, as if a scorching sun had shattered in the sky. Pung. This ferocious and heavy golden fist heavily smashed into the little Pung King's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood that carried traces of gold. Roar! The little Pung King released a long roar. His messy hair flew about, and every strand of hair stood on end. His robust body possessed a demonic nature as it released a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. He wanted to reverse the situation. The divine Pung spread its wings. He didn't turn around and swept behind him. His right arm was as heavy as a mountain, and even space itself collapsed from the pressure. It was hard to imagine what kind of crazy power this was. Dang! Yi Fan's golden fist smashed out, landing on the Pung arm that was sweeping over. It was as if he was striking iron, releasing a sky-shaking sonorous sound. Their flesh was comparable to a mountain, and their toughness had reached an inconceivable level. When they brandished their arms, they could distort space. They possessed extreme power. Ooh! Astral winds surged. The instant the little Pung King turned around, Yi Fan's large golden hand slapped out. It was as if a large millstone was smashing down. This strike was extremely terrifying. The millstone-like large hand seemed to be cast from gold, and it was filled with a destructive feeling. It pressed down on the space until it rumbled, and its power was terrifying. Pa! There was no way to evade at all. This large hand locked down the heavens and hacked down, landing solidly on the little Pung King's body. Half of his body was struck. The little Pung King was immediately sent flying. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't endure this kind of heavy strike. Blood sprayed out from his mouth, and his golden hair scattered about. He almost fell down in the void. Yi Fan had the upper hand, so he naturally didn't want to let him turn the situation around. He didn't give him any chance at all. and he continuously used his great offensive techniques. Pung. The large golden hand covered the sky, cutting off the path ahead and slapping downwards. With one step in the lead, he took the initiative step by step. This kind of offensive was continuous and unending, and it was as if he had locked down the other party and suppressed him. Clang. The heavenly Pung spread its wings, wanting to break the golden hand. The attack was ferocious. Even the void became dim. This type of terrifying hack completely sucked away the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy. The golden-winged little Pung King was full of unruliness. His eyes revealed killing intent as he retaliated almost crazily. His body ignited with raging divine flames to break free from this disadvantage. Dang dang dang. However, Yi Fan's sacred body of the ancients was even more ferocious. He fought force with force and overpowered force with force. His golden fist seemed to be able to pierce through the sky with unparalleled power. The intense collision was like the descent of the ancient heaven, suppressing the blue dome of heaven. It was also like the Milky Way, crashing into the vast earth. Yi Fan's golden fist seemed to have fused with heaven and earth. Every time he punched out, the sky would tremble and the spectators in the distance would be horrified. It was hard to estimate how powerful it was. Pung. Dang. Such an intense battle was almost unseen among the younger generation. One was a sacred body of the ancients, while the other was a descendant of the divine Pung that could kill a true dragon. Both of their physical bodies represented extreme strength. It was like a needle against an awl. Their battle was soul-stirring, causing the entire sky to tremble. Yi Fan's divine power was inexhaustible and tireless. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Pung King was shocked. The pair of golden fists were like mountains crashing against each other, forcing him to retreat. At this moment, the celestial Pung King's wings could not hurt him at all. The golden fist smashed through the space. Every heavy blow made his arm go numb, and the terrifying force made him want to spit blood. Yi Fan did not want to give him a chance to turn the tables. He never underestimated his opponents, let alone the celestial Pung that could sweep through the younger generation. His attacks were endless. Pung. He attacked like a storm, hitting the little Pung King until he could not withstand it. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the glow on his arms became much dimmer. Pa. Yi Fan's golden fists finally penetrated through. They rushed past the Pung King's wings and smashed into his chest. This kind of heavy blow was too much for the little Pung King to endure, and he felt intense pain. He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. His messy hair was stained with blood, and his majestic body was trembling slightly. Yi Fan chased after him. The two of them seemed to be connected by an invisible rope, and they could not break away from each other. Whoosh! Yi Fan used the Great Void technique and suddenly appeared. A huge black hand covered the sky and slammed down. The little Pung King could not dodge at all. Pung. This was a terrifying heavy blow. It directly slammed into the little Pung King's head, causing him to spin around and lose his balance. The tyrannical little Pung King was actually beaten into such a sorry state. Blood dyed his clothes red, and everyone in the distant sky gasped. One had to know that the little Pung King's divine might had spread far and wide. There was almost no one in the younger generation of the demon race who did not know of him. He wanted to walk the great emperor's path. This was a great opportunity. Yi Fan caught up in just 8 steps. Taking advantage of the little Pung King's dazed state, he carried a demonic mountain and pressed down. Embracing mountain seal. Boom. The majestic and unstoppable mountain pressed down on the little Pung King's body, as if it had the power to turn the world upside down. In the distant sky, everyone felt the destructive aura and couldn't help but be alarmed. However, the little Pung King's body was not broken. The black mountain smashed him flying away, and his body cracked open with bloody lines, but he still did not fall down. Buzz. Yi Fan chased after him. His left hand formed the sun seal, and his right hand formed the moon seal. A heavenly sun and a bright moon floated in the sky, each emitting a resplendent radiance and emitting heart-palpitating fluctuations. They were both the size of small mountains, and they were pushed forward by him. Bang! The sun seal covered the sky, emitting boundless radiance. Yi Fan's left hand heavily slammed down, causing the little Pung King to tumble backwards. A large patch of his messy golden hair was dyed red by the fresh blood he spat out. Pa! The moon seal was in the sky, gentle and dazzling. Yi Fan's right hand slammed down, striking the little Pung King's body. Light surged violently like raging waves beating against the shore. This heavenly Pung King's body was covered in bloody scars, and his joints creaked with gabbing sounds. Its strength was astonishing. I don't believe I can't beat him, Yi Fan shouted loudly. His body shone like a divine body that had been refined 100 times. Enough! Suddenly the little Pung King roared. He was a bit dazed after being struck in the head, but the intense pain woke him up completely. He let out a beast-like roar. As the descendant of the heavenly Pung King, he possessed an astonishing vitality. His eyes were close to madness as tens of thousands of golden feathers rushed out and pierced through the sky like golden spears. It was a killing method that sent chills down one's spine. The countless golden feathers all turned into blazing spears, each of which carried golden flames. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The sound of the air being pierced was incessant, and all of them stabbed at Yi Fan. It was a killing method that made one feel fear and despair. Dang, dang, dang. Yi Fan slapped with his golden hand, blocking the golden spears. If it were anyone else, they would have been pierced through and died from blood loss. However, Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients, which was even stronger than the heavenly Pung King's body. He forcefully carved out a path among the waves of spears. Moreover, he was not retreating. He was advancing toward the little Pung King, intending to crush him to death. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Fan struck out all kinds of seals and great killing methods, shattering the spears one after another and pressing toward the little Pung King. Boom. The little Pung King waved his arms, and millions of golden feathers gathered together, forming a golden canopy that pressed down on Yi Fan. It was a giant canopy formed by sharp spears. It was an ultimate killing method, and it instantly pressed down, drowning Yi Fan. In the distant sky, the crowd gasped. This birdman is too scary. At the critical moment, all his golden feathers are lethal weapons that can't be guarded against. Only the sacred body of the ancients can block it. If it were someone else, they would have become a porcupine. Tu Fei was frightened. I'm afraid this is just the prelude, Cyan Yi said in a low voice. Boom. Yi Fan displayed all kinds of attacking methods, and all the seals were executed at the same time. He instantly pierced through the golden canopy and shattered it. All of the divine spears shattered, turning into broken feathers that fluttered about as they drifted down. Pieces of broken gold filled the sky. Countless rock feathers danced in the air and fell to the ground. The golden-winged little Pung King's figure became indistinct and disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Fan stood in the sky and glanced around to guard against the opponent's thunderous attack. The others were also searching, sizing up the surroundings. That birdman spat out so much blood. He must be hurt badly. Did he run away in defeat? Tu Fei mumbled to himself. The others were bewildered as well. All of them had witnessed Yi Fan's attack just now, and if they were to go up and face it with their bodies, they would have been turned into ashes a long time ago. Little Pung King, did you run away because you couldn't defeat him? Yi Fan asked. A heavy snort came from the sky. A golden shadow appeared. The little Pung King sat cross-legged in the sky. Golden light shone from his body, and cracking sounds echoed. His bones were shaking. Boom. The monstrous aura shot up to the sky and surged around him like an ocean. He stood up, his eyes filled with wild light. He said coldly, I ran away in defeat? What a joke. It's just the beginning. Everyone was shocked. The little Pung King's aura grew stronger, as if he wasn't hurt at all. Monstrous aura rolled behind him. That birdman was suppressed by the sacred body of the ancients, but he wasn't hurt at all. He recovered in such a short time. It's so scary. Tu Fei was shocked. Indeed, the little Pung King has the potential to become an emperor. He can compete with the sacred body of the ancients at the same level. A monster expert was shocked. Qingyi looked surprised and said, Can he really walk the path of an emperor? Yen Ruyu also whispered, Perhaps he has some hope. The little Pung King descended and stood opposite of Yi Fan. At this moment, his monstrous aura shot up to the sky, and his murderous aura spread everywhere. 108,000 swords. His voice could pierce through metal and crack rocks, shaking the sky and hurting many people's eardrums. At this moment, the murderous aura between heaven and earth was shocking. Beams of sword light shot up to the sky like an endless volcano erupting. The sky was filled with a forest of divine swords. Each of them was dozens of feet long, and their edges were cold. They stood upright in the sky, shining with dazzling light and murderous aura. 108,000 swords. Each of them was refined from the feathers of a divine rock, and they were all breathing out dazzling sword chi. They were sharp, dazzling, and intimidating. As far as the eye could see, there were divine swords everywhere. They were burning fiercely, and the murderous aura was frightening. I don't know if the great emperor of the ancients had killed the sacred body of the ancients when he was young. Perhaps I will create a magnificent feat, and pave my path to the emperor with the sacred blood. The little Pung King had a muscular body. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his eyes were filled with a wild and murderous aura. Yi Fan was in the forest of swords, facing the endless sword light and feeling the bone-chilling murderous aura. He was not afraid and took out the divine fire cauldron. I could suppress you in physical combat, and I can still step on you now. Yi Fan looked calm, but he was full of confidence. He held the inch-tall crystal cauldron in his palm. Chapter 260. There were sharp golden divine swords everywhere in the sky. Each of them was spitting out sword light that shot into the sky. This was a frightening sea of swords that stretched as far as the eye could see. Its murderous intent was shocking. 108,000 swords. In the distant sky, many people were shocked. Anyone who was trapped in this sword forest would be terrified. This birdman is too terrifying. How did he forge so many swords? Tu Fei felt that something was wrong. Qing Yi's expression changed as well. Looks like the little rock king can't maintain his transcendent state. In a physical battle, he is at a disadvantage, so he has to use the prung feather swords that he cultivates with his life. These aren't golden feathers that can be shot out casually. They are refined from the feathers of a divine rock. It's one of the strongest killing techniques of the Tianping race. The prung feather swords have the mark of the race's inheritance. He is the descendant of the old Pung King. It's hard to estimate how powerful he is. Many demonic race cultivators were discussing in low voices. They felt that Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation. What's the big deal? Roast a bird and burn it all. Let's see how arrogant he is then. The large black dog muttered. This crazy birdman is too terrifying. I feel that he is even more uneasy than the wavering light Saint Sun. Tu Fei said to himself. Luckily, his cultivation level is suppressed to the second sky of the Dao Palace. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yen Ryu's expression was calm as she said. Once the prung feather swords are completed, 108,000 divine rock feathers will shoot out at the same time. They can shake the world. He can use his prung feather swords at such a young age. It's really surprising. In the sky, the little rock king stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were very sharp, like heavenly swords being unsheathed. The light that shot out was frightening. 1,000 feather swords slash! He shouted, and the 1,000 golden swords in the sky slashed towards the same target. The 1,000 swords attacked, slashing through the sky and drowning Yi Fan underneath. This was an attack that made people shudder. The 1,000 swords shot out at the same time, slashing through the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The dazzling light was as thick as a water bucket and extremely sharp. They rushed over like flood dragons, unstoppable as if they could pierce through the sky. Dang, dang, dang. Yi Fan's every move was the battle saint art, shattering the sword rays one after another. The leaf fire divine cauldron hovered above his head as he lunged at the little Pung King. This was an extremely hair-raising scene. 1,000 feathers and 1,000 swords hacked through heaven and earth, their power astonishing. In the distant sky, the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying killing intent. The sword beams were as thick as buckets, and the killing intent was boundless, causing them to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was already like this outside the battlefield, let alone inside the forest of swords. It was hard to imagine how much killing intent Yi Fan had to endure. 108,000 swords flew through the air, and every single golden sword exuded a terrifying killing intent. When they gathered together, they formed a terrifying destructive aura. Dang dang. Yi Fan was like a god of war. His entire body was bathed in divine light, causing the sky to tremble. He fought his way through, and although there were thousands of swords slashing at him, they could not stop him at all. The sword auras all over the sky were shattered by him. This was the supreme power of the sacred body of the ancients, which was even stronger than divine weapons. Anything it hit would be destroyed. The little Peng King stood still in the forest of swords. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as he shouted, 3,000 swords, chaos the void! Clang, clang, clang. The divine swords chimed together, and 3,000 golden swords shot out at the same time. The sword beams intertwined, forming a terrifying, inescapable net that was dense and eerie. Even with his sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan felt as if his body was being torn apart by such a powerful attack. The 3,000 swords struck at the same time, splitting the sky. The sword aura soared into the sky and sent him flying. Chi chi chi. The sword beams pierced through the sky like rainbows, one after another. They were endless, and the sky was dazzling. Boom. Yi Fan struggled to shatter the thousands of sword auras, then began to activate the divine cauldron of Li fire. The cauldron quickly enlarged above his head, and the colorful lid flew into the sky with a loud clang. A large amount of black flames rushed out of the cauldron's mouth. Clang, clang, clang. The thousands of swords slashed at him, and were instantly covered by the black flames. The scorching temperature was terrifying, and it melted all 1,300 golden swords on the spot. Golden light flickered in the sky, and the golden color slowly dimmed in the black flames. Over 1,000 feathery Peng swords were destroyed and burned to ashes. The little Peng King's golden hair stood on end and danced wildly. His eyes were cold. The destruction of over 1,000 swords made him feel very pained, and he could not help but let out a long roar. What kind of fire is that? How could it be so terrifying? The feathery Peng swords are sharp and unstoppable, yet he burned over 1,000 swords with a single fire. How surprising! Could it be the same kind of fire that burned the supreme elder of the Ji family to death? No, it's not the colorful kind. There wasn't a single spectator whose expression didn't change. The temperature of this kind of fire was so high that it made people's hearts palpitate, even though they were so far away. If they were engulfed by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Li Flame Divine Cauldron was sparkling and translucent. It blossomed with prismatic light as it suspended above Yi Fan's head. Raging flames surged and burned fiercely. The black flames even warped the void. His body flickered as he was surrounded by this kind of flame. His battle intent was high as he took steps in the void and pressed forward. The little Peng's expression was cold as he shouted, "Peng Feather Regeneration." His entire body was like gold as divine radiance rushed out one after another. The golden swords were completely replenished, and became 108,000 swords again. The powerful killing intent condensed together, and formed a forest of swords that made people despair. Every single one of the swords clanged and shook the sky. He actually comprehended the Sky Peng race's great killing technique to such a level, reaching the Peng Feather Regeneration, and the Undying Sword Intent. 108,000 swords. As long as the sword intent is not extinguished, the divine swords will not be extinguished unless all of the swords are destroyed in one go. In the distance, there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This kind of undying divine sword would give any opponent a headache. They would grow and multiply endlessly, and in the end, they would definitely be destroyed. 10,000 swords move at the same time. The little Peng King shouted. Tens of thousands of swords vibrated. The sword energy was dazzling, piercing through the void and creating a formidable sword net in this area. Yi Fan urged the Li Fire Divine Furnace, making it more than 100 meters tall, and hovering in the sky like a towering mountain. At this moment, he didn't need to hold back anymore. The endless black flame shot out everywhere. It was the black flame he had taken from the fallen sun ridge in the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Although it was just the surface, it still had a terrifying temperature. Boom. The great fire reached the sky. The black divine flame swept everywhere. Tens of thousands of swords were swallowed and burned down slowly. Clang, clang, clang. The little Pung King bloomed with light. Tens of thousands of swords flew out, replenishing the forest of swords. This abnormal monster. Tu Fei was frightened. If it continues like this, the black flame will be exhausted sooner or later. However, his Pung feather swords aren't extinguished. Yi Fan can't imagine the consequences, said Qing Yi. That's not necessarily the case. He's paying a price to regenerate his Pung feathers. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid he won't be able to endure it, said Yan Ryu. 108,000 swords moved at the same time, cutting through the sky and drowning Yi Fan. He used the Li Fire Divine Furnace to open the way and attacked the little Pung King. Boom. The black flame was monstrous and raged in all directions, rushing toward the swords. 108,000 swords vibrated at the same time. Endless murderous intent rushed out and gathered into a giant divine sword that towered over the clouds. This was the murderous intent of 108,000 swords. Slash. The 1,000-meter-long sword slashed down. The terrifying murderous intent sent chills down Yi Fan's spine. 108,000 swords merged into one, and the murderous intent was boundless. Bang! Yi Fan was sent flying in an instant. Such a killing technique was a terrifying blow to his sacred body of the ancients. What a monster! Is this really a duel between cultivators at the second heaven of the Doctrine Palace? The killing technique of the rock race is frightening. If it weren't for the sacred body of the ancients, I'm afraid that person would have been killed in both body and soul. In the distant sky, the crowd found it difficult to remain calm. Boom! Yi Fan activated the Li Fire Divine Furnace. Flames burned in all directions, sweeping toward the 108,000 swords. Clang, clang, clang. The golden sword shot out like rainbows and appeared behind the little Pung King, avoiding the flames that filled the sky. Although he had reached the level of rock feather regeneration, he could not withstand such terrifying flames. He did not want to be hurt. The two of them confronted each other. The little Pung King did not expect his talent to be restrained by his opponent. The black flames in his opponent's furnace were a great threat to his Pung feather swords. The sacred body of the ancients can indeed look down on those of the same level. It can even suppress the little Pung King, Tu Fei said happily. Cyane shook his head and said, "It's still too early to say. The little Pung King has the potential to become a great emperor. No matter how you look at it, he is not much weaker than the sacred body of the ancients. It's just that the weapons are restraining each other. There is still a gap." His physical body was tempered in the 4-level secret realm, Tu Fei said. Is the sacred body of the ancients really that terrifying? Even the one who gave our demon race hope of becoming a great emperor is at a disadvantage when they are at the same level. Several demon cultivators whispered. Boom. All of a sudden, an extremely horrifying murderous aura appeared in the sky. It made one's body and soul tremble involuntarily. It was as if a primordial beast had broken free from its seal and came to this world. Endless murderous aura swept the sky. That is. Everyone was shocked. A pitch-black weapon appeared in the little Pung King's hand. It was eerie and terrifying. The horrifying aura was coming from it. The great desolate halberd. Many people's expressions changed. Some of the lesser demons turned pale and almost knelt on the ground. The weapon made of black metal seemed to have a life of its own. The murderous aura soared into the sky, making one's hair stand on end. It also had a daunting power. It really is the great desolate halberd. It is the demonic weapon that the old Pung King used to kill for his entire life. That's right. It is indeed the great desolate halberd. It has killed countless people. Blood flows like a river, and corpses pile up like a mountain. I wonder how many lives have been taken by it. The pitch-black weapon's murderous aura soared into the sky. It flashed with a cold metallic luster. It was like a ferocious wild beast, emitting an extremely horrifying aura. This is not fair. Little Pung King, you have the weapon of a demon giant. How are you going to fight? Tu Fei shouted. Don't worry. It has been sealed, but it still has the power of the Great Desolate. The little Pung King answered indifferently. The Great Desolate halberd was a demonic weapon that a demon master had spent his entire life refining. Although it could not be compared to an extreme weapon, it was still very horrifying. It has indeed been sealed. The old Pung King will not let him rely on a demonic weapon so early. Yin Ryu nodded. No one knew how horrifying the great desolate halberd was. Rumor had it that it was as heavy as a mountain. Even cultivators in the 4 levels would find it difficult to hold it. Perhaps only the golden-winged little Pung King and Yi Fan, who had a sacred body of the ancients, could use it at a lower level. The golden-winged little Pung King stood there with the great desolate halberd in his hand. His entire body shone like gold. As for the great desolate halberd, it was as black as ink. It formed a sharp contrast. The killing intents of the two fused together, rippling like a vast ocean. Behind him, 108,000 great swords stood erect towards the sky. The sword energy shot into the sky, making him look incomparably terrifying. His robust body had a wild killing intent. Boom. Yi Fan summoned his own cauldron. The 2-inch-tall cauldron quickly enlarged to a meter high, replacing the position of the divine fire furnace and suspending above his head. This cauldron was simple and natural. There was no killing intent. It gave off a natural feeling, as if it was describing the Tao and truth of the world. Wisps of mysterious yellow light fell from the cauldron, tightly protecting him. It made him look as if he had fused with the great Tao. Chapter 261. The golden-winged little rock king had a vigorous figure. His hair was disheveled, and he was filled with a wild wildness. The pitch-black great desolate halberd in his hands emitted a horrifying infernal energy that blotted out the skies. He stepped forwards in the void, pressing forwards. Bang! The great desolate halberd shook, nearly causing the void to collapse. It was as heavy as a mountain, making one's hair stand on end. It was like an ancient desolate vicious beast that had a life of its own, making one feel dread. Boom! The golden-winged little Pung attacked. His golden hair danced in the wind and his eyebrows shot up. His eyes shined with a cold light as he grasped the great desolate halberd and rushed forwards. It was like he was lifting up a black mountain and chopping down. Yi Fan was as still as a boulder, unmoving like a pine tree. The cauldron above his head was simple and natural, the source energy of all things falling down like silk ribbons, like a curtain of rain, merging his body with the Tao. Boom! The great desolate halberd was far too heavy. As it chopped down, the black halberd twisted the void and a terrifying wave of energy surged forwards. At this time, Yi Fan finally moved. With the myriad energy furnace floating above his head, his body was like a flood dragon. He leaned to the side and half-turned, avoiding the black halberd blade. He stretched out his right arm and waved his golden fist, smashing it into the great desolate halberd. Clang! He used his bare hands to forcefully resist the great desolate halberd. His golden fist smashed into the black weapon. The sound of metal breaking stone rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle and their ears to ring. Boom! The great desolate halberd emitted a brutal infernal energy, as if it were a sealed desolate beast. It was indestructible and possessed a demonic nature that made one's heart race. Woo! The golden-winged rock took advantage of this opportunity to slash out. The great desolate halberd was as deep as the sea, shining with a dark light as it cut towards Yi Fan, emitting a strange demonic sound like the wailing of ghosts. Yi Fan moved to the side, avoiding the sharp blade. He formed seals with his hands and struck the great desolate halberd. Clang! The millstone-sized golden palm struck the great desolate halberd. With a loud explosion, the entire void darkened. Even space distorted, but the great desolate halberd wasn't damaged at all. The weapon refined by the monster race's overlords was indestructible. Although it was sealed, it was still a rare weapon. It was impossible to break it. The golden-winged little Pung cried out. His golden hair fell down like a waterfall, shining with a strange and enchanting brilliance. He grasped the great desolate halberd and thrust forwards, the pitch-black halberd edge piercing through the world. Woo! The ear-piercing demonic sound sent chills down everyone's spines. Killing intent filled the air, and the hearts of the people in the distant sky trembled. Ping! Ding! Bang! Dang! Yi Fan struck out with his giant golden hand, constantly colliding with the great desolate halberd. Terrifying sounds rang out, as if the two of them were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. The great battle was extremely intense. Yi Fan didn't use his own cauldron at first and fought barehanded. Mysterious light overflowed in all directions and killing intent surged into the heavens. The great desolate halberd was simply too terrifying. Even though Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients, he still felt a sharp pain in his fists. At this point, he was still unable to break through the weapon of a monster magnate. They hit the clouds from the sky and dispersed them. Then they landed on the mountain. Bang! The great desolate halberd was as heavy as a mountain. As it slammed into the mountain peak, a corner of the mountain peak collapsed. With a rumbling sound, rocks tumbled down. Dang! Chong! Zhang! The two of them fought until they reached the middle of a group of lakes. Suddenly, huge waves surged into the sky, and the lake water flowed into the sky, turning into a watery swamp. Bang! Yi Fan punched out, scattering the water vapor in the sky. The great desolate halberd trembled again and again. From the sky to the clouds, to the ground and finally to the sky. The demonic might of the great desolate halberd became increasingly magnificent, as if it could collapse the vault of heaven. Zhang 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 suddenly, 10,000 swords cried out in unison. Sword energy pierced through the skies. 108,000 swords cried out in unison. Behind the golden-winged little Peng King, 108,000 Peng feather swords shot out. They shined like divine rainbows, emitting a chilling aura that made everyone in the distant sky feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Countless sword energies shot out, sweeping forward to slash at Yi Fan. It was very sudden. The endless killing intent was like a tsunami crashing into the shore. It was difficult to avoid. This was the Sky Rock Race's great killing technique. If it were a normal cultivator, they would have been cut to pieces. The endless sword light tore through everything. It was impossible to block. However, Yi Fan had always been on guard. He didn't use the cauldron because he was afraid of being killed. The cauldron hanging above his head trembled. The source energy of all things fell down, forming a dark yellow curtain in front of Yi Fan. Clang clang clang. Tens of thousands of sword energies stabbed out. As they struck the silk ribbon of the dark yellow energy, nearly all of them disintegrated. There were some that managed to pass through the cracks, but they were dissolved by Yi Fan's treasure body. Bang! The golden-winged little Peng's eyebrows shot up. He lifted the great desolate halberd high and forcefully chopped down. At this moment, it was like the heavens were falling apart, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. Dang! This was the first time that the great desolate halberd had collided with Yi Fan's cauldron. A deafening sound rang out, causing the void to tremble. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Puff! In the distance, many little monsters vomited blood. Their faces paled and many of them fell to the ground. This heaven-shaking strike had even affected them. Roar! The golden-winged little Peng gave a long cry. His hair flew in the air and his aura rose. He grasped the black great desolate halberd in his hands, and tore apart the void as he strode forwards. Dang dang! He grasped the great desolate halberd with both hands and constantly chopped down at the cauldron. His monstrous energy soared to the heavens, shocking the mind and shaking the earth. The golden-winged little Peng was unstoppable. He brandished the great desolate halberd, and sent Yi Fan flying several miles away, causing the cauldron formed from all myriad source energy to constantly shake. After he gained momentum, he struck out again, wanting to break through Yi Fan's defense in a single stroke and kill his way in. Now, although the all-myriad source energy had been tempered into a cauldron, it still hadn't formed the mark of the Great Tao. It was still far from being an extreme weapon. It was just that it was tough enough. The golden-winged little Peng grasped the great desolate halberd and constantly chopped down. His momentum was monstrous. At the same time, the 108,000 swords behind him shook the heavens and earth, shooting out endless sword lights. In the distant skies, everyone was aghast. Such an offensive was unstoppable. If it were any other Dao Palace Mystic Realm cultivator, it would be impossible for them to block it. They would immediately turn to ash. The great desolate halberd's ominous might shocked the world. A brutal infernal energy flooded every inch of space. In addition to the 108,000 swords moving together, this was a horrifying killing technique. Dang dang! Yi Fan was sent flying 6 to 7 miles away by the great desolate halberd. The prung feather sword lights submerged the mysterious yellow energy, forcing him to retreat again and again. The golden-winged little Peng took the initiative, and his offensive became even fiercer. He wished he could use the great desolate halberd to chop Yi Fan to death. These two ruthless people can both be kings of the same level. Such a fierce battle has surpassed their realms. The golden-winged little Peng is truly amazing. He is worthy of being called a great emperor. In a sense, this could be considered a qualifying battle for the great emperor's road. The golden-winged little Peng is truly terrifying. If he can really kill a sacred body of the ancients at the same realm, he will definitely become a Fey emperor in the future. The great desolate halberd was the tip, and the 108,000 swords were the support. It shook the heavens and earth. If it were anyone else, they would have already been killed. In the sky, Yi Fan retreated again and again. He was indeed at a disadvantage, but he was still calm. The source root of all energy is mine. I will dye the skies red with the blood of a sacred body of the ancients. The golden-winged little Peng's eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. The great desolate halberd crushed the void. It was swung down, chopping down at Yi Fan. The 108,000 swords resonated. The main reason Yi Fan couldn't free his hands was because of the prung feather swords. With the 108,000 swords vibrating together, there would always be tens of thousands of sword lights piercing through. This was an inconceivable divine ability. The Tian Peng race was blessed by the heavens. As long as such a killing technique was used, even an army of thousands would have to die. It was an indiscriminate attack, much less killing a single person. He didn't summon the fleeting fire divine furnace. The black flames were limited and he didn't want to waste them. This was because his opponent had reached the prung feather rebirth, and the great swords were indestructible. Bleed the sacred blood dry. The golden-winged little Peng shouted. The great desolate halberd came smashing down, causing the void to tremble. The power behind it was even more horrifying. Do you really think you can kill me? Yi Fan was truly enraged. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes flashed with cold electricity. He punched out at the great desolate halberd. Of course I can kill you. Sacred blood is the taste that I long for. The golden-winged little Peng revealed his wild nature. His killing intent was thick. The great desolate halberd cut down, causing the heavens to tremble. Will you kill me, or will I slaughter the heavenly Peng? We will soon find out. Yi Fan shouted out. He picked up the furnace, no longer using it to protect himself. Bang! Yi Fan brought out the furnace. Mysterious yellow light filled the air. The furnace formed from all the source energy suddenly grew to 9 meters high. It was simple and imposing, suppressing the golden-winged little Peng. Without this furnace to protect you, I want to see just how you will block my 108,000 swords. The golden-winged little Peng shouted out. He grasped the all-conquering great desolate halberd and smashed it down at the furnace. Dang! The furnace formed from all the source energy collided with the monster race's great desolate halberd, causing an earth-shaking collision. Bang! A terrifying shockwave swept through the world like a tsunami, rushing out in all directions. In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. Many small monsters vomited blood and staggered back. Clang, clang, clang. The 108,000 swords hummed in unison. Tens of thousands of sword auras rushed out, piercing towards Yi Fan. The world trembled. Yi Fan wanted to hold back, but the golden-winged little Peng was so powerful that he could compete with the sacred body of the ancients. He had no choice but to show his trump card. He had to show what he had and suppress the opponent. He quickly made up his mind. There was still one secret among the 9 secrets that he had yet to reveal, but he decided to keep it. It was a great secret that he could not reveal at the moment. Everyone knew that he had the sacred body of the ancients, so they must have some understanding of the records and legends of this physique. It would be difficult to hold back in this aspect. Yi Fan let out a soft shout. His body trembled, and his body flickered. The shadow of a green lotus appeared beside him. The 108,000 swords were blocked by the 3-leaf green lotus, and all the sword auras were shattered. This is... The golden-winged little Peng's expression froze, but he immediately let out a long roar. Tens of thousands of sword auras crisscrossed and pierced forward. The sky was filled with divine light. The green lotus swayed and propped up a curtain of light. The sword auras attacked and hit the surface. It seemed like it could shatter at any time, but it could not penetrate. As expected, how can the sacred body of the ancients only have a tyrannical body? It is said that it can restrain strange phenomena. This is most likely one of the talents of the sacred body of the ancients. At that moment, Yi Fan moved. He did not want to be beaten passively. This green lotus was very mysterious, and he had yet to figure it out. In the companion sea of reincarnation, clang, 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 tens of thousands of swords slashed, and the green lotus swayed. The curtain of light was hazy, and it seemed like it could shatter at any time. However, it did not extinguish. Yi Fan rushed forward and attacked. The cauldron forged from the source energy of all things fell, and began to suppress the great desolate halberd. Clang! The two weapons collided, and the sound was deafening, spreading for dozens of miles. Mysterious yellow gas fell from the 9-meter-tall cauldron. It was as heavy as a mountain, constantly pressing down. The golden-winged little Peng held the great desolate halberd, and chopped down at the cauldron. The ferocious might of the two weapons violently collided. The cauldron was like a divine mountain, and the great desolate halberd was like a demonic mountain. Brilliant sparks flew out, as if a comet had struck the earth. Endless turbulence surged out in all directions. Clang, 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 a needle against an on, a divine mountain against a demonic mountain. Yi Fan blocked the 108,000 great swords, and concentrated on fighting the golden-winged little Peng that wielded the great desolate halberd. The two of them had similar mortal body strengths, and each had heaven-shaking methods. After fighting for so long, victory and defeat would soon be decided. After several hundred exchanges and over 1,000 collisions, the golden-winged little Peng's complexion became ugly. He felt his arms go numb, and he couldn't hold on to the great desolate halberd any longer. The 9-meter-tall cauldron weighed more than 100,000 genes, and possessed the might of thunder. Every time it pressed down, his body would violently shake. The great desolate halberd could withstand it, but the golden-winged little Peng couldn't. His opponent's supernatural power grew endlessly, as if it would never dry up. This left him startled. Peng. At this moment, Yi Fan reached out his hand and grabbed the cauldron. He no longer used his divine sense to stimulate it, but directly smashed it down. Peng. Yi Fan grabbed the cauldron and smashed it down, sending the golden-winged little Peng flying away on the spot. After fighting for so long, both of them were exhausted. However, Yi Fan was stronger by a head. His supernatural power continued to flow. Peng. He grabbed the cauldron and pressed it down again, striking the great desolate halberd. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The golden-winged little Peng was sent flying away. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand this kind of crazy power. Peng. Yi Fan followed up. He grabbed the cauldron and struck again with the force of Mount Tai. The golden-winged little Peng spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flipped over and blood stained the sky. He could barely hold on to the great desolate halberd. The golden-winged little Peng, who had hopes of walking on the road of the great emperor, was actually defeated. The insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Peng will be suppressed. The sacred body of the ancients lives up to its legend. It is an invincible legend. Unfortunately, it can only advance to the Dao Palace mystic realm. In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. They all had different feelings as they discussed in low voices. Beat that bird man to the ground. Isn't he arrogant? Break his bones. Tu Fei yelled. He felt like he had vented his anger. Set a fire. Roast a bird. That's my favorite. The big black dog yelled as well. Beside them, many demons revealed killing intent. This was their territory. No matter what the golden-winged little Peng did, he was still one of them. Moreover, he was a king with limitless potential who could suppress his peers. It was understandable that he couldn't defeat the sacred body of the ancients. No matter how strong Yi Fan was, he could only advance to the Dao Palace mystic realm. It would be impossible for him to compete with the golden-winged little Peng in the future. As for this little king of the demons, no one would be able to stop him in the future. He would walk on the road of the great emperor. Peng. In the sky, the battle had reached its final stage. The two of them had fought fiercely for such a long time that they couldn't take it anymore. However, Yi Fan's divine power suddenly boiled. His body shone brightly. He held the cauldron and carried out the final suppression. Pung pung. After 9 consecutive strikes, he held the cauldron in his hand and smashed it down 9 times. With a final loud shout, the great desolate halberd was sent flying. The golden-winged little Peng's arms went numb. They drooped powerlessly and fell to the ground. Golden Peng blood dyed his body red. The Peng's body trembled from the impact. Golden-winged little Peng, are you convinced? Yi Fan rushed over and pressed down with the cauldron. His hair was a mess, and divine light bloomed in his eyes. His aura was unstoppable. Peng. The golden-winged little Peng was sent flying. He let out a shrill cry and turned into a golden Peng dozens of meters long, revealing his true form. Whoosh. Yi Fan used the footwork of Crazy Ol and rushed up in an instant. He stood on the true form of the Peng that seemed to be cast from gold. He held the cauldron in his left hand and punched with his right fist.